The World This Week. Politics.
The official death toll from two earthquakes that struck Venezuela on June 24th rose to 2,295, though that is expected to increase as more bodies are pulled out of collapsed buildings. With over 11,000 people injured and some hospitals damaged, the World Health Organization said the country's health system was under strain. An American general said 900 military personnel were helping search and rescue operations. Delcy Rodriguez, the interim president, described the earthquakes as Venezuela's most brutal natural catastrophe ever, but anger mounted among Venezuelans about the government's response. Many residents say the socialist state is providing little help. Iran's Revolutionary Guards attacked a Singapore-flagged ship as it left the Strait of Hormuz. America responded by bombing military targets in southern Iran, which then fired missiles and drones at Bahrain and Kuwait. American officials signalled that the fighting was over and that vessels could move freely through the strait. Donald Trump said he was satisfied with ordering one-off strikes on Iran when it violates the deal with America. Indirect negotiations between America and Iran continued. Israel and Lebanon signed their first formal diplomatic agreement in 43 years, which in theory sets them on a path towards a lasting peace. The deal commits the Lebanese government to disarm Hezbollah, Iran's proxy in Lebanon. Israel would gradually withdraw from southern Lebanon, although not until the militants are uprooted. Hezbollah is not party to the agreement. America's Supreme Court struck down Mr. Trump's executive order that had denied citizenship to children born to illegal migrants or temporary residents. The court found that the Constitution grants such rights using reasoning that looked back as far as the concept of citizenship in English common law, which crossed the Atlantic and prevailed in each and all of the states after American independence. The court sided with Mr. Trump in agreeing he could sack federal regulators, a big expansion of presidential powers. But it ruled that he could not fire Lisa Cook from the Federal Reserve's Board of Governors, citing the central bank's independence, and it also upheld a ban on transgender women competing in women's college and school sports. Mr. Trump's financial disclosure for 2025 revealed that he reported $1.4 billion in income from his family's digital currency assets. The president has relaxed regulation of the cryptocurrency industry since taking office. The White House said that neither he nor his family has ever engaged or will ever engage in conflicts of interest. Police in South Africa arrested 900 people during big anti-migrant protests. One person was shot dead in Johannesburg amid the looting of shops owned by foreigners. The protests followed months of anti-foreigner mobilization and marked a deadline set by vigilante groups for illegal migrants to leave the country. Shops and businesses remained closed in many cities. Uganda's army shut down newspapers and radio and TV stations owned by Nation, East Africa's most influential media group, the latest sign of repression in the country. The closure was ordered by Muhoozi Kainerugaba, the army chief, who is also the president's son and his likely successor. In a rant on X, Mr. Kainerugaba said, "I don't believe in a free press." Andy Burnham, who is likely to take over soon from Sir Keir Starmer as Britain's Prime Minister, made a big policy speech in which he announced bold plans to relocate some governmental powers away from London. As part of his devolution vision, Number 10 North will be the nerve centre of a rewired Britain on a 10-year mission to rebalance the country. Regions would be tasked with producing credible industrial ambitions. In one of his final acts as Prime Minister, Sir Keir committed £15 billion, that's $20 billion, to Britain's defence investment plan over the next 4 years. A third of the money is earmarked for drones and autonomous weapons systems. The plan had been delayed and the previous Defence Secretary resigned, saying it wasn't enough to modernise Britain's defence capabilities. Mr Burnham will have to find £4.7 billion to meet Sir Keir's commitment. South Korea announced that it would ramp up its production of drones, with around 11,000 to be produced this year alone. Drone and counter-drone units will be manned by some 500,000 drone warriors, and tens of thousands of systems will be deployed across the front line with North Korea. Drones are now a universal combat tool, said the South Korean defence minister. In response to a suicide attack in Karachi that killed 3 federal rangers, Pakistan conducted airstrikes across the border into Afghanistan. At least 28 civilians were killed, according to the UN's local mission. Pakistan said it had targeted militant bases. In retaliation, Afghanistan launched a drone attack against what it described as an Islamic State base in Pakistan's border province of Balochistan. New Caledonia held its first election since deadly riots broke out in 2024 over plans to expand voting rights for French citizens who live in the Pacific Island territory, which would have diluted the voting power of locals. The proposal was shelved. Independence-minded parties won 26 seats in the 54-seat assembly, and loyalist parties took 24, leaving the non-aligned centrists with 4. Ukraine launched another big attack on Moscow. Russia said it shot down more than 400 drones in the capital and elsewhere. Ukraine's relentless assault on oil refineries has led to fuel shortages in some Russian regions, which Vladimir Putin now admits are causing problems. Russia hit Kyiv with another big bombardment, killing at least 13 people. More than 1 million illegal migrants have applied for citizenship in Spain under an amnesty programme. Migrants who have lived in the country for at least 5 months and do not have a criminal record will be granted temporary residence permits. When the amnesty was announced in January, it was thought 500,000 would apply. Europe's sweltering heat
The World This Week. Business.
The Trump administration lifted its ban on non-Americans using Anthropic's latest Fable and Mythos AI models, which it had decreed in mid-June. The ban was imposed over a potential breach of security protocols in Fable. As a result, Anthropic closed all access to Fable and Mythos, even internally. The AI firm has implemented new safeguards and worked with the Commerce Department to resolve the concerns. But the issue has highlighted the ease with which the American government can restrict access to frontier AI. Anthropic said it underlined the need for the industry to find a consistent way to assess and fix potential evasions of AI safeguards. Despite the conflict with Iran and some bouts of volatility, stock markets recorded their best quarter in 6 years. The S&P 500 rose by 15% from April to June, the Nasdaq Composite by 21%, and the Pan-European Stoxx 600 by 10%. Japan's Nikkei 225 had its best 3 months ever, rising by 37%. South Korea's Kospi increased by 68%. Even so, the share prices of some big tech giants did not fare so well in June, with Apple, Meta and Nvidia all down. Microsoft stock fell 17%, its worst month since December 2000. South Korea's chip makers were largely responsible for a 70.9% year-on-year rise in the country's exports in June, the biggest such leap in 50 years. Driven by demand for memory chips, semiconductors exports were up by 200%. Samsung and SK Hynix, meanwhile, joined the government in announcing a $600 billion investment for new chip factories in South Korea's least developed areas. The yen hit 162 yen to the dollar for the first time in 40 years, increasing the likelihood of Japan's financial authorities intervening to defend the currency. Investors are betting that Japan will find it harder to curb inflationary pressures caused by higher energy costs. The future of the free trade agreement between America, Canada and Mexico, USMCA, was in some doubt after the Trump administration declined to renew it. The US Trade Representative Jameson Greer said America would now negotiate with Canada and Mexico about the USMCA's shortcomings. Reports emerged that Volkswagen will lay off 100,000 employees worldwide, about a sixth of its workforce, and end production at 4 factories in Germany. The carmaker has been aiming for 50,000 job cuts by 2030. VW's powerful unions were not happy. Reports suggested that they had not been told of the extra redundancies. The company has been trying to catch up with the switch to electric cars, and its sales in China are falling. It says American tariffs on EU vehicles and the conflict in the Middle East have also hurt its bottom line. Rocket Lab, a rockets and space firm founded in New Zealand, but now based in America, said it would buy Iridium, a satellite operator. Iridium runs a network of internet satellites, but has been eclipsed by the success of SpaceX's rival Starlink system. Another big shake-up to America's media industry loomed as Comcast said it would spin off its NBC Universal and Sky subsidiaries into a separate company, leaving it to focus on its cable and tech business. It hopes to complete the spin-off by mid-2027, but noted that there were no assurances the transaction would be completed. Nike announced a quarterly profit of $1.1 billion, thanks mostly to $986 million it received in refunded tariff costs from the government. Its footwear sales rose in America but fell in Europe and China, where they declined by 13% year-on-year. Total revenue of $11 billion was the company's lowest since 2022. Nike's share price is down by 30% this year. In Indonesia, the founder of Gojek, a super app offering 20 services across Southeast Asia, including ride-hailing and food deliveries, was sentenced to at least 10 years in prison for corruption. Nadiem Makarim left Gojek to become the government's education minister in 2019. He was found guilty of procuring overpriced Chromebook laptops running on software made by Google, an investor in Gojek, which the court decided was an abuse of authority. Mr. Nadiem is to appeal against the verdict. Loved and loathed in equal measure, Lime started selling shares on the Nasdaq exchange in an IPO that raised $167 million. The stock rose by 4% on the first day of trading. The company hires out white
Leaders.
Fireworks. This birthday comes at an anxious moment in America's history.
From the start, 250 years ago, America's founders believed that their republic would shine out as an example to all humanity. But the republic was also an experiment, and they feared that it could soon collapse into disorder or tyranny. Such has been the dance throughout America's extraordinary history. Slavery and xenophobia, corruption and robber barons, civil war and world war have all jostled the republic, even as America rose to become the beacon of the free world. On July 4th, Americans are celebrating their semi-quincentennial. All those syllables rebut the founders' gloom. Far from succumbing to tyranny, America saved the world from tyrants 3 times over. Glorious disorder created a dynamism that has long sustained America as a superpower. Dominance comes with temptations, but the United States has, by and large, held out republican virtues as the salvation of people everywhere. Yet this birthday comes at another anxious moment in America's story. Virtue is under threat, and talk of decline is in the air. Even as citizens celebrate together, public life is scarred by division. America is demolishing the world order that it created after the defeat of fascism in 1945. The restless republic is opening a new chapter, but does that signal retreat, as some Americans worry, or instead herald a renewal? To understand this moment, and to mark the 250th anniversary, The Economist retraced the footsteps of Alexis de Tocqueville, a French aristocrat whose tour of the country in the early 1830s furnished the material for Democracy in America, a trove of enduring insights into the Republic. If you listen to our podcast, you will discover that many Americans today echo the founders' fears. They worry that the separation of powers is degenerating into a White House takes all world. Congress was meant to be the leading branch of government, but it is gripped by a vicious partisanship in which we are right and they are bad. To pass laws requires give and take, but the parties punish compromise, and gerrymandering rewards extreme views. The Supreme Court is adding to the might of the executive. This week, though it struck down one of the president's schemes over birthright citizenship, it also expanded his power by ruling that he can sack officials in federal agencies. A nation of immigrants, the United States has, at its best, treated the people flocking to its shores as a source of vitality and a validation of the American dream. China has a dream too, but foreigners are excluded by the unalterable fact that they were not born Chinese. By contrast, people of any race or faith can become American. Their welcome is the promise that what they and their children can accomplish is limited only by their imagination and capacity for hard work. But the American dream has soured. Bits of the MAGA movement want to shut down legal immigration, not just the illegal sort. This year, net migration could be 0. As the share of Americans who call themselves white sinks towards 50%, some on the right want to give a special status to heritage Americans whose forebears have been in the country for generations. This is an ugly throwback to the racism that Americans rejected as part of the moral and material progress that best defined the Republic's success. Abroad, America is also retreating from its values. As our essay this week describes, Donald Trump is leading a wrecking ball revolution to smash the institutions and alliances that the post-war generation set up to keep the world safe from despotism. He and many Americans, on the right and left, feel contempt for a global system that they blame, misguidedly, in the view of The Economist, for aiding China, punishing America's workers and sending its young soldiers to spill their blood in far-off countries. Accordingly, America is throwing its weight around like any other country chasing wealth and power. Freedom and democracy for foreigners are off the agenda. Trade used to be a system of mutual benefit. It has become a tool for extracting concessions. Shared values once united America and its allies. Now allies are seen as dependents to be exploited. Many people conclude that America is in decline. That strikes this newspaper as a grave misreading. America's power is immense, and it could be about to grow beyond all recognition. For evidence of the country's unabated dynamism, look outside its dysfunctional politics. America's artificial intelligence companies have rapidly mobilized hundreds of billions of dollars to finance the pursuit of a technological lead. If, as they predict, AI changes everything, then America and its AI stack may become utterly dominant, for a time at least. Some of that is bound to rub off on America's businesses and its formidable armed forces. Its allies, however much they have been antagonized by Mr. Trump, would face a bleak choice between submitting to America or siding with authoritarian China. As America amasses awesome power, the great experiment could go disastrously wrong. Mr. Trump has tainted public life with an ugly cynicism that always sees the worst in everyone. Boosted by AI-enhanced agencies, executive power could become overwhelming. The concentration of wealth and political power could foster a predatory elite. Partisanship, fanned by social media, gerrymandering, and party primaries dominated by zealots, could become further entrenched. Politicians might prove unable to deal with the economic and social upheaval that lies ahead. As domestic politics grow dirtier and nastier, America could also become more predatory abroad. Imagine that its abandonment of the project to promote liberty is permanent. Other countries will copy it. Violent, ambitious leaders will feel emboldened to conquer or coerce their neighbours. The world will descend into chaos. However, as the founders would attest, that dark future is not certain, or even likely. The corollary of America's dynamism is its capacity for reinvention. Episodes that set the Republic back, Pearl Harbor, Sputnik, Watergate, spurred it to recover and charge ahead. Roused Americans set about making sure the next time they would do better and be better. One way or another, change is coming to America because too much today is unsustainable. The social contract, which is financed by borrowing, is fiscally unsustainable. Mr. Trump's generation is biologically unsustainable. His successor will belong to a new, younger group of Americans. The hope must be that voters will decide that the two parties' sterile mutual contempt has become politically unsustainable too. As celebratory fireworks light up cities and towns across America, remember that restlessness is precisely what prevents the Republic from sinking into stagnation.
Leaders.
America's government and AI. Rules for supermodels. Fable is free, but artificial intelligence desperately needs better regulations.
New rules often come out of disasters. America's Federal Reserve was founded following the panic of 1907, when stock prices fell by half. Pressure from muckrakers such as Upton Sinclair brought about the Food and Drug Administration. The Securities and Exchange Commission was founded during the Great Depression. Artificial intelligence has not yet caused a calamity, but it might. Models like Anthropic's Mythos and OpenAI's GPT 5.6 Sol are extraordinarily good hackers and could become capable advisors to bioterrorists. Understandably, the Trump administration is trying to regulate the technology before catastrophe strikes. It is working with AI companies on voluntary standards that could soon be released. Unfortunately, its efforts so far have been a mess. Anthropic was its first victim, slapped with export controls in mid-June after the release of Fable, a guardrailed version of Mythos. That came not long after a row between the company and the Pentagon. Fears of a grudge were allayed when the administration appeared to compel OpenAI to limit access to its Sol model. Then, on June the 30th, the Commerce Department abruptly lifted the ban on Fable after Anthropic fiddled with its safety protections. Throughout, the government has seemed to make up rules on the fly. Its decisions have also had an unpleasant nationalistic tinge. At first, it restricted Fable only for non-Americans. Anthropic decided that a wholesale block was the only way to comply. It looks as if the administration pulled the only lever available, knowing that it was a de facto ban. But throughout the past month's brouhaha, the government has made clear that Americans' AI access takes precedence over foreigners. Now that America has started licensing AI releases, it is unlikely to stop. But regulating frontier AI is tricky. China's top models are only months behind America's, and most are open weight, meaning anyone can run or tinker with them. One recent release, GLM 5.2 from Z.ai, already matches the best of the last generation of American models. Chinese labs may take longer to catch up with Mythos, since they have fewer chips and American labs are cracking down on distillation, when competitors use the outputs of the best models to train their own. But that buys months or a year at most. America could ban Chinese open-weight models and punish foreigners who use them. But even if it managed to enforce its ban, a vast home market would keep China's model makers going. So a permanent block is unworkable. It is also undesirable. Many American AI firms and researchers rely on Chinese models, which are cheap and malleable. The intelligence that makes new models dangerous also makes them tremendously useful. Worries about China aside, a gulf between publicly available and restricted models is a problem. Societies adapt to AI best when improvements arrive gradually, not in a great lurch. Imagine the mess if regulators bottled up several generations of Mythos-style advances. The few with access would acquire great power. The sudden jump in capability whenever the models did get released would unleash chaos. How then can models like Mythos and Sol be safely set free? The emerging norm provides for an evaluation period and a staggered release to trusted institutions. That is a good start, but it needs formalising. Some choices, such as how much risk to tolerate, belong to elected leaders, but politicians should not be micromanaging the process or horse trading with AI companies as they do today. Once those goals are set, politicians should stand back. Evaluating a model is a technical problem. Governments have some expertise, for example in America's Centre for AI Standards and Innovation or Britain's AI Security Institute, AC. But the private sector has more. The finance and electric power industries offer structures where oversight is carried out by industry bodies, overseen by government. Something similar might help amalgamate knowledge from the AI labs, research groups and foreign bodies, such as AC. Ideally, America would work with its allies on AI regulation. Alas, it is hard to imagine Donald Trump giving up the immense sovereign power that stems from control of frontier models. Locking others out of AI is not in America's economic
Leaders.
Turkey and Israel. Pipe down and pipe oil. The two near neighbours should be trading energy, not insults.
A minister in Turkey has spoken of one day ruling Jerusalem. Israeli officials have warned darkly that Turkey is the new Iran. Listen to the volleys of invective flying in both directions, and you might think that two of the Middle East's pivotal powers are heading for conflict. The tension is real. Turkey, a mostly Muslim country, fumes over Israel's ill treatment of Palestinians. Israel accuses Turkey of harbouring leaders of Hamas, the Islamist group that attacked Israel on October 7th, 2023. Each thinks the other threatens its borders. Israel has fostered ties with Kurds, including some that Turkey's government, ever wary of Kurdish nationalism, sees as enemies. Turkey has close relations with the ex-jihadists now ruling Syria, who appear to be reformed, but who Israel fears could one day prove hostile to the Jewish state. Israel's Prime Minister and Turkey's President often swap ferocious insults. Benjamin Netanyahu recently called Recep Tayyip Erdogan an anti-Semitic dictator who is committing genocide against the Kurds. Then again, Mr. Erdogan has likened the Israeli leader to Hitler, saying Israel is a chaos factory fueled by blood and tears. Such rhetoric gets attention abroad, but it is mostly intended for domestic ears. Mr. Netanyahu faces a tough election in the autumn, and fears that he will lose office, having been cast as the man who failed his people on October 7th. Mr. Erdogan may lean on Turkey's parliament to call an election next year. Each loves to pose as a doughty defender of the nation against external threats. Each is thus a handy foil for the other. It does not have to be this way. Both countries are allies of America, which is belatedly trying to discourage the verbal salvos. Not long ago, the armed forces of Israel and Turkey were able to cooperate. In the recent past, it was possible to imagine healthy economic ties too. Their respective industrial and technological strengths and physical proximity should have made that straightforward. Given the right politics, how might a better relationship be fostered again? Energy may be the key. Despite an embargo Mr. Erdogan's government imposed on trade with Israel in 2024. Much of the oil Israel imports is pumped in Azerbaijan or the Kurdish region of Iraq and then transported by pipeline through Turkey or shipped through Ceyhan, a Turkish port. More should follow. Given Iran's ability to disrupt the flow of hydrocarbons through the Strait of Hormuz, other countries should develop alternative sources and supply routes. One rich possibility is gas in the eastern Mediterranean. Exploration there by Israel is already advanced. It should be open to joint projects with Turkey and other littoral states to develop subsea gas fields and export the energy they find there. When Israel and Turkey worked together more closely, plans were drawn up for a pipeline to connect the eastern Mediterranean gas fields to Turkey's southern ports. A related project would be to forge a regional network of pipelines to bring oil and gas from afar more easily to market. Israel and Turkey should both aspire to be a part of this network, linking Gulf producers and others to buyers.
Leaders.
After Venezuela's earthquakes, a woeful response. If Donald Trump runs Venezuela, he has a responsibility to help its people.
The earthquakes that struck Venezuela on June the 24th killed more than 2,000 people by the official count. Many more are listed as missing, and the UN has ordered 10,000 body bags. But the true toll will probably never be known. After decades of brutal kleptocracy, Venezuela is no longer the kind of country where bodies are properly counted. The regime's response to the disaster has been dismal. In La Guaira, the worst-hit state, survivors say no official help came in the first 48 hours, the crucial period when there is the best chance that people trapped under fallen buildings might still be breathing. Families were left to scrabble for their loved ones in heaps of dust and broken concrete. Heavy machinery for moving the rubble was slow to come and sometimes lacked fuel. Some rescue teams had no torches. The stench of rotting corpses is now pervasive. Injured survivors who make it to hospital find the wards short-staffed and ill-equipped. The regime, which is as incompetent as it is authoritarian, has been slow to distribute aid. Since January, when Donald Trump sent military forces to capture Venezuela's dictator, Nicolás Maduro, Venezuela's problems have become America's too. President Trump replaced Mr. Maduro with his more biddable deputy, Delcy Rodriguez, and has boasted that he now runs the country through her. That is an exaggeration, but America does directly control Venezuela's oil revenues, and Ms. Rodriguez must, to some degree, cooperate with Uncle Sam if she wishes to avoid her predecessor's fate. He is stuck in an American prison. America's unique involvement in Venezuela brings unique responsibilities. It should do more to fulfill them. About 300 American rescuers have arrived, along with 900 Marines. But of $300 million promised in aid, only $100 million is new money. All help is welcome, but the need is great. Meanwhile, other challenges are looming. Venezuela's most popular politician, the opposition leader Maria Corina Machado, is in exile. The Trump administration has told her not to try to return for fear that her arrival in Caracas would spark unrest. Until now, she has complied, but after the quakes, she is understandably desperate to get back to her people. In the past week, America and the regime have blocked her. That is wrong. As a Venezuelan, she has a right to go home. Elections have been promised, but many fear the regime will keep delaying them. Fury is building. Mr. Trump's popularity in Venezuela, sky high just after he removed the hated Mr. Maduro, has been falling. This is a dangerous mix. An election may not be feasible soon, but America and the regime should set a timetable for one. That might assuage public anger. It might also give foreign investors hope that the country will one day be less lawless and hence worth investing more in. The earthquakes have aggravated another huge challenge, the mess that is the government's debts. By one estimate, Venezuela's sovereign debt adds up to $240 billion, or 240% of GDP. If that is accurate, a restructuring would be the most ambitious ever attempted anywhere. Worse, the IMF, which is normally a neutral arbiter, is not involved, and the mix of creditors includes Chinese banks, Russia's government, and others who choose to remain anonymous. American officials say they hope a deal can be struck by the end of the year, but that sounds fanciful. America must not accept a partial botched agreement, merely to stay on schedule.
Leaders.
An admission. We was wrong about oil. The market bested us. But for The Economist, there is no shame in that.
An editor of The Economist once said, "We are a paper of opinion and views. We stick our neck out and consequently risk having it chopped from time to time." The oil price has delivered such a blow. At the end of April, almost 2 months after America and Israel attacked Iran, we said oil traders were in la-la land, thinking that oil prices would fall to $88 by the end of the year. Today, Brent crude costs just over $70 a barrel. Our prediction went about as well as the war. We got it wrong for 2 reasons. First, we thought that America and Iran would hold out against a deal to reopen the Strait of Hormuz. America, because Mr. Trump deludedly thought he held the whip hand. Iran, because its regime knew its people could be made to endure more pain. In fact, facing the fury of American motorists, Mr. Trump all but folded, preventing a disaster. Since the 2 parties struck a provisional deal in June, enough oil has been getting out of the Gulf to reassure markets that supply is coming back online, even if the future of the strait remains uncertain. Our second oversight was, like others, not anticipating the staggering degree to which China would be able to slash its oil imports. Crude imports are 5 million barrels a day lower than a year ago, despite the fall in prices. China has cut its demand and shored up supply. Its oil reserves are opaque. Many barrels are hidden from satellites underground, and there is a blurred line between official reserves and corporate inventories. But they have been shown to be a powerful buffer. Perhaps a newspaper whose critics bang on about a clangor in 1999, when we wrongly predicted oil prices falling to $5 a barrel, should have known better. We was wrong then too. Fortunately, we can report that investors who say we are a guide to what to bet against are cherry-picking our failures. With the help of AI, we analysed 7,000 of this century's leaders. When we are moderately out of consensus, our record is good. Our more outlandish predictions are, unsurprisingly, more likely to be wrong. In any case, as free traders, we take a strange satisfaction in being bested by the markets. It is a reminder that the price of an asset in a liquid market is the closest thing there is to the distilled judgment of humanity. Prices incorporate information dispersed unevenly among countless individuals, from the amateur investor to Europe's high-rolling oil traders. The market is not always right, and did not expect oil prices to fall as much as they did, but to think that with average luck anyone can reliably do better is to commit an error akin to that of central planners who think they can allocate resources better than the price mechanism can. Why, then, have an opinion at all? Prediction markets cover an increasing range of events, making it easier than ever to see how the market views the future. Yet someone who reflexively substitutes the market's opinion for their own will not know why they believe what they believe. The case for prediction is therefore like the case for free speech. Well-argued opinions sharpen the thinking of those who read them, even when they are wrong. Without such views, there would be nothing to aggregate into a market price. So we will keep on predicting.
Letters.
On shutting off Anthropic's models, startups in Honduras, sharing companies' wealth, cricket in India, and reading.
Decentralize AI technology.
From Jake Brookman, founder and chief executive, Coin Fund, Miami. The Trump administration's blocking of Anthropic's fable and mythos models was more than chaotic, it was dystopian. Article America's AI Power Grab, June 20th. Just one directive took a leading AI model offline overnight, which worked because the model has an owner, Anthropic, that could be told what to do. This is the actual problem. Centralization is a liability for anyone working with AI, and it will happen again, whether by this government or another. The solution is to build the only economically viable counterbalance to the hyperscalers, decentralize AI. Contrary to what the large AI companies would have you believe, it is possible to match their business models with open, public, decentralized alternatives. They just have a vested interest in gaslighting us into thinking otherwise.
From Faisal Sheikh, founder and chief executive, Monmouth Capital, London. You characterised America's decision to close access to Anthropic's models as a demonstration of its vast new power. That may be true in the short term, but in the end it is as unsustainable as Iran's closure of the Strait of Hormuz. In both cases, allies and foes alike seek alternative supplies for AI infrastructure and crude oil respectively, ultimately undermining the very power exercised. The White House has accelerated a dynamic that has been at play since at least the tariff announcements of Liberation Day in April 2025, which is an impetus to build new collaborations, such as the possible middle power coalitions on AI that you outlined. The conflict with Iran has also given new urgency to the transition to renewable energy, which was in danger of stalling in developed countries.
From John Parman, Berkeley, California. The framing of Anthropic as cult-like is as misguided as Donald Trump's description of its founders as left-wing nut jobs. Article A Test of Faith, June 20th. A tech firm with a sense of civic responsibility above a commercial self-interest is a rarity. That doesn't make it a cult. Part of Anthropic's popularity rests on its principled stand. Its push for AI regulation hopes to guide innovation responsibly without throttling it. Mr. Trump's actions were akin to China's harassment of Alibaba, killing some chickens to scare the monkeys.
Island Paradise Startups.
From Humberto Macias, Roatan, Honduras. Your article on Caribbean special jurisdictions characterized Prospera, which was established on the Honduran island of Roatan in 2017 as a haven for techno-libertarians seeking to escape regulation and attract fintech, biotech and robotic startups. Article Castles Made of Sand, June the 13th. I moved to Honduras specifically because of Prospera. The project's significance is not that it offers an alternative to Honduras, but that it provides Honduras with an additional tool for development. For decades, developing countries have competed to attract foreign investment, entrepreneurs and skilled workers. Prospera has succeeded in drawing all three to Honduras, people who otherwise would have settled in Dubai, Miami or Singapore. Projects like Prospera are most valuable when they expand the range of opportunities available to local residents while attracting new capital and expertise from abroad. Their success should ultimately be judged not by their novelty, but by whether they create jobs, investment and knowledge that remain in the host country. Prospera encourages Honduras to think ambitiously about its future. That may prove to be its most enduring contribution to Hondurans.
Sharing companies' riches.
From Roger McCain, Professor Emeritus, School of Economics, Drexel University, Philadelphia. As your free exchange columns noted, article June 13th, new proposals for the public ownership of corporate shares, particularly in AI companies, are attracting political attention. In the 1940s, Arthur Lewis, an eventual Nobel Prize winner in economics, proposed share acquisitions as a Labour Party policy in Britain. He noted that if the government ran a revenue surplus and invested it in corporate shares, this would redistribute wealth towards the aim of equality, whereas nationalising the commanding heights of the capitalist economy, Labour's then policy, would not. Sovereign wealth funds and index investment were not part of that discussion. I have argued that any social endowment fund must be a government-owned organisation, but run independently with a board of trustees and managers who would be only indirectly responsible to the democratic legislature. If instead share acquisitions are to be decided by politicians and their friends, the best we can expect is the attempt to pick winners that will in fact mostly be losers. And more probably, corruption on a scale that will leave the mass of the population poorer, not richer.
He's knocked them for 6.
From Dr. Narwal Thorat, Head of the English Department, Government College of Arts and Science, Chhatrapati Sambhajinagar, India. Building an innings, May the 30th reported on Vaibhav Suryavanshi, India's 15-year-old cricket star. Watching him bat evokes memories of the fearless West Indian greats Gordon Greenidge, Desmond Haynes and Vivian Richards, whose attacking cricket captivated an earlier generation. Yet the fascination with sporting prodigies often obscures the factors behind their success. Behind every wonder kid lies a network of family support, coaching, discipline and perseverance. In sport, greatness is rarely a miracle. It is the product of countless hours of practice and an unwavering commitment to improvement. Hailing from Bihar, a state not traditionally associated with producing international cricketers, Mr. Suryavanshi is an inspiration to countless youngsters across India.
Speed reading.
United States.
The Supreme Court. A term of endearment. The Supreme Court leaves Donald Trump with plenty to celebrate.
As the Supreme Court wrapped up its latest term, Donald Trump took stock. The president had suffered some conspicuous defeats over the preceding months. In February, for example, the court struck down his Liberation Day tariffs, sending Mr. Trump into a rage. More recently, it turned back a Republican bid to upend mail-in voting practices. And on June 30th, it declared unconstitutional an executive order ending birthright citizenship for babies born in America to parents who are there unlawfully or temporarily. But on the whole, the president seemed pleased with the court's work. The Republican Party was treated very fairly, he wrote on social media. In the past week alone, the court upheld bans on transgender athletes, loosened campaign finance rules, and expanded presidential power. There is now speculation that Justice Samuel Alito, one of the court's 6 conservatives, might step down this summer. If he does, Mr. Trump, who appointed 3 justices in his first term, will have the opportunity to deepen his already substantial imprint on the court. No decision seemed to delight Mr. Trump more than Trump versus Slaughter. For decades, conservatives have argued that the Constitution vests all executive power in the president, rather than giving some of it to semi-independent officials, insulated from political control. On June 29th, the court embraced that view. By a 6-3 vote, it swept aside a 90-year-old precedent, ruling that presidents may fire the commissioners of independent agencies at will. Mr. Trump hailed the ruling as the greatest increase in presidential power in the last 100 years. In a dissent that she summarized from the bench, a mark of unusual pique, Justice Sonia Sotomayor, joined by her Liberal colleagues Justices Ketanji Brown Jackson and Elena Kagan, asserted that the majority's position had very little support in history or precedent. She accused the majority of replacing decades of settled practice with a half-baked theory, and she argued that the ruling would upend agencies built on the understanding that some decisions should be made by bipartisan bodies with a measure of independence. The dissenters also warned of a wider blast radius. Slaughter casts doubt on the statutory protections afforded to inferior officers, and perhaps even to swathes of the 2 million-strong civil service. Many of those employees, after all, exercise at least some executive power. Mr. Trump has already fired thousands of federal workers. The question now is whether Congress can impose any limits on their removal. The president's own reaction suggested he grasped the ruling's breadth. He has previously argued that Article 2 of the Constitution, which outlines the powers of the executive branch, allows him to do whatever I want. The Slaughter ruling came with a caveat, though. In Trump versus Cook, the court refused to let Mr. Trump remove Lisa Cook, a Federal Reserve governor, despite his allegations that she had lied on a mortgage application. Writing for a 5-4 majority, Chief Justice Roberts said the Fed occupies a unique constitutional position rooted in a tradition of insulating monetary policy from political interference. The result, as Justice Amy Coney Barrett noted in dissent, is a curious asymmetry. The president may now dismiss leaders overseeing labour relations, securities markets and nuclear safety, but not central bankers. As with executive power, Mr. Trump may also be pleased, on balance, with the court's decisions on immigration. It ruled against him on birthright citizenship, but in a trio of 6-3 decisions, it held that migrants waiting in Mexico cannot claim asylum in America, made it easier to treat some green card holders as though they were seeking admission for the first time, and allowed the administration to terminate Temporary Protected Status, or TPS, for some 340,000 Haitians and Syrians. Under TPS, migrants from countries deemed unsafe can remain in America. Justice Kagan, dissenting in the case, said the majority had blinded itself to Mr. Trump's rhetoric in concluding that his choice of people to deauthorize was not overtly racial. She pointed to his claim that Haitian migrants were poisoning the blood of the country. Even in Trump versus Barbara, the birthright citizenship case, the margin was closer than had been expected. Though the ruling was 6-3, Justice Brett Kavanaugh concurred on statutory grounds alone, leaving just 5 justices to hold that the 14th Amendment means what it says: all persons born or naturalized in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof are citizens of the United States. Stephanie Barclay, a law professor at Georgetown University, notes that Mr. Trump's 3 appointees split 3 ways in Barbara. In other cases, too, they have sometimes frustrated the president, prompting him to call them very unpatriotic and an embarrassment to their families. Would he therefore appoint a more dependable, a more pliant justice if Justice Alito were to step down? The timing of such a move would make sense.
United States.
American history. Grim past, brighter future. Tourism is booming in the former cradle of the Confederacy.
Across America, more than 4,400 black people were lynched between 1877 and 1950. Some were killed for flirting with white women, others for talking back to bosses or trying to vote. In downtown Montgomery, Alabama, each of their names is carved into a rusted steel column marking the county where they lived and died. As visitors walk through the 6-acre memorial, the columns seem to rise. By the end, they resemble a sea of dark bodies hanging heavily overhead. Montgomery, Alabama's capital, once had more slave-trading depots than churches. More recently, it has become home to memorials that commemorate this history. As Donald Trump sets out to build grand new structures in Washington, D.C., Montgomery's monuments offer another model of urban reinvention. About a decade after the project was conceived, Montgomery's downtown is transformed and tourism is booming. The project has been led by Brian Stevenson, the founder of the Equal Justice Initiative, or EJI, a non-profit law firm that defends death row inmates. Mr. Stevenson had observed how Berlin, Johannesburg and Kigali confronted their bleakest chapters. When he first moved to Montgomery, it didn't have a single marker that mentioned slavery, yet had 59 monuments to the Confederacy and 3 high schools named for its war generals and soldiers. This seemed odd. Montgomery had been home to the first White House of the Confederacy. It also is the city where, in 1955, Rosa Parks refused to relinquish her seat to a white passenger, sparking wide boycotts, where segregationists bombed Martin Luther King Jr.'s home, where a mob beat activists at a bus depot, where George Wallace, Alabama's governor, declared segregation forever in 1963, and where 2 years later the Long March from Selma concluded, with King calling for a society that can live with its conscience from the steps of the state capitol. So Mr. Stevenson set out to develop sites to tell the story of American slavery, racial violence, and civil rights. With private financing, he opened the memorial and a museum in 2018, then a few years later a sculpture park, and this spring a town square. In town halls, Mr. Stevenson recalls, some locals used to be sceptical. That changed when they saw tourists and cash roll in. Each month, 50,000 people visit the legacy sites, some coming from as far as Europe and Asia. Demand is such that in the past year, the EJA has partnered with for-profit groups to open a 5-star hotel, 2 restaurants and a coffee shop, ventures that might inspire reluctant admiration from a certain New York developer turned politician. Profits go back into funding the museums and memorials. The hotel, named Elevation, has some unusual features. The architects included a library and reflection garden, and reduced the number of rooms to make communal areas for visitors to talk to each other. High-end tourism to grapple with racism is either a triumph or caricature of American capitalism, depending on your view. For Montgomery, though, the legacy sites have clearly been a boon. It's been a game-changer, says Ron Simmons of the Montgomery Regional Chamber of Commerce. Tourists stay in town twice as long as they did a decade ago. Last year, 1.4 million visitors spent $1.4 billion, roughly 4 times the city's annual budget. Combined with big new investments from Amazon, Meta and manufacturers, surging tourism means that Montgomery's economy is, according to its mayor, Stephen Reed, in its best financial position in 30 years. The city is using new revenue to raise abandoned buildings, give grants to small businesses, hire more police, and invest in financial literacy programs. In May, the city launched a midnight basketball league to occupy young people when they might otherwise get into trouble. Last year, in an executive order titled Restoring Truth and Sanity to American History, Mr. Trump instructed federally funded museums and parks to remove exhibits that degrade shared American values or divide Americans based on race. The president has taken
United States.
Lexington. In at the shallow end. Donald Trump's reflecting pool debacle is a fitting gift to America on its 250th birthday.
Just what message Washington, D.C. means to send about itself and about the country of which it is capital has always been uncertain. Is the city out to intimidate or inspire? To overwhelm visitors with the potency of centralized authority, or to summon the potential of every citizen? The mixed signals reflect varying ambitions at the foundation of the city, and then muddled execution in developing it. Thomas Jefferson envisioned a compact, modest capital, in line with his Republican values. But the French engineer hired by George Washington to design the city, Pierre L'Enfant, was inspired partly by Versailles, where his father was a royal painter. He planned a governing seat of grand proportions, suitable for what he believed would be a vast empire. Washington forced the irascible L'Enfant out after a year in early 1792. A decade later, when President Thomas Jefferson took solitary horseback rides through the soggy wilderness, along rutted tracks L'Enfant had designed to be elegant boulevards, skeptics doubted his vision would ever be realized. When Mark Twain visited after the Civil War, he found a jumble of grandiosity and squalor, a suitable backdrop for the pomposity, incompetence, and corruption of the elected denizens. Yes, the capital was noble, he wrote in 1873 in the novel that gave its name to the era, the Gilded Age, but the cost overruns in its construction were shocking, and it lorded over a sorrowful little desert of cheap boarding houses. As for the Washington Monument, that memorial chimney, it was still unfinished, with cowsheds at its base and pigs dozing in its protecting shadow. The executive mansion was an ugly white barn, and the streets so sodden Twain wondered why they did not dilute the mud a little more and use them for canals. In fact, L'Enfant had designed a stately canal, but it became a health hazard. Washingtonians used it as a sewer, and it was filled in. At the turn of that century, after the Spanish-American War extended America's dominion into the far Pacific, the chairman of the Senate committee overseeing Washington, James McMillan of Michigan, assembled some of the country's most eminent architects to design a capital worthy of a global power. They dug out L'Enfant's plan and magnified it. They not only removed clutter, such as train tracks, from what L'Enfant imagined as a central garden, they expanded that space into a national mall, with a reflecting pool stretching towards a new memorial to Abraham Lincoln. In a metaphor of national healing, a broad new bridge would connect that memorial to Arlington Cemetery in Virginia, where so many lay who died in the war between the states. Those were just some elements of a project whose ambition seems unimaginable today. But in that confident era, L'Enfant's dream of a magnificent capital at last became reality, and ever since, as citizens, architects and politicians have bickered over each new design, the buildings and memorials of varying success that sprouted along the National Mall have honoured the framework laid down by L'Enfant and the Macmillan Commission. Now comes Donald Trump. With his iron grip on his party and some Nixon to China audacity, he might have made history by achieving immigration reform or rationalising the tax code. Instead, he has done what no Democrat could by siphoning resources into the swamp he had promised to drain, pulling tens of millions of dollars out of national parks across the country and pouring them into Washington. In an era of unapologetic American hegemony, he wants his capital to send an unambiguous message. The city is surely as beautiful as it ever has been, if you can ignore the embarrassing tough guy images of a squinting Mr. Trump that toadies have hung from cabinet buildings. Fountains dry for years are gushing water, re-gilded statues gleam in the sun. Mr. Trump is not interested in mere restoration, of course. So far, his most impressive monuments to himself are the pit where the East Wing was and the corresponding pile of dirt known as Mount Trump, dumped by the 9th hole of a public golf course in East Potomac Park. Courts have reversed Mr. Trump's most obscene attempt to aggrandize himself, adding his name to the Performing Arts Center honoring a slain President John F. Kennedy. The fate of Mr. Trump's most egregious assaults on Washington's design remains uncertain. His bloated ballroom would block the line of sight from Congress to the Executive Mansion, destroying L'Enfant's visual metaphor, honoring the founder's emphasis on congressional oversight. Mr. Trump is also planning a massive triumphal arch by Arlington Cemetery, though the precise triumph remains unclear. "Me," he replied, when asked whom the arch was for. It would block the line of sight the Macmillan Commission planned between the Lincoln Memorial and the cemetery, where L'Enfant himself, who died penniless, also now lies. Mr. Trump's greatest contribution, however accidental, has been his work on the reflecting pool, meant to seal its leaky bottom and paint it blue rather than grey. He said he had fixed the pool for 50 to 100 years. Instead, he undercut any image of omnipotence, mixing Washington's message once again and restoring the city to a very human scale. As the new seal peeled away and algae bloomed a bilious green, one could almost hear Twain guffaw alongside the tourists who flock to chuckle at the sight. Even if Mr. Trump succeeds for a time in fixing his previous fix, the pool's underlying failing
The Americas.
Cuba's economy. Starting the engine. Promised reforms could change Cuba radically. Will they go ahead?
Cuba's ruling Communist Party first cracked open the door to private business in the 1990s when it lost the Soviet Union as its patron. Starting in the 2010s, it went further, pushed first by the global financial crisis and then by the COVID-19 pandemic. Will Donald Trump, whose measures have plunged the country into unprecedented hardship, achieve the next and most drastic economic change? In an emergency session on June 18th, Cuba's National Assembly approved a package of 176 reforms. It is the most radical attempt to overhaul the economy since the revolution in 1959. On paper, the measures push the country towards a market economy while preserving the state's control. Cuba is going to implement market socialism Cuban style, says Juan Triana Barros of the University of Havana. Not everyone is sure about that. Fully implemented, the reforms would shrink the areas of the economy from which private businesses are banned, enable them to import and export more freely, and let them attract foreign investment. For the first time, entrepreneurs would be permitted to hire more than 100 employees and own multiple firms. The reforms would also shake up state-owned enterprises. They could be sold or made into commercial ventures with shares and equity stakes and the possibility of bankruptcy. They could set their own prices. In theory, financing for private and public firms would get easier. Private banks would be allowed and the foreign exchange market opened to more players. Some services that were once the pride of the state, such as nursing homes and soup kitchens, will in theory go private. Blanket subsidies provided through the Cuban ration book are to be replaced with direct support for vulnerable individuals. The Prime Minister, Manuel Marrero, said the accumulation of wealth in private hands would no longer be forbidden. If there is no wealth, there is nothing to distribute, he said. Such changes are sorely needed. Decades of mismanagement and America's embargo have hammered the island. Measures enacted since January by Mr. Trump and Marco Rubio, his Cuban-American Secretary of State, are pushing Cuba to the brink. America has put sanctions not just on Gesa, the military conglomerate, but any Cuban or foreign business working with it. They have blocked off fuel. The economy has shrunk by over 20% since 2020. A dollar now buys over 600 pesos on the informal market, making the minimum monthly wage worth only around $5. Officially, inflation hit nearly 16% year-on-year in May. The real rate is certainly higher. Tourism was down by 58% in the first 5 months of the year. Blackouts last around 22 hours a day, even in central Havana. When power comes on, Cubans rush to do what they can while it lasts. Water runs every other day. It is utterly exhausting, says a father of 2. Yet the government's announcements have been met with little enthusiasm, at home or abroad. For one thing, the promised reforms fall short of the huge changes that once shook up China's and Vietnam's hidebound economies. Moreover, many doubt the promises will become reality, or at least not at the speed required. An official at the US State Department dismissed the proposals as superficial smoke signals. The government has promised change many times before, only to later drag its feet. It is a circus, says a former translator in Havana. Even a deeply committed government would find implementing the reform plan tricky. Cuba lacks foreign currency, rule of law and institutional capacity. American sanctions make it almost impossible for Cuba to get foreign capital. Even if America's government issued a license tomorrow for everyone to operate in Cuba, firms could be sued for dealing in expropriated property, says Jospel Ibarra of Greenberg Traurig, a law firm in Miami. Cubans fear any reforms will primarily benefit regime insiders and the already rich. Without a proper social safety net, including reviving the island's once decent systems of education and healthcare, ordinary people might struggle to withstand the hyperinflation that market reforms may bring. The gap between Cuba's haves and have-nots is already plain. On a Saturday afternoon, the pool at the Meliá Habana Hotel is packed with people sipping cocktails as their children swim around. The $15 entry fee is far beyond most Cubans. BMWs are parked outside fancy restaurants where steaks cost $100. For the moment, there is little sign that political change will follow an economic opening. Political prisoners are not being released, despite American requests. On June 20th, Manuel Cuesta Morua, a moderate opposition figure, was seized, roughed up and threatened with being shot, all for supporting a pot-banging protest. These now happen nightly. Mr. Trump and Mr. Rubio also want Cuba to reduce its security ties with China, Russia and Iran. Mr. Trump reckons he can pile more pressure on Cuba before cutting a deal. On June 23rd, the State Department put sanctions on more Geisha-linked bodies, including AUSA, which ran container traffic at Mariel Port. Days later, Geisha sold it to another state-owned company so that supplies may again reach the island. If Cuba's rulers move fast, the reforms may buy the island some breathing room. This is a lot, says Paolo Spadoni of Augusta University. But it is not enough. Mr. Trump is betting that more pain will force deeper change. The regime is betting it can please or outlast him. Ordinary Cubans worry that either way, they will lose out.
The Americas.
Venezuela's earthquakes. Aftershocks. The catastrophe sparks fury at the American-backed regime.
Wooden coffins are being piled up behind the port of La Guaira, a short drive from Caracas, Venezuela's capital. The municipality, once known for its beaches and proximity to the international airport, was among the worst hit by two powerful earthquakes on June 24th. Across the country, more than 59,000 buildings have been badly damaged or have completely collapsed, according to one tally. A week on, specialist rescue teams from at least 27 countries were still racing to save those trapped in the ruins. There have been extraordinary stories. A mother and an 18-day-old baby were rescued after nearly 2 days. A 21-year-old man was saved after 106 hours. But by July 1st, the number of people known to have been killed had reached 2,295, with another 11,267 injured. Reports of over 50,000 missing appear to be exaggerated, mostly based on a crowdsourced website where people could add loved ones' names. Some names appear several times. But the death toll is bound to rise. The UN in Venezuela says it is procuring 10,000 body bags. In Caracas, dozens of buildings were destroyed. All schools are shut until July 5th. Most businesses have closed in mourning. People are lining up to donate food, medical supplies and clothing. The tragedy and the limits of the response to it are causing deep anger, mostly aimed at the regime. Negligence has a terrible cost, says Maria Cristina, a university student, as she queued to donate canned food in the capital. La Guaira residents say they were totally on their own for the first 48 hours after the quakes. They tried to save people with their bare hands. It was all volunteers. The government was no help at all, says one woman. There is widespread criticism of the armed forces. Some military folk have been milling around ruined sites while civilians search for survivors. 4 policemen were caught apparently stealing bags of dollar bills from a ruined building when they were meant to be searching for a 14-year-old. Systemic corruption under the purportedly socialist governments of former President Nicolás Maduro and his predecessor Hugo Chávez have left the services needed to confront a disaster like this hopelessly run down. In Caracas, brave members of a government rescue team were borrowing phones from onlookers to use as torches. Messrs Maduro and Chavez used to have a stock answer to critics that hardships were all the fault of America. But in the new Venezuela, that excuse will not fly. The current interim president, Delcy Rodriguez, is in power thanks to the Trump administration. Following the capture of Mr. Maduro, her boss, by US commandos on January 3rd, the former vice president has been working closely with the Americans. America has eased sanctions. Ms. Rodriguez has reformed rules that discouraged foreigners from investing in oil and mining. Mr. Trump portrays all this as a great strategic success. He has called it sort of like a joint venture. Apart from the earthquake, the people are happy. They're dancing in the streets, he said, preposterously, on June 26th. The earthquakes have imperiled Mr. Trump's narratives. His administration must now decide how far it is prepared to get involved in a large-scale reconstruction effort. The quakes have caused damage and losses between $7.5 billion and $9 billion, equivalent to nearly 8.5% of GDP, said Asdrubal Oliveros, a Venezuelan economist. James Story, a former US ambassador to Venezuela, says America has a duty to help on a large scale, given its overt interference to date. Clearly, Delcy was not an elected president, he says. The actions of the United States put her in power. He recommends a full effort of American assistance to alleviate suffering. The Trump administration has deployed significant resources to the crisis. The warship USS Fort Lauderdale has docked at La Guaira. Some 900 armed forces personnel are said to have joined the rescue effort. US soldiers have repaired a runway at Caracas's international airport, which was damaged in the earthquakes. America's grand plan for Venezuela is supposed to involve 3 stages: stabilization, recovery, and transition. The idea is that stabilization and recovery, both of Venezuela's economy and its battered institutions, can take place while Ms. Rodriguez is interim president. The 3rd stage, transition, requires democratic elections. No timetable has been given for this process, and the earthquakes may provide a reason to slow it down. That would doubtless suit the regime, which is widely loathed. There is every reason to believe that this terrible tragedy will be instrumentalized to keep them from moving to elections any time soon, says Mr. Story. As for the Trump administration, it has hardly shown much urgency in returning Venezuela to democracy. Maria Corina Machado, a Nobel Peace Prize laureate and by far Venezuela's most popular opposition leader, has said she wants to return to her homeland from her base in the United States. Following the earthquakes, she tried to do so by both private and commercial flights. A jet with her on board en route to Curaçao returned to the United States after American authorities asked her to turn back. On June 28th, the Venezuelan regime is also believed to have told an airline in Panama, through which Ms. Machado was travelling, that she should not be allowed to board. She still says her plan is to be in Venezuela soon. That the Trump administration
The Americas.
Agriculture. Pick your poison. The Caribbean has a problem with pesticides.
Teak is alarmingly relaxed about the noxious substances he uses to make sure his watermelons survive. The young farmer in Antigua is whipping up a toxic brew, mixing ingredients as if preparing a rum cocktail. Where did he learn this delicate art? YouTube, he says. He and his cousin go on to drench a 4-acre field with their marvellous medicine. Such scenes are common in the Caribbean. It has become a hotspot for pesticide misuse. The problem is not the total stock of pesticides that the region gets through. Brazil scatters more chemicals in a week than the Caribbean does in a year. Nor is it about toxicity. African countries possess deadlier stockpiles of obsolete or highly hazardous pesticides, or HHPs. The challenge in the Caribbean is the intensity with which these poisons are administered. Caribbean islands dominate use per hectare, says the UN's Food and Agriculture Organization, or FAO. They make up 5 of the world's top 10 users. Hectare for hectare, St. Lucia sprinkles 10 times more than the United States. Trinidad and Tobago uses 30 times as much as Russia. There are some good reasons for this. Heat and humidity stimulate pests and weeds. Hilly terrain makes pesticides less effective. Labour shortages increase the incentive for farmers to weed using chemicals. Small markets limit access to natural alternatives that are used elsewhere, says Jonah Ormond, a regulator in Antigua and Barbuda. The plantation crops left behind by colonials are highly vulnerable to disease, and the European shops that buy them will only take perfect produce. Yet waste and complacency also play a part. Many of the region's farmers are poorly trained. They don't detect pests until they are running amok. Even then, they can't always diagnose what problem they have, says Melvin Medina Navarro of the FAO. So they use the wrong substances at the wrong time in the wrong dose. Governments in the region have been lax about deciding which pesticides farmers should use. Only a few Caribbean countries and dependencies have banned paraquat, a notorious herbicide long prohibited in Brazil, China and the EU. Its main manufacturer is now stopping production amid lawsuits in America claiming links to Parkinson's disease. The costs of all this are large. The Caribbean has high rates of prostate cancer and multiple myeloma, both of which are thought to be made more likely by long-term exposure to pesticides. Easy availability of pesticides contributes to high suicide rates, thinks Gamini Manuwira of the Centre for Pesticide Suicide Prevention in Britain. People use it to kill themselves. Weed killers run into rivers and bays, killing fish and bleaching coral reefs. Empty containers are dumped, harming livestock and wildlife. Treatments are making soil gradually worse by killing off things such as worms and bacteria that nourish it.
The Americas.
China in Latin America. Building their Brazilian dreams. Chinese brands are pouring into Brazil and getting rave reviews.
Fernanda Lima and Rodrigo Hilbert are known as Brazil's favourite couple. She is an attractive television presenter. He is a handsome handyman who hosts home improvement and cooking shows. Their twin boys are models. And now the whole family are brand ambassadors for Geely, a Chinese maker of electric vehicles. A beautiful family like that has real influence here in Brazil, grins Jian Juen Chun of Renault Geely, the firm's Brazilian wing. We only arrived in Brazil last year, so we have to hurry up with the marketing. Chinese brands have become ubiquitous in Brazil. Affluent Brazilians drive cars made by BYD, use phones made by Huawei, watch televisions produced by Hisense, order meals with 99 Food, a delivery app, and shop online at Shopee. In 2025, Chinese companies invested at least $6 billion in Brazil, according to data collected from corporate disclosures by the American Enterprise Institute, a think tank in Washington, and the China-Brazil Business Council. That was more than 10% of all their large overseas investments, and it was more than Chinese companies invested in any other foreign country. Investments in manufacturing have overtaken those in oil and mining. In August, Great Wall Motors, or GWM, started production at a plant formerly owned by Mercedes-Benz. In October, BYD opened a $1 billion factory, its largest outside Asia, on the site of a former Ford plant in northern Brazil. Geely has bought a 26% stake in Renault Brazil, which already has a factory in the south. BYD and GWM were the fastest-growing car brands last year in Brazil, with Chery, another Chinese competitor, following close behind. These companies are spending mountains on marketing. To promote its premium SUVs, Chery hired Bruna Marquezine, an actress and model, at a rumoured cost of 10 million reais, around $2 million. As well as partnering with Lima Hilberts, Geely has sponsored Big Brother Brazil, a reality television show. It was the best investment we have made so far this year, says Mr. Chun. BYD has paid for its cars to feature in 2 primetime soap operas. In one episode, a driver for one of the show's wealthy protagonists buys a BYD for himself, telling viewers, "Electric cars are for everyone, they ain't just for the rich." Lately, these and other Chinese firms have spied a new opportunity to provide massive batteries for power grids. It is hoped that Brazil's first battery auction, scheduled for December, will raise $1.5 billion of investment in cells designed to store surplus power from solar panels and wind turbines and feed data centers. On June 17th, BYD said its next phase of investments in Brazil would be in batteries. Daniel Abdo of Sigma Lithium, Brazil's largest lithium company, says the company's main mine in Araçuaí, in Minas Gerais, has been full of Chinese visitors. Many of them have grid-scale storage in mind. Chinese money is flowing to Brazil in part because European countries and America have been throwing up protectionist barriers, but it also matches China's domestic priorities. In the early 2000s, its firms invested in Latin America to secure natural resources. In the 2010s, they built lots of infrastructure to help export excess steel. Now China is seeking places where it can dominate in high-tech fields. All the attention from our headquarters, all of our resources are being focused on Brazil, says Mateus Benatti of Hisense Brazil. Acílio Hui, the head of public affairs for Huawei Brazil, says that this year Brazil will bring in more revenue for Huawei than any country except China. It helps that the governments of Brazil and China get on. China has been Brazil's largest trading partner since 2009, when it surpassed the United States. On June 25th, the country's finance minister, Dario Durigan, said that for the first time Brazil will borrow in yuan. In April, the administration of Luiz Inácio Lula da Silva was accused of firing a Labour Ministry official for including BYD on a list of employers accused of subjecting workers to slave-like conditions. The government said it was a routine personnel change. In 2024, Brazilian police rescued more than 160 Chinese workers brought in to build BYD's factory in Bahia, who were found living underpaid in squalid quarters. BYD has said it was unaware of the conditions and blamed a subcontractor. It says it has cleaned up its act. Ordinary Brazilians are also warming to China. They increasingly see it as the world's top technological power. Around half of Brazilians think China is leading the world in AI, compared to 39% who think America is ahead, according to a poll by Public First, a consultancy in London. In the past, consumers had reservations about Chinese brands, acknowledges Andy Fung of Huawei Brazil. No more. Many Brazilians are leery of Donald Trump. In May, he and Lula had a friendly meeting in the White House, but days later, Jameson Greer, the United States trade representative, called for tariffs of 25% on many Brazilian exports. Brazilians see Mr. Greer's justification, unfair trade practices, as a cover for protectionism. On June 18th, Mr. Trump told Axios, a news site, that he couldn't care less about Lula. Chinese investors are unfazed by Brazil's general election in October. The private sector is much more important in pushing this relationship forward than anything to do with governments, says Xia Shang of the Getulio Vargas Foundation.
Asia.
Deep connections. The new geography of subsea cables. The AI boom and geopolitics are rewiring Asia's oceans.
The first victory for the young Royal Australian Navy came off the coast of the Cocos Islands, a remote outpost in the Indian Ocean in 1914. The Australian light cruiser HMAS Sydney, responding to a distress signal from the telegraph station on the island, had steamed towards the Cocos. A raiding party from the German warship Emden had begun cutting the telegraph cables that linked Australia to Britain and the world. Sydney's big guns opened fire and sank the Emden, saving the cable. The Cocos station is long gone. Asia and Australia are now mostly connected to Europe by fibre optic cables, which tend to hug the coastline of the Asian continent before heading up the Red Sea. But a combination of the AI boom and geopolitics is encouraging the rerouting of cable traffic across the Indian and Pacific Oceans. This new geography avoids choke points like the Strait of Malacca and contested waters such as the South China Sea, and it is making some small forgotten islands like the Cocos relevant once more. In 2022, the Cocos received their first fibre connection, part of a new cable between Australia and Oman that also boasts a long spur to the Anglo-American military base at Diego Garcia. Then last year, Google said that Christmas Island, another Australian territory far out in the Indian Ocean, would become a hub for a new cable network being built between Australia and the Middle East. Fibre will run from Oman via the Maldives to the island, and then onwards to Australia. Google has talked to local leaders about building a small data centre on Christmas Island itself. Such a network, much less a small island's role in it, would have been unthinkable and unfundable until a recent sea change in how the physical infrastructure of the internet works. The first shift that is remapping Asia's cable routes is a change in who pays for them. Subsea cables are expensive. To defray the cost, for most of the past few decades, big national telecoms firms would form consortia to build them. In 1999, one of the first big fibre optic cables between Europe and Asia to come online, known as CME-WE3, cost $1.3 billion and had 92 consortium partners. Financing and planning a cable among so many firms tended to increase costs and delay laying it. Once it was funded, the number of partners involved pulled the route close to the Asian continent, where the bulk of the customers were located. But the AI boom is scrambling the economics of the subsea cable business and changing its geography. Over the past 10 years, internet giants have begun to finance and build cables single-handedly. That has simplified the fundraising and planning process and cut the lead time for new cable projects. Google invested in its first cable in 2008. It has since funded at least 34 more, 18 of which it owns without partners. Increasingly, firms like Meta, Google, and Microsoft are building cables not to connect population centers, but to connect their data centers. And building them they are. By one estimate, the next 4 years will see an average of $4 billion a year in new cable investment, the bulk of it by so-called hyperscalers seeking to win the AI race. While satellite internet service from firms like Starlink is getting cheaper, it is still orders of magnitude more expensive to beam each gigabyte of data into space than it is to push light down a cable, and is likely to be so for many years. As a result, subsea cables still carry 99% of the world's intercontinental internet traffic. As the subsea cable market consolidates vertically, it is expanding geographically. Unshackled from the need to remain close to population centres, ships are laying subsea cables across the open ocean more than ever before. The new routes have been drawn up partly to avoid geopolitical risk. This is not so much about suspected sabotage of cables, a risk that Mike Constable, an industry veteran, says is overblown. Poor seamanship and natural causes like seismic activity are reckoned to account for virtually all of the around 200 cables cut each year. Rather, it is about avoiding seabed governed either by China or by governments that might seek to extract payment for laying or repairing a cable across a choke point, such as the Indonesian Straits. Geopolitical risk has become particularly acute in the South China Sea, where China has yet to effect full control on the surface, but exercises de facto sovereignty over the seabed. Under international law, states are not supposed to interfere with repairs to cables outside their territorial sea, but repairs to any cables within China's 9-dash line, which it claims as the extent of its waters, stretching over 1,000 kilometers from China's coasts, require approval from officials in Beijing. Cables transiting choke points like the Strait of Malacca run similar risks, says Samuel Bashfield, who studies subsea cables at La Trobe University in Australia. Constantly shifting rules set by littoral countries like Malaysia and Indonesia are designed to extract value from cable operations, through measures like requiring the use of local ships. These can be expensive annoyances. But recent musings by Indonesia's cash-strapped president and finance minister about how the country could make money from its position astride some of the world's great sea lanes suggest that more aggressive measures could be coming. To avoid these risky shoals, more and more internet traffic is simply going around them. New subsea cables laid by hyperscalers run instead from the Middle East through Australia and onwards to Japan and South Korea or America. Google's new Indian Ocean network is one such system. Meta's Project Waterworth is another. In the Pacific, Guam is becoming a cables hub to link American allies in Asia. These new routes are part of an increasingly bifurcated internet infrastructure under the sea. No new cables between America and China have been approved since Barack Obama was in office.
Asia.
Pakistan. A delicate duel. The army chief's battles with an ex-PM.
Pakistan's politics revolves around two men who detest each other, and just as in a good drama their fates are entwined. One is Imran Khan, the swashbuckling all-rounder who led Pakistan to cricketing glory and subsequently went on to become Prime Minister in 2018. Mr. Khan rode to power with the backing of the armed forces, who had, as they periodically do in Pakistan, grown tired of the old ruling parties. But he proved to be an erratic and often alarmingly messianic premier. He upset the military and political establishments so much that he was ousted in 2022 and is now serving a 14-year prison sentence on a trumped-up corruption charge. Behind bars, rather than dealing with tricky neighbours and IMF loans, his popularity has soared. The other is Asim Munir, the steely and scheming army chief. He was fired by Mr. Khan from his role as the country's spy chief in 2019. There were rumours that he had been sniffing around the tax affairs of Mr. Khan's wife. He has had ample opportunity for revenge. Appointed as military chief after Mr. Khan was toppled, he secured his grip on the army, elevating himself to the post of field marshal. He extended its control over government and hobbled Mr. Khan's party, the PTI. It has not been banned, but senior figures have been arrested, and the party has been prevented from taking part fairly in elections. For a man who once operated in the shadows, he seems to be enjoying an increasingly prominent role on the world stage, in particular by helping to broker a ceasefire between America and Iran. At a summit in Switzerland in June, J.D. Vance, America's vice president, gushed that he was one of two very important people in his life, the other being his Indian wife. As Field Marshal Munir plays the statesman, Mr. Khan sits in a 7 by 8 foot cell. In April, he passed 1,000 days in prison. For the past 8 months, he has had little outside contact and just an exercise bike and a few books to keep him occupied. Over tea at the family's lush estate in the hills above Islamabad, Mr. Khan's sister, Alima, accuses the authorities of trying to break her brother's spirit. Meetings and phone calls have been restricted. The family can send him a regular supply of his beloved avocados grown next door. Mr. Khan's eyesight is deteriorating due to a blood clotting condition for which he has had 5 rounds of treatment under close supervision. His family have questioned official statements on his health and requested, so far in vain, that he be seen by his personal physician. The safest bet is that Mr. Khan will stay in prison for as long as Field Marshal Munir is in power. That could be a long stretch, given recent constitutional changes, which mean that the army chief could keep his role for another decade or more. Mr. Khan could still have a hand in his fate, though. His popularity is an awkward problem for a regime that lacks legitimacy. Taking him for hospital tests in the dead of night suggests the government is aware of his appeal. Keeping Mr. Khan locked up may be the safest option for now, but it is not without risks, particularly if his health worsens or public dissatisfaction grows. The government was unpopular even before Pakistan's economy was walloped by the Iran war. Since then, fuel and energy prices have soared. In May, year-on-year inflation reached 11.7%. Last month, the ruling PMLN party lost ground in an election in Gilgit-Baltistan, a northern region. In time, the country's military leaders may feel the need for fresh faces. If you look at Pakistan's history, it is clear that you can't keep an unpopular system in place forever, says Ali Zafar, a PTI senator. Some within Mr. Khan's party believe that they can plot a way back to working alongside the armed forces, but that has caused a rift over strategy. Mr. Khan's family have accused senior PTI figures of complete silence over his ongoing legal cases. Currently, the sworn enemies coming to an agreement is a distant prospect. In fact, although the PTI has been targeted most, figures from more establishment parties say it is becoming harder to criticise the government. The space for opposition is closing, says Miftah Ismail, a former finance minister and member of the broader opposition alliance. Field Marshal Munir is not yet in any mood for compromise. The latest sign of that came last month when courts handed down long sentences to 4 PTI leaders and a high-profile Baloch activist. Mr. Khan, for his part, remains defiant. Perhaps he is playing a long game. He tells his family that 2 hours of exercise a day means he has never been in better shape. The last
Asia.
India. Gutting workfare or improving it? The government faces strong criticism.
India's ruling Bharatiya Janata Party, or BJP, loves a name change, a good acronym and flexing its Hindu credentials. Last December, it combined all 3 to replace the Mahatma Gandhi National Rural Employment Guarantee Act, or MNREGA, with the Viksit Bharat Guarantee for Rozgar and Ajivika Mission, or Grameen, which translates from Hinglish as Developed India Guarantee for Employment and Livelihood Mission, Rural. As an acronym, it is VBG Ramji, a reference to Ram, a revered Hindu god. This was far from a mere rebrand. VBG Ramji, which began officially on July 1st, revamps a scheme that has been a pillar of India's rural development policy since 2005. Combining social protection with public works, it guaranteed 100 days of paid toil to any rural household that demanded it. Plenty did. In 2024 to 2025, some 60 million households were employed on an assortment of projects, from wells and ponds to rural roads. The scheme earned international acclaim for its scale and ambition. The World Bank has called it the world's largest public works program, and the International Labour Organization has recommended that other developing countries copy it. Many, including Bangladesh and South Africa, have done so. The government argues that its new scheme is an improved version of the old one. Workers can now get 125 days of work rather than 100, and they will work on a narrower set of tasks to build productive infrastructure. Many of the previous projects, it argues, were of little real value, but opponents say the scheme is being gutted. The government has essentially removed the legal guarantee of work that made MNREGA so unique, says Nikhil Day, the founder of an advocacy group that helped draft the original act. The issue is how the programme is funded. Under the old law, the central government covered the full wage bill, but the new scheme sets a limited allocation of funds for each state every year. A fixed sum that, once exhausted, leaves the states to cover any further cost. That, says Mr. Day, converts a legal right into a capped scheme with a limited budget. State governments are pushing back. Some may challenge the new law in the Supreme Court. It has also become an international cause. A coalition of global economists, including Thomas Piketty and Joseph Stiglitz, have signed an open letter urging that the new scheme be repealed, calling it a historic error. None of that has swayed the government. Many in the BJP's leadership have long viewed the old scheme with contempt. Soon after coming to power in 2014, Narendra Modi, the Prime Minister, mocked MNREGA as a living monument to the previous Congress government's failures, jibing that it forced Indians into digging holes in the ground. The flaws were real. In many parts of the country, participants were denied the work they were supposedly guaranteed because of a lack of funds or bureaucratic inertia. In such cases, they were entitled to an unemployment allowance, but only around 8% of what was owed between 2019 and 2025 has been paid. Even when work was provided, wages were delayed. Corruption was commonplace. Activists, however, do not believe the new approach will fix any of this. There is little clarity on how wages will be set. Moreover, the new financing structure could force cash-strapped states to ration work. The Munjaga Sangharsh Morcha, an activist coalition, estimates that at the funding levels proposed for this year, several states will be able to provide barely a fifth of the promised 125 days of work. All this risks jeopardizing a program that delivered big benefits, even with all its implementation problems. Since its inception, a plethora of studies have examined the impact of Munjaga and found positive effects. At a minimum, it gave the poor a cushion during economic shocks. Demand for work surged during the pandemic, for example. But it was far more than that. Studies suggest it empowered women and India's lower castes. It also raised private sector pay, as employers were forced to put
Asia.
Ashoka. Control-Alt-Delhi. Why can't India build a decent government website?
Before you read beyond this paragraph, grab a glass of water and 1,000 milligrams of paracetamol. Walk over to your laptop, the supercomputer in your hand is not up to the task, and make yourself comfortable. Now navigate to indianvisaonline.gov.in and see if you can figure out how to apply for a visa. If you succeeded, welcome back and apologies. Several questions are probably fighting for space in your adult brain. Let's take them in turn. The answer to the first is no. The government of India does not hate foreign visitors. Its online services for Indian citizens, railway ticketing, voter registration, income tax filings, are just as hostile. Those are among the better ones. Many are worse. They feature a sadistic mix of pop-ups, moving text, flashing graphics, ministerial portraits, and antique elements like text-based captures, a bot prevention tool that these days only thwarts humans. If a citizen does find the useful section of a site, she encounters obstacles such as broken links or the railway's infuriating 16-character limit for names. Things are no better in the back end. In May, a 19-year-old ethical hacker exposed critical flaws in an important school leavers exam system, causing national uproar. On your second question, it is indeed 2026, and the visa website of a country renowned for its people's IT skills resembles a GeoCities page from 1999. One reason is that India's approach has long been to reproduce paper processes in digital form rather than rethinking them altogether. The concept of UX, jargon coined in 1993 to mean designing things to ease the user's experience, did not enter the official guidelines for government websites until 2023. Another reason is that the National Informatics Centre, the government's in-house technology provider, whose triumphs include the visa website, has little ability to push back on demands from ministries to fill their sites with everything except usable features. For projects beyond NIC's capabilities, officials look to the private sector. A mid-level bureaucrat is usually put in charge of procurement. Most have no technical knowledge. Their solution is to hire the best the market has to offer. They rely on brand name consultants to help design the project and draft requirements. The most ambitious jobs are often executed by the same IT services companies that build products for Western clients. Yet here, too, the result can be lackluster. By expecting outsourcers to do both the thinking and the execution on its behalf, the government puts itself in a vulnerable position, argues Susan Thomas of XKDR, a think tank in Mumbai, in a recent paper. It buys a system, but lacks the internal expertise to understand what it has bought or how to evolve it, turning a strategic asset into a costly, unmanageable liability. Bureaucrats do not need AI to fall victim to cognitive surrender. As for your last question, official sites are unlikely to improve. They may soon offer better UX, but the real problem is institutional design rather than web design. Bureaucracy runs on risk aversion. Officials worried about anti-corruption bodies award contracts to the lowest bidder, despite having the discretion to weigh up other factors. They splurge on top-tier consultants because it gives them cover for their decisions. A bureaucrat who takes a risk and procures a terrific outcome gets no reward. One who does a bad job the correct way pays no penalty. Even the official who botched the school leaving exams was merely transferred to the Agriculture Ministry. India is justly proud of itself for developing Aadhaar, a national biometric ID system that has become the foundation for many other digital services, both public and private. But a huge reason for Aadhaar's success was that it was spearheaded by someone with both technical expertise and authority. Nanda Nilekani, a co-founder of Infosys, an IT services firm, accepted the job on the condition that he had the formal status of a cabinet minister. That let him take calculated risks, think creatively, and hire a bunch of Silicon Valley hotshots, even as he stayed within the rules.
China.
Chinese technology in America. Sunshine policy. Donald Trump is kicking out Chinese firms but keeping their green tech.
In a factory in Dallas, an American flag hangs from the ceiling. Beneath it, 1,200 workers and some state-of-the-art robots churn out 20,000 solar panels a day, a tenth of America's total output. The location has a capacity of 5 gigawatts, meaning it makes enough solar modules each year to power 1 million American homes. Never bet against the United States' engineering and innovation, effuses Russell Gold, an executive at T1 Energy. But the facility was not always so star-spangled. Trina Solar, a Chinese giant, built it in 2024, before selling up just days after it entered operation. All over America, Chinese firms are divesting clean energy assets at fire sale prices. Since 2025, almost $9 billion of Chinese renewables investment in America has been cancelled, paused or sold to local investors, up from none in 2022 and 2023. Some assets have traded at discounts of as much as 40%, says one buyer. The sell-off was triggered by a little-noticed change in America's tax law last year, meant to purge Chinese influence from the clean energy sector. American investors are enjoying a windfall as they snap up assets from industry leaders. Whether these transactions will reduce dependence on China is another matter. America's clean energy sector had been becoming increasingly Chinese, even as relations between the two countries soured. From 2022 to 2024, Chinese firms committed $15.5 billion to green energy projects, 9 times as much as in the previous 4 years. Foreign markets offered Chinese producers respite from brutal, profitless competition at home. America was particularly appealing owing to generous subsidies for battery and solar assets introduced by Joe Biden's administration. They helped drive annual solar module production capacity up by half to 65 gigawatts last year. China-linked producers made up 25 gigawatts of the total. Now all that is at risk. The change in the law was initiated by Donald Trump's One Big Beautiful Bill Act. Since it was passed in July 2025, firms with connections to China have been banned from getting subsidies. One of the affected programs, called Section 45X, reduces a firm's tax bill by 7 cents for every solar module watt and $35 for every battery cell kilowatt hour it makes. For a 5-gigawatt solar manufacturing facility, like the one Trina Solar built in Dallas, the handout could amount to $350 million a year. Rhodium Group, a research firm, says more than half of Chinese clean energy investments since 2022 have been cancelled, paused or delayed. Chinese operators that have already built solar and battery assets have been identified as foreign entities of concern, or FEOC, alongside firms from Iran, North Korea and Russia. Regulators have taken a strict interpretation of the FEOC rule, says Herbert Crowther of Eurasia Group, a consultancy. A Chinese entity can have no more than a 25% stake in a factory. The facility must not rely on licensed Chinese technology, and it must buy less than 50% of the value of its inputs from Chinese suppliers, a figure that will fall to 15% in 2030. The restrictions are a hammer blow to Chinese investors. In a filing to the Shanghai Stock Exchange in April, Boway, a Chinese industrial firm, said that its solar module factory in North Carolina had become unprofitable after the withdrawal of government money. Even for those that can afford to operate without tax credits, competing against subsidized domestic suppliers is a losing battle, as Western firms in China have learned. Uncertainty about whether producers, even after big restructurings, will be able to satisfy American authorities has led some solar installers, banks and insurers to pause doing business with manufacturers out of concern that their tax credits will never arrive. Indeed, American authorities are said to have expected and hoped that Chinese producers would leave the market altogether before introducing the new rules. As a result of the legal changes, billions of dollars in assets, technology and know-how are being transferred to American investors. Corning, an American firm, bought a 2-gigawatt solar module factory in Arizona for an undisclosed sum last year. Boway sold its new 3-gigawatt factory in North Carolina for $254 million in May, 15% less than it cost to build. The assembly lines left by retreating firms are full of Chinese technology intended to assemble Chinese-designed solar panels with Chinese-made inputs. Other firms wanting to keep their foothold in the American market and find ways to hang on to the tax credits are creating joint ventures with local partners, says Mona Dajani of Cooley, a law firm. Joint ventures can improve the competitiveness of local industry by sharing technology, as China showed in the 1990s. This time, however, there will be fewer spillover benefits, since many ventures appear superficial. At least one transaction exists more on paper than on the factory floor. Canadian Solar shifted its American assets from a Chinese subsidiary back to its Canadian parent by, in effect, creating a joint venture with itself. The goal is compliance, not integration, says Ms. Dajani. In part, that is because the activities of Chinese firms abroad are being watched more closely by authorities at home. America has forced sales of high-profile Chinese assets, including TikTok, a video app, and ports on the Panama Canal. New rules to protect China's investments abroad took effect on July 1st. They include clamping down on technology exports. The measures also promise retaliation against discriminatory measures taken by foreign governments. Nancy Sun, a lawyer in Shanghai, says the rules encourage the Chinese company to say no. American clean tech firms worry that merging with a Chinese partner will anger the Trump administration. Chinese firms want to avoid handing their tech to competitors, so many assets are being bought by financial investors, not clean tech manufacturers. Jinko Solar sold 75% of its 2-gigawatt solar facility in Florida to FH Capital, an American investor. There is a marriage of convenience where the US partners get a majority of the financial upside, but the Chinese partner is delivering the operational competency, says Mr. Crowther. Disentangling from Chinese supply chains is difficult in any industry. In clean technology, China is almost inescapable. It makes 95% of the world's polysilicon, the main input to solar panels. Investors the Economist spoke to refused to say where their inputs would now come from. The ability to source scarce non-Chinese materials is a commercial advantage. Others have workarounds to limit their links to China. Trina Solar, for example, sold its intellectual property to a Singaporean firm so that T1 Energy could license it. Mr. Trump's legislation sought to scupper the green energy boom. Instead, it may end up shaping a new generation of American green tech investment. Mr. Gold's firm is building a factory in Austin for solar cells to be used in modules made down the road in Dallas. FH Capital plans to double capacity at its Florida facility and begin making batteries. The industry is rebranding itself as non-woke, trying to divert government hostility to clean energy. In fact, the industry is now invoking America's competition with China in an attempt to extract support from the government. Saudi Arabia was once the largest oil producer.
China.
Security breached. Clear the skies. Authorities hush up a plane crash.
On the evening of June 26th, China's capital suffered a security lapse as unusual as it was embarrassing. A small two-seater plane took off from an airfield on the outskirts of Beijing and crashed into CITIC Tower, the capital's tallest building, a few kilometres from the complex where the Communist Party's leaders live. The pilot, a 66-year-old man, surnamed Liu, died and 13 people were injured. A statement from the authorities said he had mental health problems and suggested he had taken his own life. The small hole made by the plane in the building's side has been covered up. The crash was captured on video from a nearby building, but that dramatic footage and any news of the incident were censored online. Light aircraft have reportedly been grounded across the country. Beijing is one of the most tightly secured cities in the world. Street corners
China.
Chaguan. Not so gloomy. Hong Kong, once a great place to raise and spend money, is halfway back.
The ancient Egyptians were cat people. They prized them not just as pets, but as predators that could keep snakes, rats and other pests in check. They worshipped a cat goddess, revered as the guardian of the home. They also sacrificed cats, wrapping their bodies in linen before burying them as offerings to the divine. So great was the demand for cats to mummify that temples bred them specifically for the purpose. That is one thing you can learn at the Hong Kong Palace Museum, which is exhibiting mummified cats and other shinier treasures from ancient Egypt in a blockbuster show that will end in August. The fun is not confined to the museum. In metro stations around the city, you can pose next to the Pharaoh cat, a cartoonish mascot, and translate your name into hieroglyphs. Chaguan's name includes 2 vultures, a jar stand, and a quail chick. The plan to build the museum was unveiled almost 10 years ago, backed by China's central government to mark the 20th anniversary of Hong Kong's return to the motherland in 1997. Not everyone was grateful. Back then, many Hong Kongers were confident and irascible enough to point out that no one asked them if they wanted the gift. Things are different now. The COVID-19 pandemic, sandwiched between a spate of anti-government protests and a spell of high interest rates, kneecapped Hong Kong's economy. Tough new national security laws also gutted any public opposition to the mainland authorities. Today, the city is eager to win any favours it can get from Beijing. The central government has obliged, bestowing other treasures on the city. It has allowed some big mainland companies to list on Hong Kong's stock market, including CATL, a battery maker, and Zhujing Gold, which mines pharaonic tombfuls of precious metals. For the first time since 2019, Hong Kong last year topped the global charts for initial public offerings by value. And though share prices have since faltered, plenty of firms are still looking to list. Hong Kong is once again a great place to raise money. The city's tighter ties with the rest of China do have one economic downside, the so-called Shenzhen effect. Even as mainland firms flock to Hong Kong to raise money, the city's residents now rush to the mainland to spend it. Shoppers routinely cross the border to nearby Shenzhen on weekends to enjoy the mainland's cheaper prices and scrappier retailers. On June 19th, over 500,000 Hong Kongers raced out of the city rather than staying to enjoy local attractions like the dragon boat competition in Stanley on the beachy south side of Hong Kong Island. This exodus of customers, as well as the incursion of mainland e-commerce firms eager to grab market share, has stymied Hong Kong's retail recovery. Shops, restaurants and hotels employed over 630,000 people in 2018. That number has fallen by 22%. Stanley is one sad example. The picturesque village offers water sports, hiking and historic buildings like Murray House, a colonial barracks dismantled and moved from central Hong Kong. The village's other draw is its market, a jumble of 100 shops, shaded by tarpaulins and corrugated plastic, selling leather-like handbags, Bruce Lee t-shirts, personalised calligraphy and the like. Far removed from Hong Kong's metro system, Stanley used to be a popular weekend destination, especially for expats, but it is a shadow of its former self. The restaurants that once animated Murray House have died, leaving the neoclassical building with a noteworthy past but no obvious future. The market used to be inconveniently crowded. It was a pain, says one resident. These days it is ominously easy to navigate. Some shops have shut. One former wine kiosk now houses a Bitcoin ATM, which swallows banknotes in return for cryptocurrency. Letters to former tenants, including one from the taxman, gather dust behind it. To revive Hong Kong's fortunes, the government is investing in a range of experiences beyond shopping. The Palace Museum is one successful example. Kai Tak Stadium, open in 2025, is another. Able to seat 50,000 people on the site of the city's former airport, it has hosted Idol, an all-female Korean pop group, and will soon stage a friendly pre-season football match between Manchester City and Inter Milan. The number of mainlanders visiting Hong Kong so far by 2026 is up by 16% year-on-year, but still 25% below the peak before the protests of 2019. Stanley, like the ancient Egyptians, is putting its faith in cats. When businesses flagged BC Bay, a local restaurant, it commissioned a mural for the restaurant's iconic yellow building. The artist, known as Leon Lollipop, painted a cat called Gloomy. His cheek rested on an upturned paw in what the artist describes as a pensive pose. It soon became a popular spot for selfies. Anson Lo, a Hong Kong pop star, posted a photo of himself mirroring the pose. His fans flocked to the site. The district office has commissioned more cat and dog murals across the village, painted by Art Dreamers, a local group. The aim was to add some vibrancy to the area, says Sandy Chung, the district officer. Leon Lollipop was not involved, but he thinks the results are lovely. Unfortunately, Gloomy could not save BC Bay, which recently closed, but other businesses hope to benefit from an increase in foot traffic. From July, Hong Kong will allow customers to bring real-life pets to restaurants.
Middle East and Africa.
Urbanisation in Africa. Sprawl for all. The continent's new middle class is putting down roots in the suburbs.
Bunju, on the outskirts of Dar es Salaam, Tanzania's largest city, has many of the hallmarks of a new African suburb. The houses are a mix of finished, half-finished and not yet started. Though the government has yet to pave the roads, firms have already moved in. There is an English language private school, a pet shop, a water park, a gym and a pharmacy. Yet there is still ample evidence of Bunju's recent past as farmland. Piles of bricks squat in patches of maize. Boys climb palm trees to fetch coconuts to what they sell by the main road. Africa, which is already quite urban, is urbanising faster than any other part of the world. By 2050, the number of African megacities, those with at least 10 million people, will rise from 3 to 17, the second most of any continent, forecasts Africapolis, an initiative of the Sahel and West Africa Club, a group affiliated with the OECD, a club mainly of rich countries. Those include Dar es Salaam, whose population will more than double from 6.9 million to 15.6 million. Much of the growth will be beyond current boundaries as the city absorbs once rural areas. These are not suburbs typical of the West. An idiosyncratic African suburbia is taking shape and reshaping the continent. At some point earlier this century, the population of Africa became, for the first time, predominantly urban, according to Africapolis. It classifies any agglomeration of at least 10,000 people as urban. From 2000 to 2025, Africa's urban population soared from 248 million to 829 million, or from 32% to 57% of the total. The UN, using a narrower definition, reckons that 45% of Africans lead urban lives. Some 106 cities have at least 1 million people. To probe how African cities have changed over the past decade, The Economist used World Pop, an open-source provider of spatial and demographic data. We took its estimates for the population density of every square kilometre in Africa, then split the continent into urban cores, at least 1,500 people per square kilometre. Suburban, between 300 and 1,500, and rural areas, fewer than 300. We estimate that the total area of cities with at least 100,000 people grew by 74,000 square kilometres, slightly more than the size of Ireland. Almost three-quarters, 72% of this expanding footprint was suburban growth. When mapping cities' expansion over time, the process resembles an ink blot seeping through paper. We also find that the population of urban cores, up by 44%, and suburbs, up by 41%, grew at similar rates in such cities. In Dar es Salaam, the suburban population has grown by 54% in the past decade, faster than the average rate in suburbs across Africa. Other fast-growing suburbs include those of Dakar, Senegal's capital, Kumasi, Ghana's second city, Hawassa in Ethiopia, and Kano in northern Nigeria. It is on the fringes where the African middle class is being made. One case study is Salisala, an area south of Bunju, assessed by Claire Mercer of the London School of Economics, LSE. She notes in a book, The Suburban Frontier, how it shares some characteristics of rich world suburbs, such as the importance of cars. But whereas western suburbs are typically planned and connected by local municipalities to services before houses are constructed, places like Salisala are part of a self-built suburban frontier. In Dar es Salaam suburbs, plots are bought on a grey market from informal brokers, many of whom speculate on future city growth. Houses go up over many years in fits and starts as cash becomes available. This is typical in sub-Saharan Africa, where the World Bank estimates that just 5% of adults have taken out a mortgage in the past year, many in South Africa. African cities are set to expand ever farther outward. A forthcoming World Bank report projects that from 2025 to 2050, the physical area of cities in sub-Saharan Africa will grow by 90%, slightly faster than the expected 85% growth of their populations. This may be an underestimate. Urban scholars use a rule of thumb based on historical trends in developing countries that when a city's population doubles, the area it occupies triples. Over the next 25 years, urban Africa will more or less double its footprint, adding 275,000 square kilometres, according to Africapolis, the equivalent of more than 4,000 Manhattans, or almost 400 Singapores. Thousands of new towns and cities will pop up. Many will be like tiny stars in galaxies of mega agglomerations such as Dar es Salaam, Lagos and Nairobi. This should be a boon for Africa. Bigger cities means bigger markets, a greater density of talent and broader tax bases. Yet the correlation between urbanization and GDP per person is weaker in Africa than in Asia, argues Kurt Lockhart of the Africa Urban Lab, AUL, a group at the African School of Economics in Tanzania. Africa is urbanizing while still poorer than other places were when they did so. When 40% of Africa's population became urban, its average output per person was $1,500. The corresponding figure for Latin America was $2,500 and for East Asia, $5,400. Poverty is a cause and an effect of Africa's suboptimal urbanization. From 2014 to 2020, African governments spent just $27 per person on infrastructure. The effects can be seen in the congestion-clogging African cities. In Manhattan and London, about a quarter of the land is given over to roads. In Dakar, Accra and Nairobi, it is roughly 1/8. It does not help that African cities often get round to providing services only after areas are populated. Retrofitting settlements to provide them with infrastructure is 3 times pricier than putting it there beforehand, says the International Growth Centre based at the LSE. It is even harder when cities grow so big that they span different local government units. Bamako, the capital of Mali, today covers 12 administrative jurisdictions. Onerous regulations and uncertain tenure reduce housing supply, pushing up costs. The UN reckons Africa lacks 120 million houses. It notes that more than half of households that pay rent in sub-Saharan Africa spend at least 30% of their income on it, more than in any other region. Africa, in other words, is not taking full advantage of what cities can give. Better urban planning would help. But Africa has an average of 1 urban planner per 100,000 people, a 20th of the ratio in the OECD. Many complex donor-funded spatial plans are never implemented. The challenge is to find a sweet spot between no planning and over-planning. Patrick Lampson-Hall, who leads the Urban Expansion Programme at AUL, says that African cities that work are doing what American and European cities did in the 19th century, predicting growth, providing a basic framework, arterial roads and housing plots, and letting the city grow organically. The use of basic plans in Ethiopian cities has been shown to raise the average income of residents relative to control groups in unplanned cities. Kenya, Mozambique, Rwanda, Somaliland and Uganda are implementing similar urban expansion planning. Bunjutu is an example of such a rudimentarily planned suburb.
Middle East and Africa.
Internet in Africa. Looking for a connection. Frustrated Africans are turning to satellite terminals to get online.
Ekiti, a state in southwestern Nigeria, is named after the Yoruba word for hill. In the 19th century, its rocky terrain was useful for self-defense. It is less ideal for 21st century commerce, as Akin Oyebode has found. The state commissioner wants to boost the economy of Ekiti, but that goal is being hampered by terrible network connections. Connecting mobile towers or getting fibre cables up the hills from the landing point 250 kilometres away in Lagos, the commercial capital, is expensive, and he has struggled to persuade internet providers to bring more of their infrastructure closer. But recently the government's connection, at least, has improved thanks to Starlink, the satellite internet service provided by Elon Musk's SpaceX. Mr. Oyebode is not alone. Maddened by poor connections, more governments and rich Africans are turning to satellite terminals. For now, it is an expensive stopgap, but in the coming years it could boost connectivity both by providing internet to more Africans and by spurring broadband providers to improve. Africa's internet infrastructure is not fit for purpose. During a communications boom in the early 2000s, the continent eschewed fixed-line internet for cheaper mobile broadband. Today, more than 400 million Africans, the bulk of the continent's users, gain access to the internet this way. But the technology has not kept pace with the rapid increase in data demand from streaming and AI-powered applications. Even in big cities like Lagos and Nairobi, Kenya's capital, WhatsApp video calls can be glitchy. And things will get worse. Traffic is expected to at least triple by 2030. Cabled fibre internet, which has much higher capacity, is used by less than 1% of Africans and is being expanded too slowly. Nigeria alone has a shortage of 90,000 kilometres of fibre optic network, says Bosun Tijani, the Digital Economy Minister. Africa as a whole is probably short by hundreds of thousands. All this made the continent fertile ground for Starlink when SpaceX started the service there in 2023. Starlink relies on satellites, not cables or mobile phone towers. It is useful for programmers trying to supplement the patchy network in a co-working space in a city and for aid workers in far-flung areas with no cables. Starlink is most active in Nigeria, where it first launched, and Zimbabwe. But it offers its services in 27 African countries, and it is likely to have 1 million customers on the continent by early next year, says TMF Associates, a satellite industry analysis firm. Today, some 12 million people subscribe globally, according to SpaceX. Starlink will not fix everything. It is much pricier than mobile internet and often costs more than even fibre broadband. The service, like existing providers, can struggle to meet rising demand. After launching in Kenya, it could not cope with the pace of sign-ups in Nairobi, so halted new subscriptions for 7 months to maintain connection quality. In Ekiti's fortress capital, says Mr. Oyebode, the weather can mess up the signal. You need a backup in those heavy months of rain. Starlink's most important role is therefore to spur competition in a complacent industry. When Starlink came in, data prices went down. That is a welcome change. says Babacar Sek, a tech investor. MTN Nigeria, the biggest subsidiary of Africa's biggest telecoms provider, raked in $723 million in profits last year, 21% of its revenue. Fears of losing its most lucrative customers to Starlink may prompt it to invest more to serve them better. Starlink does have competitors, though none can yet match its speed or capacity. OneWeb, run by Eutelsat, a French firm, does not sell to consumers, but helps telecom firms provide mobile internet.
Middle East and Africa.
Press freedom in Uganda. Under siege. The volatile army chief takes on East Africa's most influential media group.
Like a digital bugle, the post went out. Then the troops rushed in. Just before midnight on June 27th, Muhoozi Kainerugaba, Uganda's army chief, announced on social media that he had decided to close the Daily Monitor, a newspaper, and NTV, a broadcaster. Shortly afterwards, soldiers descended on the two outlets, blocking entry to staff and placing the offices under what the Monitor described as military siege. "I do not believe in a free press," General Kainerugaba posted, superfluously. No legal charges have been brought against either the Monitor or NTV, but as The Economist was published, their offices were still occupied by soldiers. General Kainerugaba initially said that the outlets, both owned by the Nation Media Group, or NMG, a Kenya-based media conglomerate, would be closed for good. He later suggested that he would let them reopen if they changed their behaviour. On July 1st, General Kainerugaba met Rostam Azizi, NMG's owner. A pro-government newspaper wrote that they discussed what the government deems biased and malicious reporting by NMG's Ugandan subsidiaries. Negotiations are continuing, according to the general. The results will be submitted to Yoweri Museveni, Uganda's president, for final approval. There, perhaps, lies the rub. General Kainerugaba is Museveni's son. Having ruled Uganda since 1986, Mr. Museveni is growing old. As the father's vigour wanes, his son is aggressively positioning himself as his successor. In May, General Kainerugaba had Uganda's Speaker of Parliament, one of his most powerful rivals, removed from office and placed under house arrest. In June, his troops abducted the former mayor of Kampala, Uganda's capital. The army chief boasted that he had taken his captive to the basement. Perhaps the despotic behaviour is a sign that the general feels sure of his position as heir apparent, or perhaps it is the opposite.
Middle East and Africa.
Power struggles in the Middle East. Rivals. Turkey and Israel are natural allies, and yet they are increasingly at odds.
Turkish and Israeli officials have been hurling threats and insults at one another for years. The war of words has grown more acrimonious since the start of Israel's war in Gaza in 2023, but it seems to be getting out of control. Israeli politicians speak of Turkey in the same breath as Iran. On June 23rd, an Israeli minister claimed that Turkey, along with Syria, had replaced Iran as the biggest danger to his country. Israel upped the ante on June 28th by recognizing the genocide of the Armenian people carried out by the Ottomans in 1915. Turkey does not recognize the deaths as a war crime, let alone a genocide. Recep Tayyip Erdogan, the Turkish president, has accused Israel of genocide too, but in Gaza. He recently claimed that Israel's bombing campaigns in Syria and Lebanon posed a threat to Turkey. In early June, his interior minister said he hoped to become the governor of Jerusalem once the city came under Turkish control. The Ottoman Empire ruled Jerusalem and Palestine for 4 centuries until 1917. Much of this is posturing for domestic audiences. Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, who faces voters in October, wants to sustain the narrative of an Israel besieged and thus the need for a strong leader, i.e. him. Mr. Erdogan, who may bring forward Turkey's election due in 2028, needs a bogeyman to distract from inflation at 30% and high interest rates. But both sides fear being encircled by the other. Israel points to Turkey's oversized footprint in Syria and its budding military alliances with Egypt, Pakistan and Saudi Arabia. Turkey stresses Israel's wars in Gaza, Iran and Lebanon and its cooperation with Kurdish insurgents. Turkish policymakers consider Israel an impediment to every single file in the Middle East they're involved in, says Aslı Aydın Taşbaş of the Brookings Institution, an American think tank. For now, the risk of confrontation is remote, but it is no longer negligible. Israel's war in Iran is only the most recent cause for alarm for Turkey. It has long opposed interventions there, fearing the prospect of Iranian state collapse, a new refugee crisis on its borders, and disruptions to trade and energy flows. But it also worries that the Iranian regime, with which it has most cordial relations, might be replaced by one friendly to Israel. Turkey also chafes at Israeli support for Kurdish armed groups in Syria, Iran and Iraq. American and Israeli plans to involve Kurdish fighters in the war confirmed Turkey's worst fears. A personal intervention by Mr. Erdogan is said to have helped convince Donald Trump to shelve the idea. Israel's expanding cooperation with Greece and Cyprus, designed to check Turkey's influence in the eastern Mediterranean, is another source of friction. The 3 countries have stepped up intelligence sharing, as well as naval and air exercises, and discussed plans to protect offshore energy infrastructure. In recent years, Israel agreed to provide Greece with precision rocket artillery launchers and Cyprus with air defense systems. Turkey, meanwhile, is doubling down on its claims to disputed waters in the Mediterranean and to the gas fields beneath. Israel has long been aggrieved by Turkey's support for Hamas, the Islamists behind the October 7th attacks. But recently it has been more worried by its role in Syria. Ahmed al-Sharar's movement took over a country devastated by war. Still weak, his government has sought to placate Israel, its aggressive neighbour. Many Israeli officials, however, consider the country a ticking time bomb, controlled by Turkey's leaders, who, they believe, have undue influence over the regime led by Mr. Sharar, a former al-Qaeda commander. Tensions over Syria have subsided since 2025, but the potential for conflict remains. The countries have rival spheres of influence there. Turkey has troops in the north, Israel in the south, but their objectives remain incompatible. Turkey wants a strong Syrian state, Israel a weak one. Israel has carried out hundreds of strikes against Syrian military targets, including air bases slated to be transferred to Turkey. Regular communication between their intelligence agencies and armed forces has so far prevented Turkish and Israeli troops from ending up in each other's crosshairs. The war in Iran has strengthened Turkey's hand. The country cemented its role as a broker between America and Iran, improved its standing inside NATO, and managed to remain on good terms with Mr. Trump, despite refusing to back his war. To hedge against potential threats from either Iran or Israel, Turkey has also continued to draw closer to other regional powers, especially through defence cooperation. Talks on a regional security pact, which Turkey wants to conclude with the Egyptians, Pakistanis and Saudis, have picked up steam over the past year. Israel, meanwhile, has failed to achieve its aims in Iran. Mr. Netanyahu resents Mr. Trump's bromance with Mr. Erdogan and America's readiness to work with Turkey elsewhere in the region, particularly Syria. Mr. Trump's repeated suggestions that the Syrian government take on Hezbollah is being seen by Israel as letting Turkey, Mr. Sharar's patron, in through the back door. This has irked the Israeli Prime Minister. Aides to Mr. Netanyahu say few things anger him more than to hear Mr. Trump credit Turkey's president with felling the Assad regime. Mr. Netanyahu insists that Israel's battering of Hezbollah opened the way for Syria's revolution. Israel is also alarmed by Turkey's renewed attempts to secure the F-35 stealth fighters it ordered from America a decade ago. In the Middle East, only Israel possesses F-35s. America blocked the sale in 2019 after Turkey bought an S-400 air defense system from Russia. But Mr. Trump has suggested he may reverse the decision. On June 24th, he said America was reviewing the issue. "I'm going to probably do something that's going to make him very happy," he said of Mr. Erdogan. Some analysts believe the F-35s explain Israel's latest broadsides and that Mr. Netanyahu's intended audience is Congress. The Israelis know that Trump is getting ready for an F-35 breakthrough, says Sona Chaptai of the Washington Institute for Near East Policy, an American outfit, and they want to kill it preemptively. Neither side has burned its bridges with the other entirely. Turkey maintains an embassy in Tel Aviv and Israel one in Ankara, although both recalled their ambassadors in 2023. Despite a trade embargo Mr. Erdogan announced 2 years ago, Turkish exports continue to reach Israel by way of other countries or the Palestinian Authority. Oil from Azerbaijan and northern Iraq still arrives in Israel through Ceyhan, a Turkish port. Turkey and Israel may be able to bury the hatchet once the Netanyahu and Erdogan eras are over. Turkish and Israeli officials like to say that the two countries, as Western-aligned non-Arab powers in the Middle East, have too much in common to remain at loggerheads. In the 1990s, Turkey was Israel's most valuable regional partner. But the angst goes beyond their current leaders. Israel sees Hakan Fidan, the Turkish foreign minister and a former spy chief who may succeed.
Middle East and Africa.
The two Middle Easts. Hope versus reality. Recent attacks underscore the limits of diplomacy between Iran and America.
Two parallel Middle Easts exist. One is a hopeful realm of diplomacy. America and Iran are planning talks to implement the Memorandum of Understanding, or MOU, signed on June 17th. J.D. Vance, America's vice president, is eager to set up a hotline whereby the Pentagon can talk to the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, or IRGC, the regime's elite defenders. Meanwhile, Israel and Lebanon have signed their first formal diplomatic agreement in 43 years, which commits them to work towards a lasting peace. Then there is the real world. Iran is still attacking commercial ships in the Strait of Hormuz and trading fire with America and its allies. Israel is still bombing Lebanon despite a nominal ceasefire and occupying the south. Hezbollah, Iran's Lebanese proxy, is threatening a new civil war. For now, these two regions uneasily coexist. There will be both more jaw-jaw and more war-war. but recent days underscore how little progress diplomacy has made. The latest dust-up between America and Iran began on June 25th, when the IRGC attacked a Singapore-flagged container ship, the Ever Lovely, as it exited the Strait of Hormuz. The next day, America bombed military targets in southern Iran, which over the weekend then fired missiles and drones at Bahrain and Kuwait. On June 28th, the Americans signalled that the fighting was over and that vessels could move freely through the strait. The first part of the American claim is probably true. The tit-for-tat strikes were limited in size and scope, a violation of the ceasefire, yes, but a modest one. The second looks more dubious. With the usual shipping lanes through Hormuz blocked by mines, vessels must take one of two alternative routes. Iran demands that they use the Northern Passage through its territorial waters, which requires coordination with the IRGC. Last week, however, Oman and the International Maritime Organization, a UN agency, started an effort to evacuate some 600 stranded vessels from the Persian Gulf that also uses the southern route, which goes through Omani waters. Though the MOU called for Hormuz to reopen within 30 days, Iran is bent on keeping its chokehold. The southern route threatens that control, hence the attack on the Ever Lovely, which was using it. A hotline would not have prevented conflict. There is little to discuss when America and Iran have incompatible goals in Hormuz. Oil markets shrugged off the incident, but traffic through Hormuz has dropped. At least 62 ships transited the day before the attack on the Ever Lovely, according to Windward, a shipping analytics firm. That number fell to 42 on June 30th, and most used the northern route. While this was happening, Israel and Lebanon announced their deal on June 26th. On paper, it looks ambitious. It commits the Lebanese government to disarm Hezbollah. If it does, the Israeli army will conduct phased withdrawals from territory it occupies in southern Lebanon. It also seems at odds with the MOU, which at least in Iran's reading calls for a ceasefire and a full Israeli pullout. America insists it does not, and the language is vague enough to support both claims. Seen from Jerusalem, the deal solves three immediate problems. First, it separates the two wars. Israel's actions in Lebanon will be governed by this agreement, not the MOU. Second, withdrawing some troops would ease the strain on the Israeli army. Third, it helps Benjamin Netanyahu, the Prime Minister, who faces a tough election this autumn. The accord does not specify a deadline for Israeli withdrawal. The process will probably take years. Mr. Netanyahu can tell voters that Israel will maintain its presence in Lebanon for now. The deal is far more controversial in Lebanon. Critics say the lack of a timetable means it may wind up legitimizing another long Israeli occupation. It also bars the Lebanese government from hostile or adverse actions against Israel at the UN or other international bodies, a remarkable concession from a sovereign state. Israel is similarly constrained. Supporters argue that direct talks with Israel are overdue and that the alternative is to let Iran intercede on behalf of a militia, also an infringement of Lebanese sovereignty. Almost everyone is sceptical that the agreement will be implemented in full. This is hardly the first time conflict between Israel and Hezbollah has led to talk of disarming the militia. After the deal was signed, Hassan Fadlallah, a Hezbollah MP, warned that Lebanon's government could not enforce it unless they go, with American support, to civil war. Such threats resonate in a country that endured a ruinous sectarian conflict from 1975 until 1990. All this may set back talks between America and Iran that are meant to reach a comprehensive nuclear deal
Europe.
France's populist right. Meeting Jordan Bardella. The 30-year-old could be president if Marine Le Pen is banned. Who is he?
The Rue Gabriel Péry in Saint-Denis is typical of a northern Paris suburb. Skinned lamb's heads are lined up in the butcher's window. T-shirts in a wire basket go for €2, that's $2.30, at a discount shop. Bootleggers flog contraband cigarettes on the pavement. Here, in an 8-storey housing estate in the capital's most populous banlieue, Jordan Bardella grew up. The 30-year-old's journey from shy, pale-faced teenager to head of the populist right National Rally, or RN, is remarkable. On July 7th, it could take a further twist. Marine Le Pen, his mentor, will learn whether an appeals court upholds her ban on running for office over misuse of European funds. If so, next April Mr. Bardella will be the RN's candidate for the French presidency. I was in no way destined to end up where I am today, reflects Mr. Bardella over coffee at the European Parliament, where he is an RN deputy. That the thought might have crossed his teenage mind, he says, is impossible. By his own admission, very shy at that age, he spent hours in his bedroom playing Call of Duty or FIFA. He did not attend any of the schools that groom the French elite and dropped out of university. In Parisian circles among peers called Charles or Arthur, Mr. Bardella was taunted, he says, over his working-class name. I may have grown up 10 minutes from the edge of Paris, but it was a different world. Mr. Bardella's propulsion up the RN ranks is dizzying. He was a party member at 16, local hack at 18, head of the party's list at European Parliament elections at 23, and elected RN president at 27. It was Ms. Le Pen, the daughter of the party's co-founder, Jean-Marie Le Pen, who made him her protégé, and promoted him improbably young. Today, Mr. Bardella is a celebrity. He even dates an Italian princess of the Bourbon II Sicily's ex-royal house. Polls suggest that if he were the candidate, as the two leaders have agreed, if Miss Le Pen's ban is upheld, he would lead first-round voting by a crushing margin and could possibly win the runoff. In some ways, Mr. Bardella's appeal for the party is evident. He is the smooth face of a once anti-Semitic pariah party on a quest for respectability. Crucially, he does not carry the Le Pen name. Helpfully, he comes from Le 93, France's poorest postcode. He is a slick performer who punctuates sentences with a smile and prepares every appearance very, very, very methodically, says Alexandre Loubet, a friend and RN deputy. With over 2 million followers on TikTok, Mr. Bardella is as popular among teenagers as among pensioners. Since taking over the party, Mr. Bardella has been laying out his vision, a MAGA-like anti-immigrant, green skeptic, anti-woke nationalism based on France First principles. European diplomats who have met him are relieved that he calls Russia a multidimensional threat and would keep French armed forces in NATO operations. But he is firmly against Ukraine joining the EU and wants in time to pull France out of NATO's integrated military command. German officials were cautiously reassured by his recent hint at cooperation with Berlin, notably on migration. Yet Mr. Bardella's ambition to remake the EU into a union of nations involves policies such as securing a big cut to France's contribution to the joint budget, which would lead to a full-on collision with Germany. France could join the resistors blocking the union's projects. Mr. Bardella describes his relationship with Ms. Le Pen as very close. He still deferentially uses the formal vous form to address her, while she uses the informal tu with him. But he declares it's not a relationship of tutelage. He has begun to sound a divergent note. Ms. Le Pen wants to lower the pension age. He is less sure. She espouses left-leaning statism that goes down well in the northeastern Rust Belt. He wants to win over bourgeois right-wing voters too, and has reached out to business chiefs with a pro-enterprise message. What, if anything, does this self-professed pragmatist really believe? He is well rehearsed on matters from fiscal to energy policy. He sounds more animated when denouncing what he sees as France's unfair deal in a German-dominated Europe. What really fires him up is immigration. Our continent will no longer be the continent of Europeans if we do not put an end to the flood of migration, he told nationalist friends in Poland recently. Mr. Bardella wants to end birthright citizenship and cut benefits for immigrants. In June, he drew condemnation for linking street violence among fans after PSG, the capital's dominant football club, won the European Champions League to France's inability to control immigration. Behind this nativism seems to be an intolerance for those who fail to behave like his parents. Mr. Bardella's mother, Louisa, was born in Turin. His father's Italian father, who married a French Algerian, also migrated in the 1960s. This was a generation that did everything to become French, to learn the language, respect the country that welcomed them. An effort that, he deplores, is no longer required today. Mr. Bardella describes Saint-Denis, where his mother still lives, as a place of drug trafficking, crime, squalor, and the loss of our values and identity. His compelling personal story glosses over inconvenient details. His father, who divorced his mother when Mr. Bardella was tiny, ran a small drinks distribution business and bought his teenage son a car. The kid from the estate was taken out of the public system early and sent to a Catholic school in Saint-Denis. But it makes for good populist politics. He wants to ensure, he says, that the country doesn't resemble the neighbourhood I grew up in. These days, Mr. Bardella spends more time in Paris boardrooms and embassies or at the Monaco Grand Prix, where he was spotted in the VIP stand with his new companion, than on the streets of Saint-Denis. His courtship of the elite carries a risk that he loses credibility with the anti-establishment base. Kevin Pfeffer, an RN deputy and friend, argues that his fairy tale romance makes everyone dream. Indeed, he would not be the first populist to live an elite lifestyle, but the revolutionary French may be less forgiving than most, and Mr. Bardella, who controls his image meticulously, he folds his crisp identikit white shirts round paper interlays inside his suitcase, should know this. When the verdict comes, there will be tensions. If the court shortens Ms. Le Pen's sentence and
Europe.
America and the Balkans. All about gas. America is using LNG to sideline the EU.
The Croatian island of Kirk is bereft of vowels but rich in beaches. Holidaymakers flying in might notice what looks like a ship at anchor. In fact, it is a floating liquefied natural gas or LNG terminal. Since its completion in 2021, it has become a crucial European node for importing LNG, mostly from America. It is also part of the reason why American and European aims in the region are increasingly at odds. In the 6 Western Balkan countries that are not members of the European Union, America is shoving the EU out of the way. At a meeting in April in Dubrovnik of EU members from the Adriatic, Baltic and Black Sea regions, America was represented by Chris Wright, its energy secretary. Mr. Wright touted a Trump peace pipelines framework to help Central and Eastern Europe replace Russia's gas with America's. Croatia signed an agreement to connect Kirk to Bosnia, which gets its gas from Russia. Also in April, an American company signed a $6 billion LNG deal with Albania. America is seeking, as its national security strategy of November 2025 said, to restore energy dominance and roll back European climate policies. Western Balkan countries currently use little gas, and the EU wants to phase out its use of the fuel. Europeans fear that replacing Russian with American gas will make it harder for them to align their energy legislation with that of the EU, which they seek to join. The American push is likely to benefit associates of Donald Trump, says Ivan Brodic, editor of Energy Press, a Croatian news site. The gas link between Bosnia and Croatia, for example, had been discussed for years, but the country's politicians, divided between Bosniaks, Muslims, Croats and Serbs, could not agree on it. In April, though, the Bosnians suddenly named an American company with no previous experience in gas as the main investor. Its directors include a former lawyer for Mr. Trump and the brother of Michael Flynn, his ex-national security advisor. Mr. Flynn is a lobbyist for Milorad Dodik, the pro-Russian de facto leader of the Serbian half of Bosnia. Mr. Dodik is already benefiting. In May, Christian Schmidt, the High Representative in Bosnia, an international overseer created under the country's 1995 peace settlement, said he was resigning under American pressure. He had objected to the no-tender award of the gas contract, which contravenes EU rules. American policy in Bosnia, says Adi Cherimagic, an analyst, is now driven by these investors and by these investments. In Serbia, Gazprom, Russia's state gas firm, long held a controlling interest in NIS, the biggest oil and
Europe.
Ukraine's drone war. Theatre of operations. Volodymyr Zelensky's 40-day surge is partly propaganda, partly real.
To a Slavic ear, 40 days is no accidental deadline. In Russia, as in Ukraine, the 40th day after death is when the soul departs. So when Volodymyr Zelensky took to social media on June 25th to announce a new drone surge to compel Russia to negotiate for peace, he seemed to be telling Vladimir Putin he was already finished. With blunt messages like these, the Ukrainian president has lately been beating Mr. Putin in the war of words. The military balance is less clear-cut than the rhetoric. But Mr. Zelensky's threats are not idle. Ukraine is bombing refineries in Russia, forcing petrol rationing in over a dozen regions. Strikes on roads, bridges, railways and ferries into Crimea are starving the Russian-annexed peninsula, home to a massive military grouping, of the means to function. Ukraine's mid-range drone operation has become the war's defining trend this summer. Plans for a campaign attacking Russian logistics between 20 kilometres and 200 kilometres behind the front line have been in development since early 2025, but it came into being only in the second half of May, once Ukraine developed the units, doctrine and types and numbers of drones required. Elon Musk's agreement to end Russian forces' Starlink satellite access opened new opportunities. The moment we realised we had a chance was when we saw just how many air defence systems we were destroying, says Major Yevhen Karas, commander of the 413th Unmanned Systems Regiment. Major Karas, who played a key role in planning the operation, describes a recent mission above Crimea when his drones flew for over 2 hours without being intercepted. In the past 3 months, Ukraine's forces have destroyed over 70 air defence systems, more than many countries possess in total, and inflicted losses that will take Russia years to replace. Ukraine is increasingly squeezing the supply routes into Crimea, A new generation of drones, some semi-automated, stalk patrol tankers and military vehicles on highways such as the R-280 from Mariupol to Crimea. According to Ukraine, freight traffic on that road has fallen by 71% this year. But Crimea is not yet isolated. Those involved say that it is months away, if at all possible. Think of it as a plan for defense rather than victory, says Dmytro Platenchuk, a Ukrainian Navy spokesman. The main aim, he says, is to make it hard for Russia's huge Crimean military grouping to operate. A Ukrainian intelligence source says the Russians have weeks of fuel reserves. They have problems, the source says, but it isn't yet decisive. In Donbass, meanwhile, things are no walk in the park. Its hilly terrain limits drone operations. A dense web of roads links Russian troops to supply hubs in Russia. The rate of the Russian advance may have slowed, but infiltration by small groups continues. Pressure is building on Ukraine's fortress belt in Donbass. There is fierce fighting in Kostiantynivka and near Kramatorsk and Slovansk. A commander of an elite special forces unit says Russia retains a marked advantage in men and munitions. I see no sign of the enemy collapsing, he says. Ukraine's general staff puts Russia's Ukraine grouping at 721,300, a drop of only 3,000 since the start of the year. Russia is outshelling Ukraine 2-1 and sends up to 90 missiles and 300 guided bombs a day, weapons Ukraine mostly lacks. Mr. Zelensky's 40-day deadline is best understood as political theatre. Officials close to the presidential office suggest it is designed to dovetail with the next possible moment for negotiation. Talks are expected to move from back channels in August when Russia's high command, i.e. Mr. Putin, decides whether to commit to an autumn-winter campaign. Ukraine hopes that pressure on Crimea could push Mr. Putin into serious negotiations. Failure to force a reckoning in August will let the war slide into winter, with a renewed Russian campaign to destroy Ukraine's energy grid. The pendulum may again swing away from Ukraine. The 40-day deadline, says a source involved in the Crimean drone operation, changes little on the ground. But it is a crucial instrument in the cognitive war. Ukraine's fake-it-till-you-make-it approach is well designed to buck up Ukrainians and to persuade an American president looking for winners.
Europe.
German politics. Better late than never. Germany's quarrelsome government may be starting to get its act together.
They had cleared their diaries for 3 days, but in the end it took just 8 hours. Late on July 1st, the leaders of Germany's ruling parties finalised a 34-point programme for growth and employment, designed to lift the country's sagging spirits, covering everything from reforms to the ailing public pension system to liberalisation of Sunday trading laws. The package alone is unlikely to zap life into a rapidly deindustrialising economy that has barely grown since 2019. In some respects, it disappoints. But since Friedrich Merz, the Chancellor, formed his centrist coalition just over a year ago, it has overpromised, underdelivered, and squabbled endlessly. Some thought it might not survive. Now it has shown itself capable of comprehensive action. The sighs of relief were audible over Berlin. We want to get Germany back on track, and it is now clear that this is possible, said Mr. Merz on July 2nd. The parties backed a raft of measures to snip back the red tape that bedevils German business, including what Mr. Merz called the bureaucratic monster of data protection rules. They promised to back EU proposals to tackle subsidised Chinese exports. They also vowed to pass a law to forestall a plan by Die Linke, a hard left party, to expropriate corporate landlords should it take power in Berlin in an election in September. The trickiest debate was over how to fulfill a promise of tax relief for Germany's low and middle income earners. Around €10 billion, that's $11 billion, has been found, funded in part by the grudging acquiescence of Mr. Merz's Conservative Christian Democrats, or CDU, to raise taxes on those with incomes above €250,000, probably only around 150,000 people. Lars Klingbeil, finance minister and leader of the Social Democrats, or SPD, the junior coalition partner, had hoped for more. But the CDU and its Bavarian sister party, the Christian Social Union, refused to raise taxes more broadly, or to take a scythe to Germany's range of tax breaks and subsidies. The parties also agreed to allow firms to hire workers on fixed-term contracts for longer and to raise the bar for taking sick days. Germany has one of the highest such absentee rates among its peers. These measures, says Annika von Mutius, CEO of Empion, an AI startup, are welcome and overdue, though she laments the lack of reforms to Germany's stringent hiring and firing rules. After months of false starts, there is a sense of momentum in Berlin. Next week, Parliament will tackle reforms to the wildly inefficient healthcare system that should save €19 billion next year. The cabinet is due soon to agree on changes to Germany's long-term care insurance system. Most importantly, the coalition agreed to implement in full the recommendations of a pension commission, which reported last week. In Germany's rapidly ageing society, these social security costs threatened to spiral out of control. Tackling them was an urgent priority for employers. What explains the change? One figure close to Mr. Merz credits two factors: the concentration of minds engendered by surging support for the right-wing populist Alternative for Germany, or AfD, now leading in polls, and a wise decision to outsource debates on the trickiest topics to experts whose reports politicians could not credibly reject. Notably, the coalition parties immediately backed the proposals of the Pension Commission, which include gradually lifting the retirement age to 70 and having state pension funds invest in private markets. The parties themselves would not have been capable of negotiating such an ambitious deal, say insiders. Still, Germany's many veto players will have their say. Some state leaders are unhappy with elements of the pension and care proposals. The underwhelming tax tweaks will certainly irritate some in the SPD. And every law agreed in cabinet must make its way through parliament. The coalition's Bundestag majority of just 12 means success is hardly assured. Most seriously, elections in Germany's east in September could bring the AfD to power at the state level for the first time, which would send shockwaves through the establishment. German officials have long claimed that the success of the AfD, a party with no coherent policy platform, sprang in part from frustration with the inability of the government to get anything done. That claim can now be tested.
Europe.
Travel in Europe. Easy come, easy go. The continent's border control system is out of control.
The European Union frets a lot about staying competitive, but in one sector it leads the world: acronyms that infuriate foreigners. In recent months, the EU's Entry-Exit Scheme, or EES, has caused conniptions at airports. Exasperated visitors, mostly Americans and Britons, for whom travel to Europe is supposed to be a visa-free breeze, have posted videos of spaghetti-like queues at passport control. The EES began its rollout last October. It is meant to track non-EU visitors to the Schengen visa-free travel area, replacing passport stamps with a smooth IT system. Travellers must get their passport, face and fingerprints scanned at the border. Border guards are supposed to use these to verify their identity on each subsequent trip. European officials say it is working. In May, the European Commission said it had stopped some 30,000 people from improperly entering Schengen. But many disagree. The system keeps me and many other airport CEOs across Europe awake at night, said Stefan Schulte of ACI Europe, which represents airports. Some complain that self-service kiosks are ineffective. Amid heat waves, sweat-stained fingerprint scanners have stopped working. Others grumble that the software is unreliable. Lots of travellers had to re-register on several trips because of tech screw-ups. Viovo, an airport consulting firm, reckons processing times for non-EU travellers have more than doubled at most airports since April. An ACI survey found that in the worst affected ones, peak queues reached up to 3.5 hours in May. Some airports are coping well, but tales of woe abound. In April, more than 100 people missed a flight from Milan to Manchester after getting stuck at border control. Small airports with lots of non-EU travellers are worst affected. Big airports are worried too. On June 25th, the boss of Rome's airports told the Financial Times they would have to stop collecting scans during the peak season. Some countries with large tourist industries, such as Greece and Portugal, have partly suspended the scheme. Holidaymakers stuck in snarling queues should brace for more changes.
Europe.
Charlemagne. A Tale of Two Continents. Happy birthday, America, the ally Europe admires, questioningly.
Would it be possible, an envious Europe sometimes wonders, for it to have its own version of Silicon Valley, but without the messianic robber barons who confuse money with moral authority? Could a way be found to transplant to the east side of the Atlantic the indomitable frontier spirit that drives America, sans its cowboy individualism and hostility to government? Might Europeans one day be able to build up military capabilities to match the awesome might of their Western partner, while sidestepping its irrepressible habit of getting bogged down in bloody misadventures in far-flung corners of Asia? As Europe ponders the 250th birthday of its prodigal child, it is racked by questions. What was the secret that made a success out of this uncompromising venture, a republic founded by the old world's religious oddballs, then populated by its destitute farmers and the refugees from its wars? It would be absurd not to look for lessons from such a winning historical experiment. And yet, plenty, especially on the European left, treat America as a cautionary tale, a land of savage inequalities where police are unfailingly brutal and racial fault lines unbridgeable. If you can't beat them, such Europeans think, sneer at them. Yes, America succeeds, they grudgingly concede, but at a cost we would never impose on ourselves. In some cases, they have a point. The American variant of capitalism has plenty of rough edges. In others, they are off base. There is no reason why importing America's good qualities must entail importing its bad ones. The urge to dismiss the place is often prompted by a reluctance to admit that Europe must change. Instead, Europeans should treat America as their great foil, a country to look to not defensively, but in search of inspiration. At the moment, the comparison Europeans find least flattering to themselves is economic. No matter what lens one employs, America is thriving, while Europe, poorer to start with, merely splutters along. To sceptical Europeans, Americans' surging incomes depend on their indifference to inequality, their willingness to linger at the office rather than see their families or to throw the planet to the dogs for an extra dollop of GDP. That take is crudely dismissive of American habits Europeans would do well to study. There is nothing hardwired in the psyches of the French or Poles that prevents them from adopting America's tolerance for entrepreneurial failure and subsequent reinvention. Nor is it intemperately Trumpian to suggest that Europe should consider building industries first, then regulating them. At least the European Union shows signs of wanting to learn. The 400-page Draghi report, released in 2024, reads like a well-versed lament for Europe's failure to emulate its American cousins, though it would preserve a bigger welfare state. Alas, it is largely unimplemented. The EU's biggest but incomplete asset, its single market, has obvious lessons to draw from America. Oh, to possess, from Dublin to Dubrovnik, the sort of free movement of goods and services that stretches from Philadelphia to Phoenix. European federalists might dream still more American dreams, such as issuing the bulk of the EU's debt at the federal level, something Europe may one day have to do more, not least given the needs to spend lots more money for defence. The path the EU will travel towards a more integrated union will be different from America's and hopefully eschew civil war along the way. Insert Brexit joke here. But all the talk of Hamiltonian moments in Brussels circles exists precisely because its transatlantic ally offers a blueprint of sorts. Beyond economics, America offers an even more exalted goal for Europeans: to have a single polity, one demos, of the sort that exists across the pond. America has done what it can to help its old world peer along the journey to continental union. It was instrumental to the birth of what was to become the EU. Indeed, Jean Monnet, one of the bloc's founding fathers, spent so much time in Washington that Charles de Gaulle suspected him of being an American agent. In part, it did so for selfish reasons. All that internecine fighting in Europe left the door open to communists and had twice required America to intervene. Without nudging by America in later years, the EU might not have accepted the Central and Eastern European countries that are now vital members. Alas, such moments of goodwill between continents seem like a distant memory in Europe these days. Even those who have long admired America struggle with its current direction. Donald Trump, and particularly his Vice President, J.D. Vance, have an intense dislike of the EU. Bafflingly, they paint Europe as a migrant-infested hellhole barely worth defending. The continent is thus collectively holding its breath ahead of the NATO summit in Ankara on July the 7th to 8th, praying the American president shows up in a good mood. But even as the impetuous Mr. Trump has been wrong about the tone and the method of his haranguing of Europe and behaved atrociously in his Potemkin bid to seize Greenland in January, he has prompted a useful rethink among his allies about the need to spend more on their own defence. Russia's Vladimir Putin also deserves some credit. Just 11% of Europeans now think of America as an ally, according to a poll carried out for the European Council on Foreign Relations. That is in part a Trump effect. The figure was twice as high in 2024. And thus, as America celebrates its big birthday, the idea of seeking inspiration from across the Atlantic is a hard
Britain.
What's in a namesake? A tale of two Cambridges. The same name, but opposite problems are leading to closer collaboration.
Cambridge, a medieval city 80 kilometres or 50 miles north of London, is steeped in innovation. Its university shaped John Milton, Charles Darwin and Stephen Hawking. A plaque outside the Eagle pub marks where Francis Crick and James Watson announced the discovery of the double helix structure of DNA. It is the birthplace of in vitro fertilization, the designs that sit in most phones and tablets, and the first humanized monoclonal antibody, a technology used to develop 3 of the world's 5 top-selling drugs. Today, it is a global hub for life sciences, semiconductors, and artificial intelligence. It is no coincidence that its successes are echoed by its American namesake, Cambridge, Massachusetts. Many involved in founding Harvard College, its famous seat of learning and America's oldest university, were Cambridge alumni. In 1638, the colonists renamed the surrounding settlement, founded as Newtown, to honour their alma mater and that of the college's benefactor, John Harvard. Today, the American Cambridge has not so much imitated its British cousin as surpassed it. Harvard mushes into the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, or MIT, another of the world's best universities. On a curated innovation trail, which begins across the Charles River in Boston, various stops celebrate Biogen, one of the area's earliest biotech companies, Android, an operating system that powers billions of smartphones, and Kendall Square, the biotech hub dubbed the world's most innovative square mile. The two Cambridges are not exactly rivals, they are mirror images, on the surface almost identical, but with opposite problems. Rather than exploiting each other's weaknesses, over the past years they have grown to work much more closely together to offset them. The relationship is unequal, but increasingly conjoined. Both are among the world's most efficient innovation engines, driven primarily by their world-class academic research. Each produces far more alumni founders per person than Silicon Valley, who, even more than the tech bros they seem to resent, talk constantly of changing the world and curing cancer. Nobel Prize winners regularly bump into one another in Kendall Square and on King's Parade across the pond. After the Bay Area, the Cambridges are the world's densest innovation clusters per person, though which comes first depends on what you count. The World Intellectual Property Organization, or WIPO, produces a Global Innovation Index, which measures density by a cluster's global share of patent awards, scientific citations, and venture capital or VC deals. It ranks Britain's Cambridge ahead of Boston Cambridge in second and third, respectively. Dealroom, a data provider that ranks the ecosystems on enterprise value and the number of unicorns, that's private firms worth more than $1 billion, reverses the order. Britain's Cambridge may have the edge in research, the rankings suggest, producing more scientific publications and filing more patents relative to the size of its population than the bigger Boston-Cambridge cluster does. Boston, however, commercializes it better. WIPO reckons that the world's most innovative cluster overall is around the Chinese city of Shenzhen. The American Cambridge is the more advanced ecosystem, mostly because of its scale. WIPO estimates the Boston-Cambridge cluster is home to around 4.3 million people, compared with only 500,000 in Greater Cambridge. Both Cambridges have similar numbers of inhabitants, but only one happens to be next to a metropolis. Kendall Square is one subway stop along from 2 of the world's best hospitals. Companies are only a train ride away from the world's biggest stock markets in New York. Massachusetts has built on these advantages. An infusion of capital into life sciences has funded upgrades to infrastructure such as roads and sewage systems. Success and tax incentives have helped attract VC funds and pharmaceutical firms to buy biotech startups' drugs. It's easier to count the pharma companies that don't have a presence in Cambridge, says Tim Claxon, a British biopharma executive who has lived stateside for decades. Companies tend to stay and scale, such as Biogen and Moderna, a biotech firm best known for its COVID-19 vaccine. Contrast that with the British Cambridge. Two of Britain's three biggest firms by market cap, Arm, a microchip designer, and AstraZeneca, a pharmaceutical giant, have their headquarters there. AstraZeneca had threatened to leave Britain, but in April announced a £300 million, that's $400 million investment in the country. Yet the real Cambridge, as Hawking referred to it, remains constrained by its medieval skin. Cows still graze in the city centre. The place struggles to provide enough housing, water and transport for its growing population. In recent years, a shortage of facilities has forced science startups to use office space as makeshift labs. Hemmed in by its infrastructure, Cambridge is also starved of capital. Though it raises more early-stage VC relative to the size of its population than Boston Cambridge does, a dearth of domestic capital later on means it falls behind as firms grow. There are fewer investors, fewer people who are paying attention, says Krishna Yeshwant of GV, Google's venture arm, meaning that GV can come in and not have quite as much competition. Alan Bradley, a serial entrepreneur and founder of T Therapeutics, puts it differently. American VCs are looking for an 80% discount in the UK, he grumbles. Whereas Britain's Cambridge is starved of capital and space, its American twin has been distorted by excess. During the COVID-19 pandemic, companies began to have initial public offerings way too early, often without proof of concept, explains Kendall Berlin-O'Connell of MassBio, a trade body. Between 2020 and 2024, the amount of commercial lab space in Greater Boston almost doubled, from 35 million to 63 million square feet. Rents, overhead costs, and salary expectations all soared. When the downturn inevitably came, the city was left with indigestion. In the fourth quarter of 2025, 28% of lab space was vacant in Boston, Cambridge. As the cranes halted, so did the funding. The number of biotech initial public offerings in Massachusetts fell from 15 to 25 a year to 1 or 2, says Ms. Berlin-O'Connell. Investors became more risk-averse, giving larger amounts to fewer firms, but starving earlier-stage companies of capital, the reverse of the British problem. Increasingly, the two Cambridge's strengths and weaknesses seem to complement one another. The two have always collaborated. An annual conference on accelerating bio-innovation alternates between the University of Cambridge and MIT. A growing trend, notes Mike Anstey of Cambridge Innovation Capital, a VC firm, is for British biotech firms to be in both. Bicycle Therapeutics, which listed on the Nasdaq in 2019, is one of dozens that have opened an office in Massachusetts while keeping its core research and development at home. The former offers access to America's larger pools of capital and talent, clinical trial capacity, and its domestic market. The latter, world-class talent on the cheap. Deep tech startups often do the same, notes Mr. Anstey, but with San Francisco instead. Capital is flowing in the opposite direction. In the American Cambridge, VC funding has continued to fall ever since it peaked in 2021. In the British one, it has risen continually since 2022. American investors now provide 19% of all VC received by companies based there, up from 8% in 2015. The same is true in property. Tim Shern, the chief executive of Biomed Realty, one of the largest owners of lab office properties in both Cambridges, says that his firm is in the British city mostly because it is a centre of excellence. It also happens to be a hedge against the Kendall Square downturn. The markets are complementary to each other, he says. The British city wants to learn from its namesake, as well as join up with it. Innovate Cambridge, a boosterish coalition, plans an innovation hub modelled on a biotech incubator in the American Cambridge Lab Central. A partnership of universities and health providers is working on speeding up clinical trials. The city is improving its infrastructure. The squeeze on lab space is easing, to be helped further by a £3 billion expansion of its science park, already Britain's largest. The University of Cambridge recently acquired a new supercomputer and is trying to commercialise research in quantum computing. Scale will come by joining up the points of the Golden Triangle of Cambridge, Oxford and London, England's three most innovative cities, all in the southeast. To the delight of Andy Burnham, Britain's presumed next Prime Minister, Cambridge is also working more closely with Manchester. A project to connect Oxford and Cambridge with a railway may finally steam ahead. A new station opened in Cambridge on June 28th. Pension reforms may help Britain deepen its capital markets. America's slashing of public research funding, which has hurt Boston Cambridge, may help Britain lure across talent. In the cafes around Kendall Square, customers worry less about the other Cambridge and more about competition.
Britain.
Luxury cars. The name's BYD. Chinese car makers aim to go upmarket in Britain.
The most annoying thing about owning a Chinese car has been people who don't own a Chinese car insisting I must secretly hate it, says Will from North Yorkshire, who switched from a Ford Fiesta to a BYD Dolphin last year. His new car, he says, basically does everything well. Britain is one of the few rich countries to have resisted special tariffs on Chinese electric vehicles, EVs. Chinese-owned brands accounted for 18% of new cars sold in Britain in April, according to data from Mark Lines, nearly double their market share in the EU, which added charges of up to 35% in 2024. Sales are nearly zero in America, which levies 100% import taxes. Having tempted British drivers out of their Fords and Toyotas, Chinese brands are now pushing to prize them from their Porsches. BYD, a Shenzhen-based giant that started as a battery manufacturer, is leading the charge with two luxury brands. Denza, once a joint venture with Mercedes-Benz but wholly owned by BYD since 2024, will showcase its D9 and Z9 GT models to British buyers at the Goodwood Festival of Speed, an annual event for petrolheads that starts on July the 9th. Yangwang, an even pricier marque that goes up against the likes of Ferrari, will follow probably next year. BYD is not alone. Geely, which started selling its £32,000, that's $42,000 EX5 SUV only last year, plans to launch its premium Zeekr brand in Britain, joining Polestar and XPeng in a Chinese crowd aiming to compete with the likes of BMW and Audi. Promotional videos for the sporty Denza Z9 GT show Daniel Craig, an actor best known for having played James Bond, flinging the £100,000, 1,140 horsepower electric vehicle around a damp forest trail. The choice lets Denza piggyback on Bond's association with Aston Martin, a legendary but struggling British brand that will not offer any EVs before 2030. Daniel Craig is really smart. 007 is really smart, says Bono Gu, head of BYD's British division. He's always driving some fancy cars with high-tech inside, so I think it really matches what we're doing. Yet it won't be easy to crack the luxury car market, where even established names have struggled recently. BMW slashed its full-year operating margin forecast from 4 to 6% to 1 to 3% last month, and Porsche's operating profit plunged by 93% last year. Aston Martin shares have lost almost all their value since their market debut in 2018. Denza has a massive mountain to climb, says Murray Scullion, who recently reviewed the Z9 GT for Autocar magazine. It is making a Porsche rival for a Porsche price. At this end of the market, buyers tend to be much more brand loyal. Denza is pinning its hopes on technology, particularly its superfast EV charging, says Mr. Gu. A combination of BYD's latest battery
Britain.
The Burnham Agenda. Manchester Man. Is Andy Burnham more than just a smart casual Sir Keir Starmer?
I'm going to give Britain the circuit breaker it needs. Andy Burnham promised as he set out for the first time with what he wants to do if, or rather when, he becomes Prime Minister. In the opening speech of his campaign for the Labour Party leadership on June 29th, the former mayor of Greater Manchester acknowledged that more of the same would not be enough for him to succeed where Sir Keir Starmer had failed. The contest to find a new Labour leader, and therefore Prime Minister, does not officially begin until July 9th. In reality, it is as good as over. No other candidate has come forward. Barring some freak occurrence, Mr Burnham will be named party leader on July 17th and enter 10 Downing Street. Mr Burnham's easy self-confidence in a tight black t-shirt presents a striking contrast to the Starmer premiership. A Uniqlo man who can pull off a pair of Birkies, wrote The Times. But his policy agenda, as far as one exists, looks more similar to the status quo. In his speech, delivered on his home turf in Manchester, he called for every region to have clear and credible industrial ambitions. Little different from Sir Keir's industrial strategy that promised to enable investment and growth in city regions and clusters across the UK. Public procurement should be overhauled to benefit our own British-based suppliers. This is what Rachel Reeves, the Chancellor, once called securonomics. On education, Mr Burnham wants a shift away from a system configured entirely around the university route, exactly in line with Sir Keir's plans, which aimed to offer students more access to technical courses. The heir presumptive wants to reform business taxes to benefit the high street and to build record amounts of subsidised housing. So did Sir Keir and Miss Reeves, although Mr Burnham focuses specifically on council houses, which are fully owned by the state, rather than the broader social and affordable category. Yet there are reasons to think that Mr Burnham could surpass his predecessor's achievements, even without a big change in policy direction. Voters view him as more likeable, decisive and strong than they did Sir Keir when he took office, according to a YouGov poll. Labour MPs, who saw how he beat both Reform UK and the Green Party, populists insurgents from right and left, in the recent Makerfield by-election that brought him back to the House of Commons, will cut him more slack than their outgoing leader. His promise to use the parliamentary whipping system less aggressively could lift the mood in his party, as well as being the start of a wider constitutional change he claims will help politics work better. And the speech contained hints of greater radicalism. Mr Burnham promised that Whitehall's obsession with hoarding power would be over for good. The first step will be moving some of the functions of Downing Street to Manchester, in a new No. 10 North unit, a largely symbolic move that could nonetheless prove to the civil service that he is serious about doing things differently. He has also expressed support for greater fiscal devolution. Britain raises just 5% of its tax revenue locally, less than any rich country of a similar size. Mr Burnham pledged to allow local administrations to take greater public control of essential services like water, housing, energy and transport. It is unclear whether this means old-school nationalisation, which would be fiddly and expensive, or a more flexible hybrid model. Mr Burnham left many more questions unanswered in his first big policy speech. For a man who claims that communication is a great strength, it was odd to start with a relatively short speech and no chance for questions from journalists. He did not mention AI, productivity, the deficit, migration, China, or Trump. Nor did he speak like a man who realises how quickly his popularity could ebb. He talked of
Britain.
Defence investment. Drones to the rescue. A big bet on autonomous weaponry in the hope of escaping a budgetary bind.
If Sir Keir Starmer is hoping that the long-awaited and bitterly contested Defence Investment Plan, or DIP, that finally broke cover on June 30th will be seen as a lasting legacy, he is likely to be disappointed. The document, which commits £15 billion, that's $20 billion, of new funding to the armed forces over the next 4 years and sets out spending plans for the next decade, contains much that is sensible and even bold. But at a time when European allies are rapidly rearming and in the face of increased global threats, the goal of allocating 2.7% of GDP to defence by 2029, an increase of just 0.1 percentage points over next year's level, looks paltry. At NATO's summit in Ankara next week, Sir Keir's last hurrah as Prime Minister, otherwise sympathetic fellow leaders will ask some hard questions about Britain's path to meeting its pledge of core defence spending reaching 3.5% of GDP by 2035. The new Defence Secretary Dan Jarvis, who stepped in after John Healey resigned 2 weeks ago over Sir Keir's inability to commit the resources that the nation needs to defend the country, says that in the next spending review, defence will be the number one priority. But there is nothing to bind the hands of Sir Keir's successor, Andy Burnham. Indeed, Mr. Burnham will inherit a problem. To make space for the DIP, there are to be cuts in energy and transport schemes, not great for a government that stresses the importance for growth of infrastructure. And an unidentified £4.7 billion shortfall in the DIP's funding will still need to be found at the next budget. One untouchable, some say unaccountable, programme, the Defence Nuclear Enterprise, or DNE, will take about half of the equipment budget over the next decade. The modernisation of the nuclear deterrent, which involves building 4 ballistic missile submarines and designing a new nuclear warhead, has become a money pit. Funding for the DNE, including the AUKUS submarine pact with America and Australia over the next 4 years, will be nearly £64 billion, an increase of £20 billion over the previous 4-year period. Another big item is the £8 billion over 4 years that will go into the Global Combat Air Programme, or GCAP, to build a 6th-generation fighter jet with Italy and Japan, which it is hoped will enter service by 2035, much to the delight of Britain's biggest defence firm, BAE Systems, which is leading the project. For diplomatic and industrial reasons, that programme is also now deemed, in effect, ring-fenced. To compensate for the hollowing out of Britain's conventional armed forces over the past 20 years and the tightness of the budget now, the government is betting heavily on investment in what has become known as affordable mass. Over £5 billion is going into a drone transformation of the armed forces. The army will get inexpensive attack drones and uncrewed ground vehicles of the kind that have changed the battlefield in Ukraine, as well as new armoured vehicles with AI-enabled digital targeting. The DIP claims all this will increase lethality by a factor of 10. The Air Force's Typhoon jets will have their service lives extended into the 2040s with the help of a £300 million investment in autonomous collaborative combat aircraft, or loyal wingmen. They can act as sensor nodes and fly ahead of the Typhoon into danger to suppress air defences. The most daring and controversial project is the idea, developed in last year's Strategic Defence Review, of a hybrid navy, networks of crewed and uncrewed autonomous vessels carrying weapons, sensors and anti-submarine systems. The expensive Type 83 air defence destroyer is cancelled. Instead, 6 new Common Combat Vessels, or CCVs, are to join 13 new Type 26 and 5 cheaper Type 31 frigates as the backbone of the surface fleet. The CCVs will be a command hub controlling a dispersed group of large, up to 90-metre, autonomous warships. Some will carry missiles, Others will be used for anti-submarine warfare or as sensor platforms. Even senior officers involved in visualizing the hybrid navy admit that its radicalism will shock traditionalists and that it is certainly not without risk. Nick Childs, a sea power expert at the International Institute for Strategic Studies, a think tank, says it is a calculated gamble which partly
Britain.
NHS cover-ups. The lying doctors. Yet another report into death and dishonesty in British maternity hospitals.
Britons know too well that their National Health Service often provides poor care. In 2025, only 26% said they were satisfied with it, down from a high of 70% in 2010. Maternity care is a particularly bleak spot. A report by Baroness Valerie Amos, published on June 30th, concludes that mothers and babies are harmed across England in badly run hospitals, incapable of learning from a litany of past investigations. But what still shocks are the lies. Consider, if you can bear it, the story of baby Harriet Hawkins and her parents Jack and Sarah. It is detailed in a report published on June 24th by Donna Ockenden, a midwifery expert, into the failings at the Nottingham University Hospitals, or NUH Trust, between 2012 and 2025. Harriet died just before her birth in April 2016. Her mother had rung the maternity unit repeatedly and in agony, asking to be admitted. She was told by midwives that she was not in labour. It was part of a policy of pressuring women to go home or stay at home in the early stages of labour. In total, Ms. Ockenden concludes, there were 9 missed chances to save Harriet. What followed was a systemic cover-up and investigations designed to mislead, found Ms. Ockenden. Vital information was withheld from the pathologist looking into Harriet's cause of death. A second post-mortem was held without the consent of her parents, who happened to work at NUH. A new, supposedly independent review appeared to have been heavily edited to deflect blame from the hospital. Once, when Dr. Hawkins rang the hospital in distress, a secret recording was taken and later played to others at a meeting. Harriet's story was emblematic of failings at NUH, says Ms. Ockenden. She concludes that 162 mothers and babies suffered potentially avoidable deaths. Hundreds more were seriously harmed. She describes a toxic bullying culture of senior midwives who gave simple cases to their friends and complex ones to junior staff to see if they would sink or swim. The trust pleaded guilty to criminal charges brought by the care regulator in 2025. A police investigation into possible corporate manslaughter offences is underway. Just as the Hawkinses' tragedy was far from isolated, the NUH scandal is symbolic of a far broader national failure. In 2009, the government said it hoped to halve the rate of maternal mortality. Instead, it has risen by 20%, leaving Britain behind many European peers. Last year, £2.5 billion, that's $3.3 billion, was paid in compensation and associated costs for clinical negligence in maternity units, accounting for half of all medical payouts. The NUH fits within a grimly familiar pattern. Over the past decade, similar investigations were held into maternity units at Morecambe Bay, 2015, Shrewsbury and Telford, 2022, East Kent, 2022 and Swansea Bay 2025. Ms Ockenden is running 2 more in Leeds and Sussex. Cover-ups are the prevailing theme. In her national report, Baroness Amos concludes that NHS leaders often prioritise their reputations over learning from calamities. Investigations amount to hospitals marking their own homework, with their findings at odds with events. An ugly feedback loop follows. A fear of compensation claims, which will show negligence, incentivises doctors to claim that tragedies were unavoidable. But facing obfuscation and silence, families are driven to sue, as many have, because it is the only way they can hope to uncover the truth. At NUH, that culture of denial resembled a conspiracy. Without naming perpetrators, Ms Ockenden repeatedly points the finger at consultant obstetricians and the executive team. The NUH leaders hankered to run a top research hospital, famous for training and pilots. And so cases where mothers were injured and babies had died were downgraded as low harm or no harm, rather than NUH admitting they required investigation. Blunders were written off. There was a massive emphasis on avoidability. Anything deemed unavoidable was not investigated, one medic said. Board papers were rewritten to remove serious concerns. A report on a rise in babies undergoing treatment for oxygen deprivation was substantially altered because it upset doctors. Even Ms Ockenden's path was stymied. Files were destroyed, even after her investigation began. Hundreds of current and former staff volunteered information. But of 66 specially sought out for interview, nearly half refused. All that ought to have been impossible. British hospitals are bound by a duty of candour, requiring them to inform patients of serious mistakes that meet the threshold of causing moderate harm. It was introduced in 2014 after a similar scandal of poor care and cover-up at the Mid Staffordshire Trust. Yet it doesn't work when clinical staff and managers simply lie. At NUH, the duty often wasn't triggered, precisely because incidents were routinely misclassified as below the threshold of requiring candour. Indeed, reports of such cases fell notably at NUH after the duty was introduced. A rule intended to make hospitals more honest instead induced dishonesty. There is a lesson for Andy Burnham, Britain's probable next Prime Minister, who
Britain.
Badget. The ascent of the chippy southerner. At last, oppression.
Andy Burnham is not yet Prime Minister, but the backlash against his rule has already begun. When Mr Burnham outlined his vision for Britain, he did so in Manchester, the de facto capital of the North, where he was mayor for almost a decade. His ruling creed is Manchesterism, which blends stakeholderese, UK plc, with soppy references to the Smiths, a Mancunian band from Mr Burnham's teenage years. To cement the shift of power away from Britain's south, Mr Burnham pledged to create Number 10 North, shifting the Prime Minister's abode from Downing Street to the north, for a few days a week at least. It provided ammo for those who seek to paint Mr Burnham as a little more than a chippy northerner. Chippiness, that blend of grievance, resentment and paranoia about a disconnected elite, is fundamental to Mr Burnham's worldview, but his rise to power does not represent the triumph of the chippy northerner. Instead, British politics is witnessing the birth of something more novel and more potent. Chippiness, a state of mind once associated only with the north and the Celtic fringe, has spread to Britain's south. Behold, the ascent of the chippy southerner. Where there is chippiness, there is usually truth. The causes of the regional grumpiness are real enough. It's Scotland's oil, ran the slogan of the Scottish National Party, or SNP, in the 1970s, when proceeds from the North Sea's reserves began to flow into the Treasury in London, helping to subsidise Margaret Thatcher's painful economic reforms that hit Scotland hard. Likewise, the north of England really does lose out when it comes to investment. Mr. Burnham dislikes the Green Book, the Treasury's rulebook, which he claims pushes too much investment south. The result is the technocrats' version of Matthew 13:12. Whoever has will be given more, and he will have an abundance. Whoever does not have, even what he has, will be taken away from him. And so it is for the South. It bankrolls Britain. Fiscal transfers from London and the South East to the rest of Britain amounted to about £60 billion, that's $80 billion, in 2023. It is the equivalent of the defence budget. If London and the South East were an independent unit, it would be one of Europe's richest countries. If London were a city-state, it could build an Elizabeth line, the 73-mile, that's 117-kilometre, £20 billion east-west line in the capital, twice over every year. Does anyone say thank you for this largesse? Do they, heck? Cash flows in one direction, contempt in the other. Genuine grievance can easily morph into paranoia. Mr. Burnham explained this worldview in Head North, a memoir cum manifesto accusing southern elites of divide and rule. They do it because they fear nothing more than the regions and nations uniting in common cause against a system that doesn't have their interests at heart. A paranoid worldview already dominates among chippy southerners. Take Mr. Burnham at his word, and devolution is a world in which the likes of London are probably better off. If London had the powers, it would borrow its own money or levy its own taxes and, say, build a Bakerloo extension, rather than begging the Treasury for a handout. Yet chippy southerners see devolution as little more than redistribution in disguise, a ruse for greedy northern bastards to snatch what they can. It was Scotland's oil, but it is London's money. Why should chippiness be reserved only for the relatively poor? In the rest of Europe, it is a rich man's game. In Belgium, for instance, rich Flemings grumble about lazy Walloons. Whenever Britain does something London does not like, wry cries for London's independence emerge. Calls for Londexit flared after the Brexit vote, when London was the only region in England to vote to remain in the EU. Chippiness has long lurked in the southerner's soul. Now, thanks to Mr. Burnham, it has come to the surface. To see chippiness as only a tool to belittle is to misunderstand its potency. No one knows this better than Mr. Burnham, who cemented himself as the voice of a rebellious North during COVID-19. Throughout the pandemic, he referred to Greater Manchester as District 12, after The Hunger Games, a dystopian tale in which children from the outer regions are forced to fight to the death for the entertainment of those in the capital. Soon, he will be in Downing Street, or a co-working space in Manchester. Channeling chippiness is the shortest path to power in Britain, as Mr. Burnham shows. Scotland has become a one-party nation, with not even cartoonish scandals able to dislodge the SNP from power. Resentment lurks at the heart of Plaid Cymru's rise in Wales. So who will speak for the chippy southerner? The fight has already begun. For both the Conservatives and the Liberal Democrats, the path to power runs through the chippy south, speaking to the disaffected left behind from Oxfordshire to Putney, who feel forgotten and ignored by a disconnected Mancunian elite. It is only natural that if power is redistributed, then chippiness will be too. Manchesterism will have been a success only once the name Manchester conjures as much bile as the mention of London, notes one native of Britain's new capital. It is well on the way already. Chippiness is another product of the zero-sum thinking that dominates British politics, where the idea that everyone can be better off is long dead. There is less money to go round. Luckily, there is always enough animosity to share. Perhaps the best justification for Mr. Burnham's performative northernness
International.
NATO. Panzers on the prowl. Europe ponders how to defend its eastern flank as America pulls back.
The strange creatures rumble out of the forest, their bodies clothed in moss, torn fabric and plastic grass, their heads veiled in black netting. The Leopard tanks and Puma infantry fighting vehicles of Germany's 45th Panzer Brigade are in fancy dress to hide them from hostile drones. For a month, the unit trained along Lithuania's border with Belarus, a Russian satellite state, as part of a recently completed exercise called Freedom Shield. The goal, to be ready to fight tonight to defend Vilnius, Lithuania's capital, and hold the Suwalki corridor, which links the Baltic states to Poland. To that end, the 45th Brigade is not going home. For the first time since the end of the Cold War, Germany is permanently deploying military units abroad. These troops are the tip of the spear of an army that is expanding to become Europe's largest. They will get the latest armour, artillery, drones and anti-aircraft systems as their unit grows from 1,600 soldiers to around 5,000 by the end of 2027. American forces in the region, meanwhile, are dwindling. An American tank unit, the 1st Battalion, 12th Cavalry Regiment, trained for months in the same area, but it shipped out in June along with the rest of its brigade in Poland. Nobody knows when or if another American unit will replace it. Although Germany is struggling to sign up enough volunteers, some soldiers may have to be ordered to join the brigade. Lithuanians shower German troops with gratitude, says Lieutenant Colonel Sebastian Hagen, commander of the multinational battle group at the heart of the brigade. What we are doing now is what all the Allies did for Germany throughout the Cold War, he says. The eastern flank has moved further to the east, and now it's on Germany to give back a little bit. The mission is all the more striking given that German armies, Teutonic, Prussian, Imperial and Nazi, have more typically been invaders in the region. In the Second World War, they conquered Poland, the Baltic states, Lithuania, Latvia and Estonia, and much of Western Russia. After the Nazis surrendered in 1945, the Soviet Union seized the Baltic republics, which regained independence only as it collapsed in 1991. The Soviets also occupied the German city of Königsberg, now the Russian enclave of Kaliningrad. We are very well aware of what Nazi Germany did here in Lithuania. We are also aware of what the Soviet occupation did to Lithuania, says Lieutenant Colonel Hagen. When it is not training, the brigade helps preserve war graves and Jewish cemeteries. The purpose of NATO, declared Lord Ismay, its first Secretary-General, is to keep the Russians out, the Americans in, and the Germans down. But as President Donald Trump prepares to meet fellow NATO leaders in Ankara on July the 7th to the 8th, Germany is rising up to keep the Russians out, and it hopes the Americans in. Under a plan called NATO 3.0, America demands that Europeans take the lead for their own conventional defence, while America provides a nuclear umbrella. This fits with Germany's own determination since Russia's invasion of Ukraine in 2022 to transform itself from a defence laggard into a linchpin of European security. It plans to reach NATO's target of spending 3.5% of GDP on defence by 2029, well before the 2035 deadline. By the end of the decade, Germany could be spending more on its armed forces than nuclear-armed Britain and France combined. Money alone will not bring self-reliance, however. Collectively, NATO's European members already spend more on defence than any country bar America. Yet they remain strategically dependent on the United States across the entire military chain of operations, declares a report by the Kiel Institute, a think tank in Germany. How urgently Europe needs to change depends on two big questions that hang over the summit. First, how threatening is Vladimir Putin? Russia has reorganised its front with NATO with new units, bases and headquarters awaiting future fighting forces. NATO reckons that Russia could menace its members within a few years of an end to or reduction in fighting in Ukraine. Germany wants to be ready by 2029. Poland says the danger may be closer. The other question is what America first portends for Europe. Imagine 4 incarnations of Mr. Trump, all plausible. One is the tough love adult, pushing Europe to bulk up while protecting it in extremis, in keeping with NATO's Article 5 on collective defence. Another is the absent friend, unwilling to fight for Europe, but still providing some kind of indirect support. A third is the toxic ex-partner who forsakes Europe but won't leave the shared NATO home, making life hell for Europeans trying to marshal themselves. Last is the predator who menaces places like Greenland on Europe's western flank, while Russia threatens the eastern one. Military types from NATO's supreme headquarters in Mons through subordinate commands to frontline units currently see mainly the tough love avatar. European and American soldiers plan and train as they have for decades. They hope America will coordinate its drawdown with Europe's build-up, leaving no vacuum. But Mr. Trump is touchy and capricious. In May, the Pentagon abruptly announced it would pull 5,000 troops from Germany as Mr. Trump took umbrage at criticism of the war in Iran by Friedrich Merz, the German Chancellor. Perversely, the Pentagon has gone back and forth about replacing the brigade that recently departed from Poland and Lithuania, 2 of the most pro-American European states. Pete Hegseth, America's Secretary of War, berated shameful European allies that kept out of America's war in Iran and in some cases denied its forces use of European bases and airspace. He announced a 6-month review of American forces in Europe, which have thus far shrunk from about 100,000 troops to about 80,000. As well as cutting frontline units, the Pentagon has reduced the rapid reaction forces it promises to send NATO in case of a war, saying they are needed for actual or potential crises in the Middle East and the Pacific. These include bombers, fighter jets, air refueling tankers and warships such as an aircraft carrier and an attack submarine. That calls into question the NATO force model, which sets out what forces commanders can count on. Some in the Trump administration hint that they will not fight for the Baltic states, and worse, they raise concerns about the risk of escalation if NATO deploys missiles that can strike deep into Russian territory. It has cancelled the planned deployment to Germany of a unit equipped with Tomahawk cruise missiles with a range of up to 2,500 kilometres. It is also holding up Germany's own order for Tomahawks and briefly blocked allies from using the most advanced AI models. As for the toxic version of Mr. Trump, his administration is still destabilising politics in Europe by fomenting hard-right narratives there. The more anti-European America becomes, the more Russia will fancy a tilt at NATO and the harder it will be for Europeans to fight back. Russia need not mount a frontal assault. Many worry that a limited, ambiguous action might fatally expose NATO's divisions. To understand the complexities, drive from Lithuania to the Polish city of Suwałki, through the neck of territory between Belarus and Kaliningrad. Its cemeteries for 7 faiths attest to the changing borders and passing armies. Some 65 kilometres at its narrowest, the corridor carries 2 big arteries connecting the Baltic states to the European hinterland, the Via Baltica motorway and Rail Baltica high-speed train line. Both projects are incomplete, partly because of intra-Baltic disagreements, yet they are vital for peacetime commerce and wartime logistics alike. Even now, under previous agreements, special Russian trains cut across southern Lithuania, ferrying passengers between Kaliningrad and the Russian heartland 4 times a day in sealed carriages watched by Lithuanian border guards. Goods transit is also restricted. The Baltic republics have long felt vulnerable, given their small populations, Russian-speaking minorities, and the Kremlin's revanchism. They face frequent grey zone harassment by Russia, cyber attacks, incursions by jets and drones, sabotage of undersea cables, disinformation and more. Vilnius lies just 35 kilometres from Belarus, whose criminal gangs send migrants and balloons laden with contraband cigarettes over the border. Were Russia to invade the Baltic states, it might try to sever the Suwalki corridor to stop NATO reinforcements, perhaps with drones alone. How might such a war unfold with and without American help? NATO used to assume it would have to fall back, muster reinforcements, and then try to retake the Suwalki corridor. These days, though, it intends to hold as much ground as possible. Ukraine shows that smaller armies can stop Russia, even push it back, with the right mix of grit, technology and help. NATO has strengthened its eastern flank, increasing its 4 rotational battle groups, beefed up battalions to 9. Some, such as the German one in Lithuania, have expanded into brigades, typically 3 battalions. The Baltic states and Poland have added muscles too. Defence spending in all of them is set to reach 5% or more of GDP this year. Lithuania is consolidating its disparate units into a heavy armoured division with 3 brigades, totalling some 20,000 men, to be equipped with German Leopard tanks, Swedish CV-90 infantry fighting vehicles, French Caesar artillery and American HIMARS missiles. Much of Lithuania's terrain, swampy and forested, favours the defender, all the more in the drone era. Were the Suwalki corridor nevertheless cut, the Baltic states will be easy to resupply by sea since Sweden and Finland have joined NATO. American instructors have also been training the Lithuanian Riflemen's Union, a voluntary militia, in such things as raids and kidnapping under occupation. If Russia attacked, said Rear Admiral Giedrius Premanakas, one of Lithuania's top brass, it would be making a huge mistake, much bigger than they did in attacking Ukraine. NATO admits it still has much to learn from Ukraine's drone-infested battlefield. In exercises this year, Ukrainian drone teams wiped out entire NATO battalions. In Freedom Shield, the multinational battle group used drones and other weapons to repel a German unit playing Russian invaders. Even so, the tank is far from obsolete, insists Lieutenant Colonel Hagen. Future warfare will require better protection against drones and will involve more unmanned group vehicles, but you still need tanks to take and hold ground. With America in the fight, NATO commanders reckon that multi-domain operations on land, sea, air, space and cyberspace, all enabled by data networks linking sensors to shooters, processed by AI, will allow them to maneuver, outrun drone units and overpower Russian forces. NATO aircraft and long-range missiles would neutralize Russian anti-aircraft and anti-shipping batteries. The most vulnerable spot in the battlefield might not be the Suwalki corridor, but Kaliningrad, which Admiral Premanakas warns will not be excluded from military actions if Russia does something stupid. How would Europe fight if America cut off all support? The 45th Brigade insists it has all the material it needs in both Lithuania and Germany. Reuben Stewart of the International Institute for Strategic Studies, a think tank in London, notes in a recent paper that European armies match or exceed Russian capabilities in many domains. But America still provides NATO's operating system, including intelligence, surveillance drones and satellites, long-range weapons, air defences and airlift. Without America, what would disappear most critically is not mass, but integration, Mr. Stewart argues. European armies would have to fight more cautiously, more deliberately. They would have less warning of Russian troop movements and would be less certain of their direction, so would have to be spread more thinly. They would be less joined up as satellite signals, communications and data flows became less reliable. Air and ground forces would fight largely separate battles. Russian air defences might survive, and Europeans might lack the means to shoot down Russian drones and missiles. All this makes it harder to hit faraway targets and exposes NATO's rear to more damage. Europe could not fight a war of manoeuvre. It would be a war of denial, attrition and endurance that trades speed for sustainability and seeks to win over time rather than at the outset, writes Mr. Stewart. Or as a senior NATO officer puts it, it would look more like Ukraine than the battlefield we would hope for. A static, bloody and drawn-out war of attrition, in turn, might be hard to sustain politically. Deep strike weapons with a range of 1,000 kilometres or more illustrate Europe's bind. German-made Taurus and the Franco-British Scalp Storm Shadow missiles fly about 500 kilometres. With America holding back Tomahawks, Europeans are scrambling for alternatives. Germany is working with Britain on hypersonic and stealthy cruise missiles, and with Ukraine on simpler but battle-tested weapons. Others, including the MBDA consortium, are pursuing similar systems. To use them effectively, though, Europeans need space-based surveillance and communications networks. Germany plans to spend €35 billion on such kit. Any war would also rage in the shadow of nuclear weapons. Russia has threatened to use them in Ukraine. The idea that even a tough-love America can preserve nuclear deterrence while reducing conventional commitments is debatable. If the Americans signal that they don't want to send their conventional troops to fight for Latvia or Poland, then how believable is it that they will be willing to risk nuclear war? Asks Artur Kapczuk of the Polish Institute of International Affairs, a think tank. Britain and France, with arsenals of 200-odd warheads apiece, compared with the 5,000 plus that America and Russia each hold, have declared there is no extreme threat to Europe that would not prompt a response by our two nations. But without America's nuclear umbrella, European countries will inevitably be more cautious about war with Russia. What is more, without American leadership, a European-only NATO risks inertia on the political level, says Christian Merling of EDINA, a think tank in Berlin. A war game last year, sponsored in part by Die Welt, a German newspaper, imagined Russia using a humanitarian crisis in Kaliningrad as a pretext to seize the Suwalki corridor. America declines to invoke Article 5. The German brigade fails to act, in part because Russian drones mine the roads leading out of its base. The game was flawed. It ignored Lithuania's own forces, which would not hesitate to resist, but it highlighted likely pitfalls. European countries know they have to curb dependence on America, but are torn on priorities. Should they buy weapons off the shelf, including American ones, or take time to develop European ones? For some French officials, the first task is to create European communication systems, data clouds, and AI models. Germany, in contrast, wants to bulk up conventional units, not least with tanks and ammunition. Many allies are wary of giving up on America, lest their fears become self-fulfilling. A paper by the European Council on Foreign Relations, another think tank, argues that full European autonomy is out of reach. It suggests that NATO's command should become double-hatted to allow for European-only operations, although this would require American consent. How long does Europe have? The irascible Mr. Trump might turn his back on it at any time. Mr. Putin might gamble on challenging Europeans before they are ready. A further imponderable is whether Europeans can hold together if hard-right populists come to power in Britain, France or Germany.
International.
The Telegram. Allies learn how to bully America. Can Taiwan use its chip-making industry to strong-arm Donald Trump?
Around the world, friends and adversaries of America are reaching the same bleak conclusion. To earn President Donald Trump's respect, show that you can hurt him. None of America's security partners is foolish enough to threaten Mr. Trump openly, but all of them watched Iran gain leverage over a stronger adversary by closing the Strait of Hormuz, and some were taking notes. Iran's abuse of this choke point is simply appalling. Such allies tut-tut. But how do we get our own? This line of reasoning can even be heard, albeit quietly and behind closed doors, from well-placed folk in Taiwan, an island of 24 million people that China claims as its own. It is a high-risk discussion. Taiwan's survival as a self-ruled democracy relies on decisions made by America's president. America is not treaty-bound to defend Taiwan from attack by China. Instead, successive commanders-in-chief, including Mr. Trump, have left open the possibility that they might send in the Seventh Fleet if China were to try to take the island by force. For decades, that ambiguity has deterred Communist Party chiefs from making their move. Mr. Trump frightens Taiwan. True, he has sold the island weaponry in record-breaking quantities, but he has also mocked it as a tiny place outgunned by mighty China. During a state visit to Beijing in May, he emerged from hours of talks with China's leader, Xi Jinping, parroting Chinese talking points. Mr. Trump more or less accused Taiwan's president, Lai Ching-te, of provoking China by seeking independence for the island. That is a red line for Chinese leaders, though Mr. Lai's actual position is waffly and cautious. Taiwan wants America to travel 9,500 miles to fight a war, Mr. Trump grumbled. I'm not looking for that. He calls future arms sales to Taiwan a bargaining chip in negotiations with China over trade and Chinese refined minerals used by American firms. Taiwan knows it needs leverage. After it embraced democracy 30-odd years ago, it won friends in Washington by talking up its status as a bastion of liberty menaced by autocratic China. When despot praising Mr. Trump took office, Taiwanese officials quickly learned to play down talk of shared values. They watched in horror when Mr. Trump scorned Ukraine as a small country that had foolishly sought to defend itself against larger Russia. That could be us, Taiwanese shuddered. Instead, Taiwan leans on two arguments about its strategic value to America. One involves Taiwan's location in the first island chain, Pentagon jargon for the archipelago that hems in mainland China, running from Japan through Taiwan to the Philippines. The other involves Taiwan's indispensable role as a global center for making chips, including around 90% of the most advanced semiconductors. For some years, Taiwanese politicians have called their chip industry a silicon shield, or, in their more flowery moods, a sacred mountain that makes Taiwan too valuable for China to attack or for America to abandon. Other countries take a dimmer view of Taiwan's chip-making dominance. Even friendly governments resent their dependence on an earthquake-prone, typhoon-lashed island that imports almost all its raw materials and energy. Even before Mr. Trump, Taiwan was being pressed to build chip-making foundries overseas, notably in America, Japan, and Germany. Mr. Trump goes further, falsely charging Taiwan with stealing America's chip industry decades ago. He has browbeaten TSMC and other leading firms to expand operations in Arizona, Texas, and other states. In Taipei, the capital, some policy types fret about the silicon shield being weakened over time and about talented engineers being deployed to build and run foreign fabs. Others, though, suggest ways to turn Taiwan's defensive shield into a weapon right now. Taiwan has its own strait, the channel between the island and the mainland, spanning almost 160 kilometers, carries some of the world's most precious cargoes each day, including silicon chips. To date, Taiwan's focus has been on defence and protecting itself from Chinese invasion fleets or naval blockades. But in Taipei, well-placed people suggest that their indispensable role in global commerce can be used to coerce both America and China. They predict that Taiwan would stop exporting chips in the first hours of a crisis, throwing global markets and supply chains into chaos. The trigger would be an energy crisis. Electricity would soon run short if China blocks imports of coal, gas and oil. Chip-making uses a lot of power, and the government would prioritise hospitals and other civilian services. That gives Taiwan a moral argument for holding the world economy hostage. At that point, the gloomiest sorts imagine Mr. Trump ordering Taiwan to surrender after talks with China from which Taiwan is excluded. Optimists counter that such a sellout would leave China controlling the world's most important chip makers. How would that be compatible with America's quest for AI dominance, they ask. In short, Taiwan has a choke point. Indeed, Mr. Trump's bluster about Taiwan stealing America's chip industry is a form of backhanded compliment. Taiwan has cards, and Mr. Trump knows it. If this is blackmail, it is in a noble cause. A war over Taiwan between America and China would be terrifyingly dangerous. A Chinese takeover would snuff out a thriving, if chaotic, democracy, ushering in a nightmare of repression, show trials and mass re-education for millions of Taiwanese. The best way to avoid
Essay.
America at 250. What remains of the city upon the hill? America cannot serve as an example if its founding principles are discarded, writes Michael Beschloss. Michael Beschloss is an historian and the author of 9 books on the presidency, including Presidents of War, The Epic Story, From 1807 to Modern Times, 2018.
Last month, I gave the main commencement speech at the University of Pennsylvania in Philadelphia, where 250 years ago our founders signed the Declaration of Independence. They were a jubilant and friendly crowd, with one exception I was later told about. When I praised our country's rule of law, a man sprang furiously to his feet, thrust a middle finger at me, and stormed out of the arena. Such is America in 2026. We are enveloped by anger, polarization, and fear. Before we get too hyperbolic about our current national predicament, it is worth noting that America has endured grave crises before. But what has repeatedly sustained it is adherence, however imperfect, to certain shared founding principles. During his inaugural address in 1933, at the nadir of the Great Depression, Franklin Roosevelt said of the nation's troubles, "They concerned, thank God, only material things." It is painful to note that in contrast, today's society suffers not only from inequality in material things, but from declining faith in some of the most basic tenets that the founders exalted in their debates over the Constitution. For much of America's history, its citizens accepted these so widely that they were almost boilerplate. But some of the earliest, most sacred ideas are almost radioactive in America now. First among these is the rule of law. Unlike in cynical Europe, where corrupt kings often pardoned their friends and locked up their enemies, the revolutionary American generation dreamed that ours would be a land of equal justice, in which the judicial system gave out no special favors and no special punishment. Yet today, perhaps more than ever before, favorable antitrust rulings are lavished on allies of the current administration, while the Justice Department indicts its political foes. The second threatened tenet is faith in free and fair elections. When I was in first grade in 1960, our teacher threw a blanket across the tops of 2 easels to let us cast secret ballots for John F. Kennedy or Richard Nixon. Persuaded by my classmates, I cast my first vote for Nixon. In that election, as throughout American history, we experienced some electoral corruption that required rigorous scrutiny, but never before in our history did a substantial number of Americans fear, as polls report today, that a national election might be hamstrung or overturned by federal forces dubiously citing a national emergency. Both Lincoln during the Civil War and Roosevelt during the Second World War were advised by some to severely restrict or even cancel elections. These great leaders insisted instead that the balloting proceed, wishing to demonstrate that even during existential crises, both far more grave than any immediate dangers today, America should uphold the letter and the spirit of its democracy, and that its democracy works. The third tenet Americans are in danger of losing is equally fundamental. The founders wanted all Americans to pay close attention to the failures as well as the triumphs of our present and past. Unlike absolute monarchs or dictators, they wanted Americans to learn from their mistakes. They believed we would be a better country only if we were relentlessly self-critical and self-correcting. I don't find anything that suggests that the founders ever imagined that federal authorities would close down museum exhibits or destroy signs at historic sites, as they now are doing, that tell visitors about shortcomings in the nation's past, such as the evils of political corruption or enslaving and torturing fellow human beings. What we think about history and who our heroes are should not be dictated to Americans by the churlish fiat of any 4-year federal administration, whether of the left or the right. Neither historians nor citizens should be treated as obedient circus clowns. In fact, most of the founders considered the dissenter just as patriotic as the American who celebrates an existing president. Weren't the rebels of 1776 literally dissenting from the British king? In 1966, amid President Lyndon B. Johnson's military escalation in Vietnam, Senator Robert Kennedy trenchantly told a receptive crowd of draftable Berkeley students, "It is not enough to allow dissent, we must demand it." The founders envisioned an American political system of honesty, candor, competence, high ethics, compassion, decency, and self-sacrifice. Kennedy and Ronald Reagan quoted John Winthrop, an early governor of the Massachusetts Bay Colony, who said that we must always behave like citizens of a city upon a hill, with all eyes upon us. Thomas Jefferson dreamed of a political culture so efficient that it would spread around the world. How are we doing in 2026? Do other countries want their political systems to be like ours? If other moments in American history show the resilience of democratic principles under strain, the centennial of the nation's founding in 1876 shows what happens when those principles are discarded. That year, the severely contested presidential election between Republican Rutherford B. Hayes and Democrat Samuel Tilden was resolved only by a stinking backroom bargain. Although Tilden had won the popular vote, the Republicans grabbed the presidency by making a hypocritical, sordid commitment to pull federal troops out of the South, abruptly ending Reconstruction. This corrupt bargain brought a screeching halt to Abraham Lincoln's dream that liberated black Americans might, before long, enjoy their hard-won legal rights. All Americans suffer from that ugly horse trade to this very day. My prayer for the upcoming anniversary is that we heed George Washington's desire that all American leaders and citizens strive to heal and unite a fractious nation. No matter how brutal our political differences, we must reaffirm that we are bound by
Business.
Big oil. Liquid gold. Meet the corporate gamblers who never waste a good energy crisis.
Oil majors have two ways to make big money during an energy shock. One is to sell the hydrocarbons they pump and refine themselves. The other is to buy barrels that rival companies produce and flog them to whoever wants them the most. The Third Gulf War has now demonstrated just how important the latter has become as a source of profit for the industry, particularly in Europe. Trading used to be the majors' dirty little secret for topping up their returns. It is not little anymore. The volume of hydrocarbons traded by BP, Shell and Total Energy, the equivalent to 40 to 50 million barrels of oil per day, is 5 to 10 times what they produce. Nor is the contribution to their profitability a mere rounding error. Our calculations suggest that the trading arms of these three companies could be on course to increase their average return on capital by roughly a third or more this year. Yet secretive these activities remain. The majors disclose plenty about their production and distribution businesses, but information about their trading arms is in effect classified. Opacity helps protect their competitive edge. Trading profits alone explain why European majors, whose valuations have long trailed those of their American cousins, have outperformed Exxon and Chevron since the end of February. To understand how they mint so much money and whether it can last, The Economist spoke to a range of insiders from across the industry. Our findings indicate that the golden geese still have eggs to lay, but foxy competitors are circling. Europe's trading nous is a product of history and geology. American oilmen always had ample resources and a vast domestic market. European ones, which lacked both, lost their equity stakes in Middle Eastern crude during the nationalizations of the 1970s. That shock forced them to buy third-party barrels rather than just sell their own. BP pioneered trading in the 1980s when OPEC's grip on prices collapsed. Amid a glut of cheap oil, the firm began buying barrels it didn't need, betting it could sell them at a profit. Shell and Total began to grow their own arms through the 1990s, when low oil prices squeezed upstream margins and also pushed the majors to look elsewhere for returns. Trading, which profits from volatility and spreads, not just price levels, became the answer. The majors' traders can harness volatility in part because they possess unmatched intelligence on supply, demand, and the direction of prices thanks to the vast operations of their employers, encompassing oil and gas fields, refineries, terminals, storage facilities, and more. Over the past 15 years, the opportunity has expanded. Banks, hamstrung by regulation, have retreated from commodity trading. America's shale bonanza, Japan's pivot away from nuclear power, and the Russian gas crisis have also turned liquefied natural gas, or LNG, into a booming global market. Traders are still expected to help place their own companies' equity barrels, but their growing contribution to overall profits has bought them greater independence. Around 9/10 of what they shift now comes from outside the firms. The Iran war and the energy crunch it has caused look set to make this a banner year for trading, even as prices normalise. The majors hide trading profits by bundling them with other units. But projections we assembled suggest BP, Shell and Total may earn $15 billion to $20 billion in pre-tax profit from trading in 2026. Taking the lower end of that range and assuming this year resembles 2023, when Brent crude averaged $83 a barrel, roughly in line with current forecasts, trading could come to represent between 15% and 20% of the trio's combined profits. Because trading is asset-light, its contribution to return on capital is even greater. Michela de la Vigna of Goldman Sachs, an investment bank, estimates that from roughly 1 percentage point in decades past, Trading now adds 2 percentage points to the European majors' return on capital in a typical year, and perhaps 3 this year. What is even more striking than the scale of profits is their resilience. In any other trading business, luck eventually runs out and punters book losses. The majors' arms, by contrast, rarely lose money, says Mr. Della Vigna. They just make less in worse years. 3 ingredients explain it: a nimble structure, skilled staff, and enough firepower to place outsized bets when it counts. Start with structure. Trading divisions don't circulate organizational charts. Only BP publicly names who runs the show. Carlo Howell, its deputy chief executive, a clear signal that trading is central to the firm. At the others, trading dots into the chief financial officer, reckons Alistair Syme of Citigroup, another bank. Below that, the global head of trading oversees leads for each product: crude oil light ends or petrol, middle distillates or diesel jet fuel, heavy ends and gas. At the base of the pyramid sit specialists who may deal exclusively in West African crude or Latin American bitumen. Most of the team clusters in a global hub: London for BP and Shell, Geneva for Total, though the big boss may be based in Houston or Singapore depending on the cycle. Regional hubs field specialists with a local Rolodex. There is always someone in Singapore, for example on first-name terms with Asia's airlines, refiners and ship owners. Trading teams are simultaneously large and lean. Each product desk might have 60 to 70 traders globally, putting divisional headcount in the hundreds. Add shipping finance and other support staff, and the total reaches 1,000 or 2,000 for each major, a fraction of their roughly 100,000 strong workforce. That implies a huge profit per head. In a good year, that may get close to $10 million. That makes attracting the right people, the second ingredient, essential. Hiring and firing decisions are made independently of the wider firm. Unlike engineers in the core business, ideal recruits love risk and possess a diplomat's social skills. Being able to read the unspoken motions that give away people's positions matters as much as the data provided by the technology of the day, says a former trading boss who did plenty of that over long lunches in London's plush and leafy Mayfair district. European majors used to lose lots of budding traders to independents like Vitol or Trafigura, which dangle equity ownership tied directly to profits. Vitol distributed billions of dollars among employee owners after the trading boom following Russia's invasion of Ukraine in 2022 to 2023. The majors, as listed companies, cannot match that, but they still reward their staff handsomely. Each year, a bonus pool is carved from profits. In a good year, the most senior traders in a firm might earn tens of millions of dollars above the group chief executive's pay. A third factor in the success of the trading arms is the amount of financial firepower at their disposal. Our research suggests each major may be deploying tens of billions of dollars in capital to lubricate trading. When one desk wants more, the request goes to the risk committee, who reallocate from another desk or expand the overall pool. Ample capital lets traders pounce on arbitrage opportunities when war or pandemics dislocate markets, and dedicated support teams in finance, freight, and beyond mean they can move fast. In 2020, many crude traders correctly predicted that, as storage filled up during lockdowns, oil prices would briefly go negative. Treasurers quickly approved funds to lease dozens of tankers in which to store the oil. Traders minted fortunes when prices bounced back. Nasty surprises do happen, many desks having bet that oversupply would cause oil prices to fall through 2026 were caught off guard when America and Israel bombed Iran on February 28th. But then they did what all good traders do, says Colin Bryce, a former co-head of commodities at Morgan Stanley, another bank. They liquidated their positions, got on the right side and played volatility for all it was worth. As wide price gaps opened between oil of different origins and LNG delivered across distant markets, trading gains rapidly erased early losses. Some traders took bold steps. For instance, Total made more than $1 billion after cornering every barrel of Emirati and Omani crude outbound in May that was available to purchase in March. What of the competition? Previous efforts by America's oil giants foundered for want of capital and autonomy. Some petro-states tried too with mixed results. A bad position burning through national treasure quickly attracts political pressure to stop. Yet the American majors, envious of their European rivals, are more determined than ever to catch up, and national oil companies, tired of paying the middleman and eager to diversify revenue, have taken a renewed interest. ADNOC, the Emirati oil giant, as well as Exxon and Phillips 66, another American oil company, have lately been among the biggest recruiters of traders in the world, says Anush Kafayati of HC Group, an executive search firm. ADNOC, which has a joint venture with Italy's Eni and Austria's OMV, has trading desks in Singapore and Geneva, and it plans to open another in Houston. Saudi Aramco acquired Motiva Trading, a Texas-based merchant, in 2023. Despite this, closing the gap with the Europeans could still take years. It's like a Formula One team, says Mr. Kafayati. You do a race, you come back, you evaluate the data, you make hard decisions, you go into another race. It takes so many cycles to get it right. The bigger immediate threat comes from the large independent trading firms. Having amassed enormous amounts of cash in 2022 to 2023, they have since bought billions of dollars in assets from LNG terminals to fuel retail networks. Europe's majors, meanwhile, have offloaded $77 billion in assets since 2019, under pressure to slim portfolios and cut emissions, notes Rystad Energy, a consultancy. As a result, their informational edge is slowly eroding. Private traders can also chase opportunities that, though legal, may be deemed too risky by listed majors, such as those involving countries partly or previously covered by sanctions. When Donald Trump wanted to shift Venezuelan barrels in January, it was Trafigura and VTOL he called. It was ultra-thick oil that had been sitting there for years on rotting ships, explains a well-connected financier. Only they could get it moving. One defense for the in-house desks is to better use the intelligence they receive. They have invested huge sums on software that suggest trades based on the data at their disposal. Another is to do more origination, financing producers in exchange for long-term supply agreements, which brings captive barrels and market intelligence. In January, Total announced that it had struck a deal with Bahrain to jointly trade the output of the country's sole refinery without owning the asset.
Business.
Artificial intelligence. Trial and error. The rise of vibe lawyering.
When Britain's tax authorities accused Omar Rafiq of deliberately underpaying his restaurant's taxes, he challenged them in court. Alas for Mr. Rafiq, not only did he fail to submit the correct documents, but his filings were full of fake case law generated by an AI chatbot. Though the judge noted sympathetically that AI might create a more level playing field for litigants representing themselves, she threw the case out on May 6. Mr. Rafiq is far from alone in turning to AI rather than costly lawyers, a trend professionals called vibe lawyering. In England and Wales, the share of civil cases in county courts with lawyers on both sides fell from 51% in 2022, the year ChatGPT was launched, to 42% last year. In American federal civil courts, 17% of people represented themselves in 2025, up from a steady 11% for many years before, according to research by Anand Shah of MIT and Joshua Levy of the University of Southern California. They also find that this year, 18% of complaints have probably contained AI-generated text. CourtReady, a legal tech platform, reports that Canadian courts have flagged non-existent cases in 79 rulings so far this year, against 7 in all of 2024. Most false citations have been made by people representing themselves. As well as inventing cases, AI chatbots often encourage people to litigate, urge them not to settle, and overstate their chances of winning. Anthony Sendall, a British employment barrister, says chatbots embolden litigants to bring discrimination claims. A grievance that would have been a few sentences is now more like 10 to 12 pages, he complains. Messrs. Shah and Levy found that in cases with self-representing litigants in America, the number of documents filed in the first 180 days is 158% higher than in the pre-AI era. Robert Freund, a commercial lawyer in Los Angeles, says his clients receive correspondence and documents written by AI from opposing parties acting without lawyers. And relying on AI can prove expensive. On June 2nd, a student was ordered to pay the University of Ottawa 10,000 Canadian dollars, that's 7,000 US dollars, partly for using AI improperly to prepare her legal challenge against a removal from a PhD program. Even lawyers have been caught out. In April, Sullivan and Cromwell, a top New York firm, apologized to a court for errors caused by AI hallucinations. On June 8th, lawyers on both sides of a contractual dispute in Mississippi were fined for citing fabricated cases. Some believe that AI labs should bear responsibility for their models' inventions. In March, Nippon Life, an insurer, sued OpenAI in federal court in Chicago, alleging that ChatGPT had enabled an ex-employee to make what it says is a meritless discrimination claim. Nippon is seeking $10 million in punitive damages. OpenAI insists that ChatGPT is not a lawyer. Used with caution, AI can be beneficial. In London on May 14th, Tamira's
Business.
Artificial intelligence. Limited release. The Trump administration now controls who gets access to the best AI.
American life is full of things that are billed as voluntary but turn out not to be. Tipping, joining the local parent-teacher association, and now getting permission to release your cutting-edge artificial intelligence model to the world. On June 26th, OpenAI said that its newest model, GPT 5.6 Sol, would be restricted to a handful of trusted partners. The same day, America's government eased export controls on Mythos 5, another advanced model from Anthropic, a competing lab, and lifted them entirely on June 30th. All of this marks a haphazard revolution in America's governance of AI. In a matter of weeks, observes Dean Ball, a former AI advisor in the Trump administration, US federal AI policy has gone from implausibly libertarian to increasingly draconian and opaque. The Trump administration assumed office railing against regulation, which it feared would suffocate innovation and allow China to catch up. The AI future is not going to be won by hand-wringing about safety, declared J.D. Vance, the vice president, at a summit in Paris last year. As recently as June 2nd, Donald Trump issued an executive order on AI governance that asked frontier labs for early access to new models and cooperation on cyber risks, both of which were happening anyway. The White House insisted that nothing in the order was to be construed as a mandatory governmental licensing, pre-clearance or permitting requirement. In practice, that is exactly what now exists. Between June 26th and June 30th, when the restrictions were eased, Anthropic was permitted to share Mythos with only 100 or so American firms and institutions, as well as their foreign national employees. The publicly available version, Fable 5, is still heavily constrained. Sam Altman, the boss of OpenAI, was called by Howard Lutnick, America's Commerce Secretary, last week, warning him against releasing Sol without prior approval, according to The Information, a tech industry publication. OpenAI is reported to have submitted a list of companies to be granted access. The government excluded some firms located outside America, according to The Washington Post. The result of these rules has been a confusing cocktail of permissions. On June 26th, Mr. Altman suggested that the Sol release would be confined to America. Working hard for worldwide, he wrote in a response to a question on X, a social media site. But Britain's AI Security Institute, a respected assessor of model capabilities and risks, had access to Sol, according to the country's AI minister. It did not have access to Mythos, which remained export-controlled until June 30th, though it could use Mythos Preview, an earlier version, which is slightly less efficient. We don't believe this kind of government access process should become the long-term default, complained OpenAI. Both OpenAI and Anthropic say they are working with the government to develop more predictable and transparent rules. Insiders say that the administration is now better placed to adjudicate claims that a model has been jailbroken or tricked into performing a harmful task, which was the trigger for the Mythos export control earlier this month. But the larger undertaking is working out which models should be restricted in the first place. Mr. Trump's executive order said that by August, his administration would create a classified benchmarking process to adjudicate the cyber prowess of new models. That will not necessarily bring clarity, though. Only a handful of people on the frontier labs hold security clearances that would allow them to handle classified material and therefore understand the basis of the red line set out by the government. Then there is the question of who will serve as judge. The Office of the National Cyber Director, part of the White House, has spearheaded policymaking, but senior staff have been leaving in recent weeks. Mr. Lutnick's Commerce Department has been leading the implementation of policy, but has limited in-house technical expertise. The bench of AI talent inside America's government has never been large, and it has shrunk further over the past 18 months. Anthropic, Google and OpenAI, the three main frontier labs, all agree that some sort of federal regulation is necessary, even if they differ on the details. Anthropic and OpenAI want a government agency in charge. By contrast, Google is keener on an industry-funded body similar to the ones that govern brokerage firms and the power grid in America. Anthropic, ironically, given how it has been treated, is the only one that favours a government veto on releases. There is little dispute, though, that the current process is dysfunctional. One problem is that it holds back American labs at a time when Chinese competitors are catching up quickly. China's leading models, most of which are open weight, meaning that they can be downloaded and run on one's own computer, are roughly 6 to 10 months behind their American equivalents and far cheaper to run. In recent weeks, Microsoft, a software giant, was reported to be considering the use of a model from DeepSeek, a Chinese lab, for its Copilot tool. American labs are also responding to political pressure by tightening the guardrails on their publicly available models, meaning that these are more likely to refuse requests that would once have passed muster. Alex Stamos, who was previously in charge of cybersecurity at Facebook, a social media platform, notes that many companies have already prepared to switch to Chinese open-weight models in the event of further disruption. Restrictions on the very best American models might slow down China somewhat, because many Chinese AI labs are said to train their models on the output of American ones, a process known as distillation. Yet that would be little consolation if American labs slow down too. Mr. Ball, the former AI advisor, warns that companies may be reluctant to invest the vast sums planned for data centers in order to serve frontier models to whatever 100 companies the US government will allow access. He adds that labs tend to defray the enormous cost of training frontier models in the first few months of their release, while they have a temporary edge over competing models. Every week of delay is eating into the narrow window that labs have to make their accounting work. Even some of Mr.
Business.
European tech. And for our next trick, a rare Italian tech star goes public.
I like the idea of leaving a mark, said Luca Ferrari in an interview in April with Corriere della Sera, an Italian daily. He is the boss and co-founder of Bending Spoons, an Italian tech firm which acquires and turns around struggling apps such as Evernote, a note-taking service, and Eventbrite, a ticket-buying site. Mr. Ferrari's ambitions go beyond reviving software firms. He said that he wants to shake up Italy's lacklustre business culture by building a company of international calibre there. A test of his firm's calibre came on July 1st. That is when Bending Spoons, which derives its names from a scene in The Matrix, a sci-fi film, launched its initial public offering on the Nasdaq, an American stock exchange. This is a rare success for a country better known for la dolce vita than pioneering technology startups. Italy is home to just 2 unicorns, private companies worth over $1 billion, compared with 37 for Germany and 33 for France. At the end of the first day of trading, Bending Spoons' market capitalization surged to $26 billion, making it Italy's most viable tech firm. As for many Silicon Valley startups, Bending Spoons' path to success started with failure. In 2010, Mr. Ferrari, Matteo Danieli and Francesco Partanello, recent engineering graduates, decided to develop Evertail, an app designed to create a log of users' activities. The digital diary was a dud, failing to attract users, but the trio tried again. With their last $40,000, they set up Bending Spoons, along with Luca Querella, a fourth co-founder. The failure helped them settle on a business model. Bending Spoons buys and fixes ailing digital companies, which already have a decent product and a loyal customer base. It operates as a hybrid of a private equity or PE investor and a tech firm. Like a PE firm, it slashes cost aggressively with job cuts, in some cases firing a company's entire staff and just holding on to the underlying technology. Another way it lowers costs by sharing some expenses with other companies in its portfolio, such as research and development. It also switches talented spooners from one firm to another. It aims for an ambitious annualized return on capital of 25%. As the firm has grown, it has bought bigger names. The largest acquisition came earlier this year when it snapped up AOL, an American internet pioneer, for $1.5 billion. That follows its purchase of Eventbrite and Vimeo, a video streaming platform, for $500 million and $1.4 billion respectively. It has become a tech conglomerate, encompassing 50 companies. 10 of them created 80% of the revenue, mainly through subscriptions, which grew from $387 million in 2023 to $1.3 billion last year. Will Bending Spoons become a darling of the public markets? One worry that critics have is its borrowing, which it has used to fuel acquisitions. Total debt stands at $4.4 billion, over 6 times its annualised operating profits before depreciation and amortisation from the first quarter of 2026. This compares with an average of 2 for Nasdaq-listed firms. Another concern is that many tech firms it buys are under threat from generative AI. That fear has contributed to the share price of Constellation Software, a similar tech conglomerate based in Toronto, falling by nearly half over the past year. Even so, investors seem undeterred. Plenty of big names, such
Business.
Nadiem Makarim. No country for bold men. Indonesia gives its best-known entrepreneur a decade in jail.
When Nadiem Makarim joined Indonesia's government in 2019 as Minister for Education and Culture, the then 35-year-old founder of Gojek, a ride-hailing app and Indonesia's first unicorn, promised to move fast and break things. It has not ended well. On June 30th, an Indonesian court sentenced Mr. Nadiem to 10 years in prison on corruption charges. He had pleaded not guilty. He must also pay 810 billion rupiah, that's $45 million in restitution, or face 5 more years. Speaking outside the courtroom, Mr. Nadiem said he did not have the sum, and the judges know it. In government, Mr. Nadiem, a graduate of Harvard University and ex-McKinsey consultant, led a pandemic-era push to digitize schools, focusing on poor rural areas to improve patchy textbook distribution. For this, the Education Ministry bought some 3 trillion rupiah of Chromebooks, cheap laptops using Google software. It would prove to be his downfall. Prosecutors accused him of a quid pro quo with the search giant. Influenced by Google's investments in Gojek, the court found that Mr. Nadiem pushed his ministry to buy Chromebooks at inflated prices, resulting in 2.1 trillion rupiah in state losses, nearly half of which prosecutors accused him of siphoning off. The fact that the laptops need steady internet connections, a rarity in rural Indonesia, showed Mr. Nadiem's ulterior motives, they argued. He tried to make Google the sole controller of the education ecosystem in Indonesia, prosecutors said. Google denies any such scheme. The prosecutor's case seems riddled with holes. The estimated 2.1 trillion rupiah was not calculated using the market price of Chromebooks. Instead, it relies on a dubious calculation that assumes suppliers marked up prices by 15% based on a survey of private distributors. The slapdash prosecution reflects the range of enemies Mr. Nadiem made overseeing education, a corrupt sector. Known for a hard-charging management style, Mr. Nadiem now admits he paid too little attention to his political standing while in office. The shoddy trial will contribute to a deteriorating business environment in Indonesia. In an interview with The Economist during the trial, Mr. Nadiem warned of a chilling effect for Indonesian entrepreneurs. The verdict comes as regulatory uncertainty is rising. Consider Gojek. Renamed GoTo after a 2021 merger with Tokopedia, an e-commerce site, the company is now subject to erratic policies. For instance, a plan to cap
Business.
Bartleby. The Toddassee. You could read Homer, you could see the film, or you could just go to the office.
Speak, O Muse, of that resourceful man who had to find time in the meeting-filled calendars of several co-workers for a new council. This council was to happen on a fortnightly basis, ideally on a Monday morning, but that was a very common time for other councils to be held. Todd, for such was his name, had examined the meeting-filled calendars of his colleagues and realised that the only time when everyone was free was at rosy-fingered dawn. But this wasn't an option because some people had to get the kids ready for school. Todd dispatched swift-footed invitations to all the participants, explaining that his council was the most important council of all and that he would be grateful if they made time for it in their meeting-filled calendars. He immediately got a swift-footed email back from the shiny-headed Harold, who declined his invitation and suggested another time that suited him better. Moira of the Tattooed Arms quickly rejected Harold's alternative proposal and suggested a time of her own. The studiously courteous Violet followed suit, as did several others, each of them putting forward a slot that no one else could make. Several hours passed this way. The resourceful Todd wondered if he could schedule his council on a Tuesday instead, but the calendars were meeting-filled on those days too. Just then, he received a message from many-windowed Microsoft, the god of interruptions, to say that his communications device was missing several critical security updates and would need to be rebooted. The crafty Todd attempted to ignore many-windowed Microsoft's messages, but the god was insistent and shut down what he was working on without any warning. The cunning Todd attempted to work on another communications device he carried with him, but he found his way barred by Octa, a malevolent creature who lived in a cloud and asked everyone she encountered for a password. One of Octa's most grotesque features was a single eye. When the devious Todd clicked it, he found he could see what he was typing. But that didn't help because he could not remember his password anyway. And the mean-spirited Octa told him that he had to go to the IT department to be humbled. The resourceful Todd descended into the earth to the IT department's kingdom, where Rufus of pallid complexion told him he could not ask for help in person. He had to send a request by email. The artful Todd said he was locked out of his device, and so he could not send an email, but Rufus of the pallid complexion just laughed. So the patient Todd returned to his paper-strewn desk and waited until his original communications device had been given its fine new boots. When he was able to work again, he found more swiftly-footed messages about his fortnightly council, all of them proposing new times that did not suit any other co-worker. But the resourceful Todd was not to be cowed and formulated a plan. He went to find Penny, the many-splendid leader of the entire organisation. As he ventured along the wine-dark carpet, the cunning Todd heard an entrancing noise. It was the siren call of whispered gossip between two of his colleagues, and Todd was unable to stop himself drawing closer. Before long, Todd had forgotten his original purpose in setting out. There he would have remained if he had not seen the many-splendid leader of the entire organisation herself, walking past and been reminded of his mission. The devious Todd broke away from the gossipers and approached Penny. He explained to her that he needed her help to find a space in the meeting-filled calendars of his colleagues. Penny, who knew Todd from a time they worked together at CoreWeave, agreed to his plan. So the crafty Todd returned to his desk and sent a new, swift-footed message to everyone, saying that the many-splendid leader of the organisation would now be attending his fortnightly council of war and affirming that it would be happening at the original time. Shiny-headed Harold, Moira of the Tattooed Arms, and the rest of them all accepted the invitation without further question.
Business.
Schumpeter. Lime versus liberalism. Show a liberal an electric bike, and he will show you his soul.
These days it can be hard to know what a liberal really believes. Thankfully, a simple test throws light on their soul. It is similar to one Hermann Rorschach designed in the 1920s. Though instead of putting the subject in front of an ambiguous ink blot and waiting for them to say something profound about their mother, wheel in a white and green Lime Gen 4 electric bike, found stacked by the dozen on city streets around the world. Let their eyes settle on it and gently ask, "What do you see?" "That is the paragon of liberal capitalism," exclaims the first subject. "What's not to love? The Lime rider accelerates quickly and without effort. He feels good about his carbon footprint and better about being spared the collectivism of public transport. Each bike is an advert for creative destruction. If even the humble bicycle can be improved by innovation, anything can. Since Lime bikes are dockless, which allows the rider to leave them pretty much anywhere, the bikes bestow on riders of only modest means the highest of modern luxuries, nonchalance in travel. One liberal's causal dismount is another's brazen incivility. That is the devil, the second subject shouts. Electric bikes have made pavement indistinguishable from road. Accidents are common enough that Lime leg has entered the vernacular. In London, even the most genteel public spaces are dominated by neon green handlebars. So many descended on Wimbledon this week that the council threatened to seize them. On a recent morning, Old Burlington Street in Mayfair was blocked with a great number of Limes parked on the pavement and road. In the melee stood a few Voi bikes, a pinkish-coloured Swedish competitor, and the odd Forest, a less offensively green British one, which appeared to have lost their way. If the subject has even a mild reactionary inclination, such a sight will cause it to erupt immediately. The two positions are irreconcilable. Even the initial fence-sitter, I wouldn't mind them if they were prettier, will soon leap onto one side or the other. Subjects of the first kind accuse the second of being stick-in-the-muds who are unprepared for the changes technology will soon bring. The second subject thinks the first would live in the squalor of downtown San Francisco so long as their food delivery arrives on time. What are you looking at when you are looking at a Lime? For one, a relic of the tech bubble that popped when central banks raised interest rates in 2022. Lime eventually went public on July 1st after years of waiting. Countless micro-mobility firms have gone bust. Ofo, a Chinese company that once dumped thousands of yellow bikes in the West, is long gone. Jump, Uber's attempt at shared e-bikes, was folded into Lime in 2020. Bird, a one-time e-scooter unicorn, declared bankruptcy in 2023, though it has since re-emerged. Some combination of pricing competition and asset depreciation was always to blame. Lime says it has solved these problems. It gets 5 years of wear out of its bikes and is cash flow positive. Still, the firm was forced to list to pay off its heavy debts. To fully comprehend the Lime bike, examine its genealogy. Shared bikes have their origins on the political left. Dutch drifters painted some white and left them unlocked. But Lime's more recent ancestors are the state-sponsored schemes which emerged in the 2000s. London's Boris bikes, formerly called Santander Cycles, are Lime's docked forebears. Unsurprisingly, their usage has languished recently. Limes have unruly and often illegal cousins in the super-fast jerry-rigged food delivery bikes, which now career unchallenged around cities. And a major benefactor in Uber, the kingpin of the delivery economy, which is Lime's largest investor and is responsible for 14% of Lime's revenue by offering the bikes through its app. If the Lime bike has a philosophy, it is convenience absolutism. That was a more explicit mantra in Silicon Valley in the 2010s than it is today, but is still the true idée fixe of the place. In some cities, Amazon can now deliver groceries in less than half an hour, thanks to its own electric bike. Agentic commerce is billed as the forefront of artificial intelligence, but is also the cutting edge of food delivery. The dominance of convenience also means the decline of ownership, and so much of the antisocial nature of electric bikes is a result of that. Why did you park your Lime bike there, one might ask? It's not my bike. Often the politics of business is merely the politics of the road. Elon Musk, the world's richest man, is also its richest car salesman. Europe's industrial crisis is mostly a panic about Chinese electric vehicles. But the politics of bikes is particularly brutal. Zoe stops charging speeding e-bike riders, yelled the front page of the New York Post in March, accusing Zohran Mamdani, the city's mayor, of protecting delivery drivers at the expense of pedestrians. Partly that is because they are a ubiquitous nuisance, but also because complaining about the super-fast ones food delivery drivers use is about the only way Liberals can complain about the illegal immigrants who often ride them. If the electric bike is the great symbol of state failure, crushing them is a way for the state to recover the appearance of strength. Police forces in America, Australia and Britain have all filmed themselves pulverising electric bikes and scooters deemed too fast or dangerous. Better the electric bike, you know? Perhaps. A crackdown on illegal ones should benefit legal outfits like Lime, goes one argument.
Finance and economics.
Our Summer Barbecue Index. Grill, baby, grill. We calculate the rising cost of Americans' summer staples.
Few things sit closer to the heart of Americana than the hamburger. In the early 1970s, John Updike, an acute observer of American life, described the country as a hamburger kingdom, one cuisine under God, indivisible, with pickles and potato chips for all. At the time, the hamburger was a democratic meal, cheap, plentiful, and available to almost everyone. That kind of meal is getting harder to find lately. Grocery prices in America are 30% or so higher than in early 2020, before the COVID-19 pandemic. This adds about $1,600 to the average household's annual food bill. Average wages have risen by a similar amount, leaving the overall affordability of groceries little changed. However, that aggregate masks sharp and unpredictable increases in the prices of some staples which consumers tend to notice particularly. A recent survey by the Kitchen Table Project, an advocacy group, found groceries to be Americans' biggest source of financial pressure, with meat and poultry causing the most stress. As the United States celebrates its 250th anniversary on July 4th, the Independence Day Cookout offers a timely measure of what classic Americana costs. To calculate the bill, The Economist has created a summer BBQ index, tracking 10 cookout staples in 25 American cities. Our basket should feed 4 hungry adults and includes protein, 1.5 pounds or 375 grams of ribeye steak, 2 pounds of ground beef and of frying chicken, and a pack of pork sausage. Carbs, 2 pounds of potatoes, a big bag of potato crisps, which Americans insist on calling chips, and a loaf of bread. Beverages, a 64-ounce or 2-litre bottle of Coke and a 6-pack of beer, and lettuce. Using prices gathered by the Council for Community and Economic Research, a think tank, we then compared the cost of our basket with median hourly pay in each metro area to see how long the typical worker must toil to afford it all. The index offers an unappetizing conclusion. Across the 25 cities in our sample, The basket now costs an average of $81, 12% more than a year ago, the fastest annual increase in a decade. That far outpaced grocery price inflation of less than 3%, reflecting the unusually sharp increases in several items in our barbecue basket. The recent jump also forms part of a broader reversal. Between 2016 and 2021, cookout prices were broadly flat, while median wages edged higher, making the meal steadily more affordable. That trend has reversed. Over the past 5 years, the basket has risen in price by over 40%, roughly twice as fast as median pay across the cities surveyed. The typical worker must now labour 16 minutes longer than in 2020 to afford the spread. Las Vegas is the least affordable city. The odds are stacked against workers, who must labour nearly 4 hours to pay for a 4th of July feast. Miami, Honolulu and New Orleans are also pricey. Because food prices vary less across cities than wages do, places dominated by tourism, hospitality and other low-paid services fare especially poorly. The pattern flips in richer cities. Cookout prices are highest in cities like Boston and San Francisco, yet high median wages still make both cities among the most affordable in which to fire up the grill this summer. What is pushing up the barbecue bill? Ground beef inflation looks comparatively mild in our sample, partly because prices were already elevated a year ago. Nationally, they rose by nearly 20% in the year to the first quarter. For a family buying £2 a week, that adds roughly $10 a month to the cost of hamburgers. Steak prices climbed even faster in our index, by more than 25% on average. Other parts of the basket are becoming more expensive too. Across the 25 cities in our index, a 2-litre bottle of Coca-Cola rose in price by about 15%, while a bag of potato crisps was up by roughly 10%. The price rises in our basket feed into a broader argument over what is causing food inflation. One popular explanation is corporate price gouging. This accusation has united figures as different as Lina Khan, the former chair of the Federal Trade Commission under President Joe Biden, and Donald Trump, who in December ordered an investigation into anti-competitive behaviour in the food supply chain. Yet the evidence is thin. Adjusted profit margins at Kroger and Albertsons, two of America's largest supermarket chains, have been flat or falling in recent years. Meat processors are faring even worse. Tyson Foods, America's largest meat company, expects to lose as much as $500 million from its beef business in 2026. JBS, one of its meatiest rivals, said in June it would close 2 beef processing plants. The likelier culprits lie further up the supply chain. A cattle shortage, costly farm policies, and high energy prices caused by war in Iran, plus Mr. Trump's fondness for tariffs. Together they are pushing up not just the price of the annual summer cookout, but also the weekly grocery bill. The trouble starts on the ranch. America's cattle herd has shrunk for 7 consecutive years to a 75-year low. Droughts forced ranchers to sell animals early, just as high feed and fuel costs have made rebuilding herds unattractive. The result is less beef on the hoof, just as a protein-obsessed public wants ever more of it. Across the 25 cities in our sample, ground beef costs over 80% more than in 2019, and steak around 70% more. The shortage has deepened in the past year. New World screwworm, a parasite that can kill untreated livestock, prompted America to halt live cattle imports from Mexico, further tightening supply. The discovery of the worm in Texan calves in June caused fresh alarm. With many ranchers nearing retirement, cattle herds may be slow to rebuild. Prices are therefore likely to rise further in the years ahead. Biofuel policy is adding to food costs. The Renewable Fuel Standard, which requires refiners to blend minimum volumes of biofuels into petrol and diesel, has long diverted corn and vegetable oils from the food supply. The shift has speeded up in recent years, adding pressure to commodity prices. Mr. Biden's Inflation Reduction Act of 2022 expanded subsidies for biomass-based diesel. Last year, Mr. Trump's One Big Beautiful Bill Act, or OBBBA, extended support for corn ethanol. Refiners now consume about 1/3 of America's corn crop. Nearly half of domestically produced soybean oil goes into biofuel. This has helped push up the oil's prices, which in turn show up in the price of everything from potato crisps to mayonnaise. Fertilizer adds another layer of cost. The price of natural gas, the main input in nitrogen plant food, surged after Russia's invasion of Ukraine in 2022 disrupted supplies to Europe. Prices later eased but were climbing again even before the Iran war, as demand strengthened and China restricted exports. Because nitrogen fertilizer touches almost every big crop, pricier fertilizer has a habit of fertilizing prices throughout the supermarket. Lastly, though the courts have struck down Mr. Trump's Liberation Day tariffs, other import taxes are working their way into the Independence Day grill. The duty on aluminium rose to 50% in June 2025, and new ones on chemical inputs have made plastics more expensive. That has raised packaging costs for soft drink bottlers and snack makers. The pressure is already visible at the factory gate. Producer prices for carbonated soft drinks rose at an annualized rate of nearly 20% in the first quarter. Relief for grocery shoppers is unlikely to come quickly. Although the truce between America and Iran has brought oil prices down, the war's effects on transport and fertilizer costs will take time to work through the food supply chain. At home, the administration has proposed larger biofuel mandates and shelved plans to ease restrictions on beef imports. The OBBBA has tightened work requirements and narrowed eligibility for the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, America's main food assistance scheme. The Centre on Budget and Policy Priorities, a left-wing think tank, estimates that participation has fallen by more than 4 million since the law was enacted last July. Poor households are therefore getting less help with food costs. At the same time, wage growth is slowing, making it less likely that paychecks will catch up. None of this will stop Americans gathering around the grill on July 4th. They may serve a bit less meat, work a bit longer to pay for the spread, and, if they live outside city centres, spend over $100 filling the tank of their Ford F-150 pickup that gets them to the grocers. Yet, American abundance will be on
Finance and economics.
Buttonwood. Cause and FX. A new Plaza Accord for global currencies wouldn't work.
The past week has set recent records for Asian currencies. The Korean won dropped to its lowest level against the dollar in 17 years. The Japanese yen dropped even further, reaching its weakest against the greenback in 4 decades. America's speedy economic growth and insatiable global appetite for its tech stocks are raising demand for its currency. As the dollar strengthens, policymakers in Washington bristle. The Treasury Secretary, Scott Bessent, has groused about the weakness of both Asian currencies this year. At the same time, currency concerns are rising in Europe, chiefly about the long-term weakness of the yuan. Earlier this year, the IMF suggested that the Chinese currency is 16% weaker than it should be, based on economic fundamentals. In June, Friedrich Merz, the German Chancellor, raised the idea of reprising the Plaza Accord, the deal from 1985 signed by the finance ministers of America, Britain, France, Japan and West Germany to weaken the then astoundingly strong dollar with coordinated currency intervention. Plaza occupies a totemic position among foreign exchange traders. The dollar dropped by around 30% against the currencies of America's major trading partners by the end of 1987. George Soros made what he referred to as the killing of a lifetime, and his name as a hedge fund macro trader betting on the appreciation of the Japanese yen, British pound and Deutschmark. But if modern-day Soros wannabes hope for a repeat, they stand to be disappointed. Conjuring a new accord to strengthen the world's seemingly undervalued currencies would be far more challenging today than 4 decades ago. And even if it could be reached, it may turn out to be far less effective. One reason is the sheer size of today's currency market. The foreign exchange reserves of the 5 countries that met at the Plaza Hotel in New York have swelled 14-fold since 1985, from $132 billion, less than 2% of their collective GDP in 1985, to $1.9 trillion, more like 4%. But that pales in comparison with the growth in currency trading. In 1986, when the Bank for International Settlements, a club of central banks, first published its survey of the global foreign exchange market, it estimated daily turnover at around $200 billion. By 2024, this had risen to $12 trillion, a 60-fold increase. The ability of the 5 Plaza signatories to throw their weight around has therefore diminished markedly. To have the heft to affect markets, a deal would therefore need to involve another signatory, China. The world's second biggest economy has by far the biggest foreign exchange reserves of $3.4 trillion, as well as a currency which the West accuses of being unfairly cheap. A new Plaza Accord without China would therefore be like the original one without Japan, which is to say, pointless. Yet Chinese involvement is unlikely. To policymakers in Beijing, the Plaza Accord is a byword for foreign subjugation. In particular, they see the stronger yen that emerged from the agreement as the cause of Japan's subsequent lost decades, helping provoke a recession that led the Bank of Japan to keep interest rates too low for too long, which in turn fueled a boom in asset prices, eventually followed by a bust that Japan is shaking off to this day. This economic logic is flawed. China is suffering a property bust similar to Japan's all on its own, without Plaza-like constraints. But good luck persuading Communist Party officials to ignore it. Even if somehow they might be convinced, a new Plaza Accord may not have the same effect on currencies as the original did. In 1985, the promise of currency intervention was paired with that of American fiscal rectitude, the Graham-Rudman-Hollings Balanced Budget Act, which was moving through Congress as the finance ministers met at the Plaza, did not balance the budget, but did help lower the deficit from 4.8% of GDP in 1986 to 2.7% by 1989 and weaken the dollar. Nowadays, America's budget deficit is around 6% of GDP, and Congress has no Graham-Rudman or Hollings, let alone 3 pro-austerity lawmakers to press for belt-tightening.
Finance and economics.
Capital controls. Outflows in disguise. China cracks down on rule-bending offshore investments.
Soundwheel Plaza in Hong Kong used to host a restaurant dedicated to the Transformers film franchise. The burger buns were stamped with robot faces, and the gift shop featured a towering model of Optimus Prime, a robot that can transform into a lorry, striding through a portal. Last year, however, fast food gave way to fast finance. The site was taken over by Futu Securities, a tech-savvy brokerage with over 3.5 million clients. Futu boasts it can open a new account in as little as 3 minutes, about the time it takes to flip a burger. When the flagship store opened in August, Futu was doing a lorry load of business. But some of its clients' accounts have drawn the ire of the authorities in mainland China, which maintains strict capital controls. In May, they accused Futu and several similar brokers of offering services on the mainland without a license. Futu faces a fine of some $271 million and must close illegal accounts in 2 years. The price of its shares listed on America's Nasdaq exchange is down by a fifth since May 21st. The timing of the crackdown was unusual. In the past, regulators have tightened capital controls when China's exchange rate was looking wobbly. But the yuan has been one of the best-performing currencies in Asia over the past year. Its rise could erode the competitiveness of China's exports, which have been propping up the economy's growth. Capital outflows, which were large in March, have relieved that pressure on the currency. The crackdown will instead add to it. Regulators may fear they have no choice. China's balance of payments may not always be as robust as it looks now. Higher prices for imported semiconductors are already eating into its trade surpluses. America's Federal Reserve under new management is expected to raise interest rates at least once this year. China's central bank might still have to cut. A widening rate gap will encourage more Chinese money to seek higher returns abroad. America's towering tech debuts on the stock market have already caught the jealous eye of Chinese investors. At the Lujiazui Financial Forum in Shanghai this month, some mainlanders grumbled about their exclusion from the recent SpaceX listing. Futu is offering shares worth up to 1,600 Hong Kong dollars or $205 US in Elon Musk's rocketry firm as a bonus to new account holders this month. In a speech in Shanghai, Zhu Hexin of China's State Administration of Foreign Exchange observed that capital flows have become more volatile. Investors' money is also crowding in future industries like artificial intelligence and biomanufacturing, following a tech narrative. The government, he said, wants to ensure capital serves the real economy while safeguarding the bottom line of security. Mr. Zhu insisted that China will still open up more fully to global capital, as stated in the country's 5-year plan released last year. But the government is keeping a closer watch on the doors investors use. New regulations on outbound investment, which came into effect on July 1st, broaden the definition of direct investments, vet them more rigorously for their national security implications, and subject them to ongoing monitoring, even after the transaction is completed. Chinese officials are on their guard against the Singapore wash, after Manus, a Chinese AI firm, reinvented itself as a Singaporean entity so that it could sell itself to Meta, only for China to then block the deal. Another trend is the renminbification or renminbisation of overseas assets, ugly and uglier words for raising the yuan's global stature. Banks are encouraged to lend abroad in China's currency, not dollars. This ought to ease some of the risks of opening up. Loans and deposits in yuan already account for almost 40% of Chinese banks' foreign assets, up from less than 20% 4 years ago. The share is substantial and increasing, points out Alicia Garcia Herrero of Natixis, a bank. Every other outflow will be limited by quotas or closed loops. Mainlanders can, for example, buy a range of shares and bonds in Hong Kong through an official Connect scheme, but when they buy the securities, they pay brokers in yuan, not Hong Kong dollars. And when they sell, the proceeds are returned to them in the same currency, closing the loop. Approved institutional investors, including mainland banks, insurance companies, and securities firms, are also allowed to accumulate foreign financial assets. which they can then package into funds and other products for their clients. But their combined holdings are subject to a quota of $176 billion. The limit has already been raised once this year, and Mr. Zhu said it would be raised again. But it remains tiny, says Ms. Garcia Herrero. China's leaders like to build things at home and abroad. They also like to see their national champions and national currency gain ground overseas.
Finance and economics.
Venezuela's economy. A Bolivarian resolution. Unpacking a peculiar sovereign debt restructuring.
The earthquakes in Venezuela on June 24th are a humanitarian disaster. They are also an economic calamity. Estimates suggest damage of at least $10 billion, equivalent to a tenth of Venezuelan GDP, already diminished by years of mismanagement and corruption. It could cost 10 times that. To make matters worse, they struck just as the interim government of Delcy Rodriguez, installed after America deposed her predecessor and boss, Nicolas Maduro, is preparing to renegotiate the country's $240 billion or so in debt. A deal would help clear the path for economic recovery, if it can be pulled off. This will not be straightforward. The restructuring will be among the largest in history. In nominal terms, the combined debts of the government and the PDVSA, the state oil firm, are comparable to those of Greece, which defaulted on $260 billion in bonds in 2012. Relative to GDP, they are twice as large. The deal will also be peculiar. It involves a motley crew of creditors, and it does not involve the IMF, usually at the centre of sovereign restructurings. Moreover, observes Orlando Ochoa of the Oxford Institute of Energy Studies, a think tank, 2 decades of administrative decay have depleted the skilled personnel required to navigate international financial negotiations. Instead, the government is paying Central View Partners, a Wall Street investment bank, a reported $150 million to negotiate on its behalf. Those in line for a payout include bondholders, $60 billion, and those owed in interest, $40 billion, whose identity is uncertain after institutional investors sold off Venezuelan paper to distressed debt funds, suppliers holding unpaid invoices, $30 billion, companies such as ExxonMobil, whose assets were expropriated under Mr. Maduro's predecessor, $20 billion, bilateral creditors like China and Russia, $10 billion to $20 billion, and development banks, $4 billion. Even if the last 2 groups are excluded from this restructuring, as the government confirmed in May, it will be hard to align incentives. The IMF, which would normally help with such alignment, is increasingly distrusted by creditors and debtors alike. Its forecasts often look too rosy ahead of crisis and too glum afterwards. Venezuela has not asked the IMF for money, nor has it requested a debt sustainability analysis, which the fund normally produces as an impartial arbiter. Instead, the government reportedly plans to release its own public debt review in the coming weeks. Its impartiality will obviously be questioned. The legal terrain in Venezuela is also rocky. Some of the debt, issued by Mr. Maduro's government but not endorsed by the National Assembly, may not even be legitimate. American creditors, almost certainly owed a big slug of the debt, need the blessing of the Treasury Department, which has eased sanctions on Venezuela since recognizing Ms. Rodriguez's government, but not lifted them entirely. Given the debt's vast size, creditors will need to make concessions. These may take the form of haircuts on principal, moratoriums on interest, which worked well in recent large restructuring of Zambia's debt, or maturity extensions. Just how much the owners of the obligations can expect to claw back will depend on how far and how fast Venezuela's wrecked economy can be revived under new stewardship. At the moment, it is in tatters. Between 2012 and 2025, GDP contracted by 2/3, but details about the economy's actual state are scarce. The IMF, which publishes annual economic analysis of each member country, last did so for Venezuela in 2004. It put dealings with the government on hold entirely in 2019 and resumed them only in April. The main source of comfort to creditors is the oil industry. Estimates by JP Chase, a bank, and the Council on Foreign Relations, a think tank, suggest that up to $20 billion in investment could increase Venezuela's oil output by 0.5 million barrels per day in a couple of years, to around 1.5 million barrels per day. If the price of Venezuela's bituminous crude averages $60 a barrel, this could raise annual exports by roughly $10 billion. With investments of $100 billion, production could rise by as much as 2 million barrels per day and yearly export proceeds by $40 billion after a decade. A more ambitious recovery plan, perhaps backstopped by America, where Mr. Trump is trying to drum up investment in Venezuelan crude, might seek to restore the country's GDP to its heyday in the early 2010s. Doing so would better equip the government to honour its debts.
Finance and economics.
War economics. To buy on Bosporus. Turkey has an economic plan to win from the fighting next door.
War leaves behind economic wreckage. Over the past 4 months, it has caused $600 billion worth of damage to Iran, according to the IMF, and up to 7% of the workforce have lost their jobs. The economies of Iran's richer Gulf neighbours have shrunk, and the conflict may knock 2 percentage points off GDP growth in the broader Middle East this year. For Turkey, a large economy perched between the volatile region and Europe, the fighting in the Gulf has been a mixed blessing. Soaring oil prices pushed monthly inflation above 4% in April for only the second time in a year. The central bank burned through more than half of foreign reserves, propping up the lira. Yet trouble next door is also an opportunity. The Gulf has lost a lot of business in the past few months, says a finance ministry official, and we think we could take some of it. Istanbul and Turkey more broadly is already becoming a commercial roundabout for business between Central Asia, the Middle East and Europe, shabbier than the Gulf's but bustling. Some shoppers browsing the boutiques in the city's posh Nishantasi neighbourhood say they would be in Dubai were it not for the war. Across the Bosporus, Turkey's third biggest cargo terminal is nearly overflowing. Dock workers on a cigarette break before overtime say volumes have tripled since the Strait of Hormuz closed. Turkish ports have never handled this many shipments in spring. More fossil fuels are flowing through pipelines that cross Turkey, connecting Europe to energy suppliers. Flows through the Kirkuk-Ceyhan oil pipeline from Iraq are set to be 3 times higher in August than in April. Turkey wants more. Iran's chokehold over the strait has revived plans for at least 3 railways and road networks from the Middle East to Europe. All officials hope will attract foreign investments worth billions of dollars. The Hejaz Railway, for instance, would carry crude oil and passengers from Saudi Arabia. Officials insist more visitors, like those shopping in Istanbul, will soon transform industries from tourism to entertainment. Turkey's defence industry, which has been pumped with state handouts in recent years, exported roughly as many arms as Germany in 2025. Since February, according to 2 Turkish officials, 3 Gulf countries have started negotiations for arms deals. Another big prize for Turkey would be to attract investors displaced from the Gulf. The Istanbul Financial Centre, or IFC, a gleaming island of glass towers which opened in 2023 to house global financial firms, was until February home only to state-owned banks and regulators. Now Ahmet İhsan Erdem, the IFC's boss, and Mehmet Şimşek, Turkey's finance minister, are boasting of 40 Gulf banks and consultancies seeking to move in. In May, the government offered tax breaks for foreigners and special perks for IFC residents. Under Mr. Şimşek and the equally reasonable Fatih Karahan, who leads the central bank, Turkey's economic management is no longer as batty as before. A few years ago, President Recep Tayyip Erdogan insisted that higher interest rates caused inflation. In 2025, growth was a solid 3.6% and annual inflation fell by 24 percentage points to 35%. Since February, tourists and cargo have helped cushion the energy shock, and the April ceasefire tamed price rises to just 1.7% in May. Yet Messrs. Şimşek and Karahan have their work cut out. The war has strained Turkey's budget and balance of payments. Tax breaks on fuel, which have helped contain high energy prices, could cost 0.6% of GDP. Between January and April, foreign reserves fell from $79 billion to $18 billion as the central bank sold dollars in pursuit of a stable lira. Although reserves have now stabilised, selling more of them without earlier replenishment could lead to a further loss of faith in the central bank and to inflation that eventually forces the government to impose capital controls. Some Western financiers fear a return to fiscal and monetary folly, not least because the sensible Mr. Şimşek has reportedly fallen out with Mr. Erdogan. Foreigners have withdrawn at least $10 billion from Turkey since the Iran war began. Many Gulf escapees are choosing other destinations. Hedge fund managers fleeing Dubai prefer Miami and Milan to Istanbul. High-rolling executives in search of good schools for their offspring favour London or Geneva, judging by conversations with a dozen of the IFC's new residents. Most
Finance and economics.
Free exchange. Making money. Policymakers want stable coins to be safe as well as useful.
In textbooks, money is a means of exchange, a store of value and a unit of account. In life, it is a giant confidence trick. People trade with it, save it, and keep count with it because everyone else does. Notes are just slips of paper, coins mere alloy. Most money is simply data. Some in the form of reserves, liabilities of the central bank, much more of it created by banks calling loans and deposits into being at a keystroke. The trick works because of 3 things. First, singleness. $1 in one bank is worth the same as one in another. And if you want it, as a dollar bill from the Federal Reserve. Second, transferability. Dollars move more or less frictionlessly between banks, people, businesses and governments. Third, elasticity. The supply of money adjusts as required. usually quite calmly, as banks extend or rein in lending, but in a crisis, pouring forth from the central bank, the lender of last resort. There is nothing natural about this setup. As a report by the Centre for Economic Policy Research, CEPR, an international network of economists, points out, it is an institutional arrangement sustained by banks' access to central bank liquidity, deposit insurance, bank capital rules, and more. As circumstances change, it adapts, for better or worse. Just now, digital innovations, a grid-dying lot of changes, if ever there was one, pose an awkward question to those in charge of the arrangement. How to make the system more efficient without making it less safe. Lately, they've been paying a lot of attention to stablecoins, an example chewed over in the CEPR report, and the sole subject of another new study by the Bank for International Settlements, BIS, the central bank's central bank. Stablecoins are privately issued digital currencies, which, unlike, say, Bitcoin, are guaranteed by their creditors to maintain their value against a reference asset. Of those pegged to fiat currencies, 99.4% by value are tied to the dollar, according to the BIS. These are led by USTD, issued by Tether, a company incorporated in El Salvador, and USDC from Circle, based in New York. Neither is a bank, but Circle now has a banking subsidiary. Dollar stablecoins are backed mainly by treasury bills, reversed repos and bank deposits, though Tether has some higher-yielding reserve assets. Their total worth exceeds $300 billion, equal to around 1% of the outstanding value of treasuries. They are still mainly used for trading crypto assets, but there are several other ways you can see stablecoins making payments slicker and financial intermediation more competitive. Combined with smart contracts, they can also speed up settlements and payments, obviating the need to go through a long chain of lawyers and banks. They provide faster and cheaper cross-border payments than on conventional rails. Besides crypto trading, another increasingly popular function is to provide exposure to dollars in emerging economies, where local currencies are less reliable. Does this make stablecoins money? Not really, or not yet. As a means of exchange, their use is still specialized. As a unit of account, their identity is borrowed. They lack singleness. At times, the value of dollar stablecoins has varied from $1, though rarely by much. In 2023, USDC dropped briefly to 88 cents when Silicon Valley Bank, where Circle had deposited cash, failed. These days it has $12.3 billion of its $74.1 billion in backing assets stashed in very big, safe banks. Elasticity, the CEPR report argues, may be questionable. Stablecoins may find it hard to meet redemptions in a hurry without access to central bank support. That puts them closer to money market funds than to bank deposits. There are other risks too. The BIS notes that stablecoins account for a fair bit of illicit activity on blockchains. A recent report by Chain Analysis, a research firm, suggests the biggest culprit is a ruble stablecoin. Dollar stablecoins may be great for people and businesses in emerging countries, for example, but less good for central banks. They lose seigniorage, the difference between the value of money and the negligible cost of creating it, and their monetary policy levers may be less effective. For governments, stablecoins are a helpful extra source of demand for their bonds, but also a source of worry if a coin suffers a run. So how to regulate them? Amid the recent flurry of laws and proposals from the world's policymakers, there are some similarities. None seems inclined to allow stablecoin issuers to pay interest, which would make them direct competitors for banks' deposits. Though America's Genius Act, which comes into effect next year, permits distributors to pay rewards. All require redemption at par, but some are vague about how quick it should be. They insist coins are backed by short-term liquid assets. The Bank of England, for example, has proposed 30% to be in deposits at the central bank and 70% in short-term gilts. Such full backing, says Jeremy Allaire, the boss of Circle, means stablecoins are significantly safer than bank money, only a fraction of which is covered by such reserves. In the European Union, though, a minimum share must be in bank deposits. Rules on access to central bank facilities also vary. Britain is pondering lender of last resort facilities, which America intends to reserve for traditional banks, although the Fed may give non-bank issuers accounts for payment and settlement. The EU provides no central bank support. Does this all make stablecoins money? Their issuers will surely say yes.
Science and technology.
Synthetic biology. A design for life. How a brand new type of cell was built, not born.
Their makers call them spud cells. Unglamorous as that sounds, it is still somewhat flattering. A potato is solid, robust and purposeful. The cells made in Kate Adamala's lab at the University of Minnesota are, in her own words, wimpy and helpless. They have no metabolism, instead depending on a bespoke environment for nearly everything they need. They do nothing but follow the programs for growth and reproduction written into their 7 loops of designer DNA. But that is enough to make them revolutionary, unlike everything else ever seen which grows and reproduces itself under genetic control. Neither the spud cells themselves nor any parts of them have ancestors. Their bodies and genomes were built in the lab from scratch, each molecule specified precisely. According to John Glass, a pioneer in the field who works at the J. Craig Venter Institute in San Diego, this makes the spud cells a landmark event in the history of biology and synthetic cells. That said, he adds, most people won't appreciate its importance. One reason it might be underappreciated is that making living cells is not hard in itself. Other cells do it all the time. Start with a single bacterium at the beginning of the day and you can have 1 million by tea time. But no humans can make one from scratch, and the mechanisms by which cells themselves do it remain mysterious. In the 2010s, Dr. Glass and his colleagues used studies which had identified every gene a bacterium could manage without to try and create a minimal genome, a set of 473 genes that appeared absolutely essential. They then transplanted a chromosome containing all those genes into another bacterium. Some of that cell's offspring inherited just the new chromosome. Any which still had the old DNA were killed. If the resulting cells didn't work, the researchers tweaked and tried again. Eventually, that process produced streamlined cells with a small, wholly synthetic genome that were nonetheless capable of reproducing themselves. But the researchers could not say quite how. Many of the 473 genes were known to be involved in obviously vital processes, such as copying DNA, making new proteins, metabolizing food, and so on. But the functions of almost 1/3 of them were unknown. 10 years on, 60 or 70 still remain mysterious. Dr. Adamala worked from the bottom up rather than the top down. Instead of asking what genes an existing cell could do without, she added genes whose functions were known to inanimate bubbles of fatty membrane called liposomes. Everything the resulting cells do, they do because of molecules that Dr. Adamala's team put there. That leaves no room for mysteries. The most impressive of those abilities is reproduction. If enough big proteins, more or less any big proteins, stick to the outside of a liposome, it will fold in on itself and become 2 smaller liposomes. The genomes inside the spud cells express a protein which inserts itself into their outer membranes and attracts big proteins in the medium in which the cells grow. Once enough of these proteins, Dr. Adamala calls them bouncers, stick to the liposomes outside, it folds and divides. If each new spud cell has copies of all 7 little chromosomes, the same process begins again. In a preprint published on July the 1st, Dr. Adamala describes getting spud cells to reproduce this way for 5 generations. This does not mean the cells are alive. Or at least not quite. They can produce only some of the molecules needed to take information in from their genes and turn it into proteins. They grow only because they are fed a diet of nutritious but DNA-free feeder liposomes with which they can merge. Still, populations of spud cells can evolve. If you start off with a population in which some cells have genetic promoters, which boost their production of the protein needed for merging with food parcel liposomes, then after a few generations, that variant becomes the dominant form. The problem with spud cells is that lacking ancestors, they're hard to make. Dr. Adamala's preprint is, she says, the result of roughly 5 researcher years of work. Other labs have learned some of the techniques, but mostly only by exchanging researchers with Dr. Adamala's lab. This is why she and some colleagues are also launching a not-for-profit research organisation called Biotic. Most lab biology is artisanal. It takes a lot of demand to make a technique standardised and automated. One of the purposes of Biotic, which stands for Biology is Open Technology Inspiring Civilization, is to standardise and automate things early on in the hope of driving that demand and thus accelerating progress. The hope is that systems like Dr. Adamala's become easy to replicate and easy to tinker with and develop by adding similarly standardised modules. Drew Endy, a biologist at Stanford University and Biotic's founders, says the idea is to use philanthropic funds to turn techniques like Dr. Adamala's into the engineering foundation of a type of synthetic biology which goes far beyond the field's current capabilities. People often talk of pure science, but rarely of pure engineering. If they did, though, the building things to learn how to build such things ethos of Biotic would fit the bill very well. Admittedly, synthetic cells are not a near-term solution to any problem, but the ability to design self-assembling artifacts that can reproduce themselves might be the basis of a new and transformative general-purpose technology. Biotic's founders think that possibility needs to be explored quickly by a research community that is alive both to the promise and the risks, imbued with common purpose and committed to transparency. If that sounds like the original vision of OpenAI, a big AI lab that started life as a high-minded non-profit, that, says Dr. Endy, is because it is. The fact that OpenAI did not live up to its founding purpose does not mean that purpose was a bad one. The Biotic founders are not the only synthetic cell accelerationists out there. Chunli Liu, a Chinese researcher, runs a large synthetic biology institute in Shenzhen, whose motto is "Build to learn, build to use." In May, Dr. Liu and researchers from over a dozen other institutes around China, along with colleagues from Japan, Malaysia, Singapore, South Korea and Thailand, came together as the SynCell Asia Initiative to publish a framework for building a synthetic cell. It lays out ambitious plans for the development of various core modules that can be integrated into a truly living auto cell at an AI-driven biofoundry. The chances of it being as open as Biotic seem slim. On one level, the name Spud Cell is just a joke. Dr. Adamala's colleagues had taken to referring to their creations as Adamala cells, which she disliked. "Just call it anything you like. Call it potato if you like," she remembers saying at a meeting. And Drew said, "OK, it's a potato."
Science and technology.
Genetic screening. The genomic generation. Should all babies have their genomes sequenced?
Shortly after Freddie was born in April 2025, he was diagnosed with retinoblastoma, a rare form of eye cancer. It was spotted early and treated promptly, which means he has a much better chance of growing up with normal vision. That quick diagnosis was no accident. Freddie is part of the Generation Study, an English program which plans to sequence the complete genetic code of 100,000 babies. The idea is both to screen them for genetic diseases and to use the collected genomic data to boost medical research in future. Similar trials are underway in America, Australia, and parts of Europe to test whether such screening should be offered for all newborns. Supporters hope to transform the diagnosis and treatment of rare diseases. Critics fret that genomic sequencing may cause needless worry and require parents to hand over sensitive data about their children. Many countries screen infants for diseases already, usually by taking a blood sample and looking for markers of conditions such as sickle cell anemia or cystic fibrosis. The most comprehensive screens, such as Italy's, look for markers of around 50 diseases. Analysing DNA rather than blood can increase that number dramatically, as well as flagging mutations that are not causing problems yet but might in future. The Generation Study is screening for around 200 conditions that arise in childhood. In America, the BabySeq2 project screened for around 1,000 genes, some linked to diseases that emerge in adulthood, such as breast or ovarian cancer. Catching more diseases earlier could help many more babies like Freddie. But there are worries to go with the enthusiasm. One is that genes are not always destiny. The average person carries scores of genetic variants that have been linked to diseases, but because of environmental factors, the influence of other genes, or chance, most of these conditions never develop. Geneticists use a concept called penetrance to describe the proportion of people with a disease-causing mutation who actually go on to become ill. It can vary greatly for different conditions, and many estimates may be too high. Many disease-causing mutations are found by working backwards from people who are already ill, which risks inflating the numbers. Take retinoblastoma. Early studies estimated that mutations in a gene called RB1 had penetrance of more than 90%. But a paper posted online in December found that less than a third of adults with risky variants have ever had the cancer. I think historically people have equated genetic information with certainty, says Caroline Wright, a geneticist at the University of Exeter who conducted the study, which is quite outdated now. Testing hundreds of genes with low or middling penetrance could create patients in waiting, many of whom will never become ill. Such diagnostic purgatory is stressful enough that, in the case of cystic fibrosis, it has a name: Cystic Fibrosis Screen-Positive Inconclusive Diagnosis, or CFSPID. Parents of CFSPID children often question the worth of getting the test results at all, says Annika Lucassen, a geneticist at the University of Oxford. Uncertainty is not the only worry. Some treatments can cause harm too. In the case of retinoblastoma, a risky mutation triggers only eye tests. But for medullary thyroid cancer, caused by mutations in the RET gene, where new research also suggests penetrance is much lower than had been thought, a common follow-up is to surgically remove the thyroid gland. That leaves patients dependent on artificial thyroid hormones for the rest of their lives. Some of the issues have solutions. Results could be given for only genetic variants which give rise to treatable illnesses and which are known to have high penetrance, though that might upset those who would prefer to know everything. Careful communication can improve understanding of a test's limitations. Part of the point of the trials is to explore exactly these sorts of questions. But screening is only half the story. A second goal of most programs is to store the genomes for use in future research. Such databases can be very useful. Data from Britain's 100,000 Genomes Project, which collected genomes from patients with rare diseases and their families, allowed researchers at Oxford to spot genetic variants that cause a neurodevelopmental disorder in children. The data could also be used to predict drug side effects and predict how well a patient will respond to treatment. It could also be used to flag people who might benefit from new treatments that did not exist when their genomes were first stored. I'm completely confident that our ability to understand the genome will improve, says Ewan Birney, director of the European Bioinformatics Institute. AI is giving us a massive boost to that. On the other hand, a person's genome is among the most personal and sensitive information there is. For some researchers and parents, the idea of storing it indefinitely is a sticking point. There have been several leaks of genetic or medical information in recent years. In 2023, for instance, hackers stole the genetic and personal information of 6.9 million customers of 23andMe, a beleaguered direct-to-consumer genetic testing company. The same advances in genetics that enable new treatments are also likely to enable new uses for genetic information outside medicine. In America, some insurers can already use genetic test results when setting premiums. In Australia and Britain, this is mostly banned. Insights from DNA could be used for blackmail, for instance, around questions of paternity. Jan Friedman, a geneticist at the University of British Columbia, worries that many of the proposed screening programs suffer from mission creep, with most requiring parents to sign up to both screening and the long-term storage of their child's data for research. You can't take part in one without taking part in the other, says Dr. Lucassen of the University of Oxford. Yet they're so different. Screening programs are usually judged on whether the
Science and technology.
The physics of black holes. Digging deeper. Scientists are probing the event horizons around black holes.
A long time ago, in a galaxy far, far away, somewhere in the general direction of the constellation of Leo, two black holes crashed together and merged. About 1.3 billion years later, on January the 14th, 2025, a blip appeared in the detectors at the Laser Interferometer Gravitational Wave Observatory, or LIGO, an instrument based in Louisiana and Washington state. The blip marked the arrival of the pulse of gravitational waves, ripples in the fabric of the universe, emitted as the black holes collided. In a paper published in Nature on June 24th, a team led by Soo-Jung Ma of Perimeter Institute for Theoretical Physics in Ontario report that they have used those waves to glimpse one of nature's strangest phenomena, the event horizons that surround black holes. An event horizon marks the point beyond which gravity so warps space-time that nothing, not even light, can escape. An object that crosses the horizon is cut off from the rest of the universe, with all possible roads leading to the black hole's centre. Event horizons are invisible, although their effects can often be seen when a black hole is swallowing hot, glowing gas. Physicists, nevertheless, know a great deal about how they work, thanks to Albert Einstein's theory of general relativity. But physics is an empirical science as well as a theoretical one. Dr. Ma thought that gravitational waves might offer a way to check that Einstein's theory does indeed match reality at the boundary of a black hole. General relativity predicts that as two black holes collide and merge, the properties of the new hole's event horizon should be imprinted on the gravitational waves released. To test this, Dr. Ma teamed up with physicists from LIGO who were used to interpreting the complex signals that show up in their detectors. Since the wave detected last year is the clearest from a binary merger so far detected, the team focused their attention there. Sure enough, they were able to decipher the part of the signal in question, and it matched their theoretical prediction exactly. The team's new technique provides an unprecedented view of the bizarre environment just outside an event horizon. Here, light loses energy as it attempts to climb out of the black hole's immense gravitational field. That makes objects approaching the horizon appear redder and redder to outside observers. As the black hole rotates, it tugs the fabric of space-time around with it, warping distances and the passage of time. The physics of both of these effects are captured in the rumble of the gravitational waves, allowing physicists to probe gravity at its most extreme. Or nearly its most extreme. Hidden behind the event horizon, at the heart of the black hole, is an even stranger region, the singularity. There, the gravitational field is so intense that Einstein's theory starts to give nonsensical results. Most physicists see that as a hint that some new, more fundamental theory remains to be discovered, probably one that combines gravity with quantum mechanics, a feat that has eluded physicists for decades. Event horizons are as close as the universe allows physicists to
Science and technology.
Well-informed. Moderation in all things. Is too much sleep as bad as too little?
8 hours labour, 8 hours recreation, 8 hours rest, said Robert Owen, a Welsh textile maker in 1817. His aim was a fairer work week, but the idea that sleeping 8 hours a night is best has since become the received wisdom. Is it right? Not getting enough kip can certainly be a problem. A bad night's sleep can lead to a drop in cognitive abilities, increased stress, and general grumpiness the following day. Chronic sleep deprivation is associated with cognitive decline, psychiatric disorders, and even an early death. But too much sleep may also be bad for you. The evidence suggests a U-shaped relationship between health and sleep duration, with both insufficient and excessive slumber being worse than an optimal middle range. In 2015, 2 big studies tried to work out exactly where that range lies. The first, published in Sleep Health, assessed 575 studies published between 2004 and 2014. For those aged 18 to 64, the recommended amount was between 7 and 9 hours a night, but that fell to just 7 or 8 hours for those over 65. The second, published in Sleep, analysed 311 studies. It concluded that around 7 hours of shut-eye was the best target, but noted uncertainty about the negative effects of regularly sleeping longer than 9 hours. A more recent study published in Nature on May the 13th refined these estimates by studying the effects of sleep duration on specific parts of the body. Its authors used the idea of biological clocks, which try to work out whether a person's physiology is in better or worse nick than their chronological age would suggest. The researchers applied the concept to individual organs. Someone with a brain pathology, for example, might have a brain age that is higher than their actual age, explains Zhenhua Wen, a computational neuroscientist at Columbia University and self-admitted light sleeper who led the study. Someone sporty might have muscles that look younger than their years. Dr. Wen and his team tracked the relationship between sleep duration and 23 different biological clocks across 500,000 adults. Much of the data came from the UK Biobank, a big database. They found the U-shaped pattern across 9 body systems, including the brain, lungs, liver and skin. Their findings suggest that the optimal amount of sleep is 6.5 to 7.8 hours for women and 6.4 to 7.7 hours for men. Those struggling to get a full night's rest should not despair. Applying population-level results to individual lives is tricky, for one thing. For another, disentangling cause and effect is not easy. Are some organs prematurely aged because their owners sleep too little? Or is some other factor causing both the aging and the lack of sleep? Besides, says Michael Grandner, a psychiatrist at the University of Arizona, duration is just one measure. Quality, regularity and continuity of sleep matter too. His advice is, don't freak out about any particular number unless it's a very unusual number. That looks like
Culture.
Route 66's centenary. The Wheel Deal. How an archaic, century-old highway helps explain America.
The Mother Road was what John Steinbeck called it in The Grapes of Wrath. The Joads drove west from Oklahoma in search of a better life in California. Nat King Cole sang that it was where you get your kicks. It gave its name to a popular network TV show in the 1960s and inspired the plot and setting of Pixar's Cars, an animated film from 2006. It is the path of one of America's most popular road trips. Route 66 became the most famous highway in the world, partly due to good timing. Its heyday coincided with America's cultural and geopolitical rise and the emergence of car culture. This year the route turns 100, and though the modern interstate is more efficient, it is far less colourful. America is turning 250 in a divided, uneasy time. The best antidote for the birthday blues is to drive all 2,400 miles, that's 3,860 kilometres, from Chicago to Santa Monica on the Mother Road. Though it began as a motley stitching of state and local roads, not until 12 years after its inauguration did it become the first fully paved American highway. It quickly became the main route west, passing through 8 states. Farmhands used it to flee the Dust Bowl, so did workers, many of them African Americans from Texas and Oklahoma, who flocked to California's booming industrial base after the Second World War. Merry holidaymakers travelled along it to Los Angeles. During Route 66's early years, more people got behind the wheel thanks to Henry Ford's affordable Model T. Services for drivers flourished, including petrol stations, diners and motels, as did the small towns through which the route passed. But with just a single lane in each direction, the popular route turned into a car park. Dwight Eisenhower, America's president, had been impressed by Germany's Autobahn while serving in Europe during the Second World War. In 1956, he signed the Federal Aid Highway Act to fund a system of multi-lane interstate highways. In the subsequent decades, some new highways paralleled Route 66, others simply built over it. As a federal highway, it was decommissioned in 1985. That could have been the end of the story, but grassroots organizations formed to preserve and protect Route 66 in line with the observation of Alexis de Tocqueville from nearly 2 centuries ago. Americans are forever forming associations at the head of any new undertaking. That is the first lesson from Route 66. For all the hands wrung and pixels blazed about the social atomization wreaked by the digital age, Americans retain their heartening passion for in-person voluntarism. All 8 states have volunteer-led groups devoted to preserving and promoting Route 66. Cheerful, garrulous volunteers staff small-town museums and roadside attractions. Indeed, the route's vibrancy largely stems from the efforts of countless people who decided, each for their own reasons, that they want it to remain delightful and not fade into disuse and obscurity. Bill Thomas, who chairs a national preservation group, the Route 66 Road Ahead Partnership, and is the head of economic development for Logan County, Oklahoma, sees preserving the route as a means to attract tourists. Atlanta, Illinois, a town of just 1,600 residents, claims 8,000 visitors per year. Atlanta's main attraction is the Weird, Wonderful American Giants Museum, devoted to enormous fiberglass statues that businesses use to draw customers' eyeballs and wallets. Their unfortunate tendency to fall over sparked lawsuits and prompted their retirement. The museum is an old Texaco petrol station. Across the street, a fiberglass giant offers, or is preparing to club passers-by to death with, a hot dog the size of a park bench. Such roadside oddities abound along the route. There is a motel of painted concrete teepees in Holbrook, Arizona. A little farther down the road is an abandoned mining town, reinvented as an open-air museum of the Old West. There are also motorcycle museums run by lovers of the open road who want to share their passion with the public. Collectively, these attractions provide the second lesson. America's economy is dynamic and productive, yes, but also intensely creative. American businesses are very good at making customers want to buy things. Advertising, done well, is an art. Though today it is often the province of big, expensive agencies, Route 66 contains hundreds of reminders that it can also be an individual endeavour requiring little more than a few cans of paint and a memorable name, such as Blue Swallow and the Wagon Wheel, both motels. Gimmicks work, too. If you finish a 72-ounce steak at the Big Texan Steak Ranch in Amarillo within an hour and without vomiting, your meal is free. The final lesson is more of a reminder that mobility helped America boom. People can move to a new city or state to find better opportunities and reinvent themselves. Yet fewer are doing so today. And politicians have grown suspicious of newcomers. The left hates the arrival of new middle-class Americans and wails about gentrification. The right hates the arrival of foreigners and complains about jobs being snapped up. Route 66 symbolizes what has really made America great. All along Route 66, you see that the country may be politically restive and divided, but it remains a warm, fascinating place filled with at least as many wonders as flaws. Parts of the route, the harrowing mountain passes between Cool Springs and Oatman, Arizona, the sear, striated mountains in New Mexico, the gently rolling flatlands and endless skies of Oklahoma are breathtakingly beautiful. Travelling the Mother Road also reminds Americans just how vast and hospitable their country still is. It has a far smaller share of grumps than you would encounter at an average airport. Its very inconvenience is the draw. Nobody wants to drive 55 miles an hour when they can drive 75 on the interstate, complains one volunteer at a restored petrol station in Shamrock, Texas. People drive on interstates because they have to. They travel Route 66 because they want to. Mr. Thomas recalls how many foreign tourists tell him we're travelling Route 66 to see the real America. And though, of course, Adrian, Texas and Pontiac, Illinois are no more real than Queens or Boston, road trips help you feel you are journeying to
Culture.
A Danish bestseller about butterflies. Flyby. The Butterfly Season by Leah Korsgaard. Translated by Sherilyn Nicolette Hellberg.
On the first day of a new year, Leah Korsgaard, a Danish journalist, decided she would set out to see every species of butterfly in a single season. She did not know why. Her knowledge of Lepidoptera was almost nil. Between butterflies and moths, she could just about distinguish that the first sort were colourful and sun-loving, the second generally hairier and nocturnal. Nor did she need this mad quest. With a hectic job, a busy husband, a dog to walk and 3 young sons to bring up, she had more than enough to do. Nonetheless, she set about it. She had 64 native species to find. The names alone were enticing: Purple Emperor, Grizzled Skipper, Pearl-Bordered Fritillary. And it was an excuse to visit parts of Denmark she had not known before. So for a year she hunted, squelching through bogs, pushing her way through forests, clambering over banks and rocks, camera or phone in hand. Few butterflies did her the favour of simply flying past her kitchen window. She cheated a bit, of course. First she bought a batch of butterfly eggs online, but did not count them. Later, a species forum helped her confirm her finds instantly. She teamed up with experts online to arrange meetings at likely places, learning the proper way to walk when searching. 4 steps, a pause, slow scan of the area, 4 steps more. Never let your shadow fall in front of you. In the end, she became such an expert that she could distinguish the tiniest variations of colour on wing dots or antennae from several feet away. That necessary attention to detail feeds into the rest of the story. The Scandinavia of Carl Uwe Knausgård, slow knitting videos and hygge, coziness, is alive and well here, helping account for the book's huge success when it was published in Denmark. Ms. Korsgaard does not merely draw up a butterfly list, but the blue rose takes shape on the long edge. While chatting in the car, she also notes her gear changes. Scraps of conversation float in and out with no resolution. But this is all a useful contrast to the dense pages she devotes to the history, philosophy and mythology of butterflies. Her search is not merely to record the physical specimens in Denmark, lamentably fewer than in past times, but to find out what butterflies mean. As she points out, they appear even in cave paintings and ornaments from the Bronze Age. To ancient peoples, the world over, they represented souls. In Greece, the goddess Psyche, the soul itself, had butterfly wings. In China, they were the souls of the dead. In Mexico, those of the ancestors, commemorated every November when orange monarch butterflies end their migration from Texas by converging like flames on the trees. One doctor found butterflies scratched everywhere on the barrack walls of Polish death camps. Far closer to home, a small tortoiseshell kept visiting Ms. Korsgaard's mother after her own mother's death, apparently, explicitly she thought, to comfort her. When she set out on her quest, a small tortoiseshell was the first butterfly she saw. A room of light, she writes, had opened inside me. This message, she feels, must have to do with metamorphosis. That extraordinary process is a passage from apparent death, the chrysalis, which she too pokes obsessively as it rattles in a glass, thinking it can't possibly be alive, to the creature that emerges to cling to a stem and unfurl its glorious wings. She links this not just to religious teachings of resurrection, but to the belief of Kant and Hegel in human perfectibility through reason, and the conviction of economists, including the Economist, in the general inevitability of human progress. The butterfly is the great symbol of the theory that, though striving, perfection is possible. Yet the butterflies she seeks are in steep decline. Between 1993 and 2023, the 22 rarest varieties in Denmark's South Sea Islands and Zealand lost nearly 3/4 of their habitats. In 1938, there were swallowtails all over Jutland, even in the dunes. 40 years later, they had stopped breeding there. She had noticed herself that there were far more fritillaries around on her childhood bike rides than now. Climate change and modern farming methods are taking their toll. She begins to panic that species might die out before she sees them, or that she might die before recording them. Thoughts of death, as well as life, spur her on. The other meaning of butterflies is harder to explain. She is embarrassed to mention it, but she has to account for her own determined searching and the intensity of her experience when she is out in nature with them. It is not just the triumph of crossing off white letter hair streaks and holly blues from the long list pinned to the fridge. What she feels as she rests on one elbow in the company of a northern brown argus is an overwhelming sense of connectedness with both it and all things. What Vladimir Nabokov, an ardent lepidopterist, called a sense of oneness with
Culture.
World in a dish. Seeing red. Heinz tomato ketchup and the sweet taste of market dominance.
Eating habits have changed a lot in the past 150 years. Offal and jellied eels rarely make it onto Britain's and Americans' plates anymore. But one food product has remained a staple since it first hit shelves in 1876. Heinz tomato ketchup. Heinz says it sells over 650 million bottles of the red stuff every year, meaning that more than 1,200 bottles land in shopping baskets every minute. Its factories process enough tomatoes each day to fill an Olympic swimming pool. The ubiquity of its ketchup is partly a matter of taste and partly a triumph of marketing. Versions of the condiment long predated Henry J. Heinz, a son of German immigrants to America. Ketchup is probably derived from ketchup, a sauce made in Asia from fermented fish. It is thought British and Dutch traders encountered the salty, savoury sauce in the late 17th century and tried in vain to recreate it at home. Recipes often used mushrooms, but others made ketchup with plums or walnuts. In the 1800s, the spelling catsup was also used. It was in the early 19th century that Americans developed a taste for tomato ketchup, plopped on eggs and corned beef hash or liver. Early versions of the sauce, however, were watery and spoiled easily. Manufacturers would package their sauces in coloured bottles to hide evidence of bacteria or mould. They would also use preservatives such as sodium benzoate and dyes made from coal tar. Many consumers, even then, wanted to eat clean. So Heinz developed a ketchup that would not go off quickly and was free from preservatives, or, as an advert pithily put it, not drugged. He used ripe tomatoes for a better flavour and colour, and vinegar to inhibit microbes. Crucially, Heinz sold his product in glass bottles, thereby signalling its higher quality. The beauty of Heinz is that it's not trying to be complicated, says Claire Dinnert, author of The Condiment Book. It is the perfect balance of sweet and umami and tangy. That sweetness pairs well with salty foods. The tanginess cuts through greasy dishes. Cookbooks aver that it is so versatile it can be used in curries, fish dishes and breads. But for many, Heinz ketchup is associated with the comfort food of childhood, chicken nuggets and chips, and, for Americans, July 4th celebrations. Nostalgia helps explain Heinz's staying power. Marketing has entrenched its position. Heinz is among the best-known brands globally.
Culture.
Silicon Valley. Money and Man at Stanford. How to Rule the World by Theo Baker.
There are good reasons to be sceptical of this book. The author, Theo Baker, is just 21 years old. His subject is his Stanford undergraduate years, a time that feels important while living through it, but is rarely of much interest to anyone else. Yet, How to Rule the World is worth reading. It follows in the tradition of 1L, Scott Turows' account of his first year at Harvard Law School, and William F. Buckley's God and Man at Yale, a jeremiad against that university's leftward drift. Mr. Baker offers an inside look at a world-shaping institution. Stanford has a strong claim to be the greatest university in the world, with an annual budget larger than that of 116 national governments. Behemoths including Google and Netflix were founded by its students and alumni. The book has 3 strands: the skimmable bits about parties, friends, how and to whom Mr. Baker lost his virginity, a journalistic story about his investigation that compelled Stanford's president, Marc Tessier-Lavigne, to resign, and a scathing look at how Stanford's ties to Silicon Valley have hollowed out its moral core. Ken Auletta, a journalist at The New Yorker, called the university a giant tech incubator with a football team. Many faculty members have grown rich as early investors in their students' ventures. Venture capital VC firms looking for the next big thing have their eyes on undergrads. A student with sufficiently promising ideas or tech now has no problem raising 7 figures on their own, Mr. Baker writes. Some do not even need an idea. If you have the right pedigree, the VCs will offer you money without so much as the glimmering of a possible startup in mind. Obtaining the right pedigree is essentially a matter of reputation, so the competition to be seen as successful to get into the Stanford inside Stanford, as Mr. Baker calls it, is intense. Students cut ethical corners. Adults entice these gifted, driven teenagers by telling them how special they are. The traditional goals of a liberal arts education, self-knowledge, critical thinking, inculcation into a shared culture and history fall by the wayside. Mr. Baker, intending to go into computer science, instead finds a home at the student newspaper, the Stanford Daily. Initially, he did not believe journalism was for him, but perhaps he had a genetic predisposition towards it. Both his parents are superstar journalists, and Mr. Baker, too, turns out to be a fearless reporter. His investigation into manipulated data in papers co-written by Mr. Tessier-Lavigne made him the youngest ever winner of a George Polk Award, a prestigious journalism accolade. One reason for Mr. Baker's success at Stanford was a lack of competition, as the Daily's faculty
Culture.
Arc AIology. Boom scrolling. The Herculaneum scrolls are being deciphered at last.
It looks like nothing, a lump of coal at best, a blackened fir cone or piece of excrement. It looks so underwhelming that other such lumps had over the years been destroyed or thrown away. This particular lump went by an underwhelming title too. Curators called it P. Herc.1667. But at a recent press conference in Naples, P. Herc.1667 became one of the most famous, underwhelming-looking lumps in classics. The eruption of Vesuvius in 79 AD made 2 very different kinds of classical writing famous. The first was the letters of Pliny the Younger, which contained his account of that eruption. These are minor masterpieces of descriptive writing with words like evil cloud, zigzag flames, and the even more evil-feeling descending cloud. They are also masterpieces of dramatic irony. The reader knows what will happen. Pliny did not even have a word for volcano. They are, rightly, some of the most read writings from the ancient world. The second category of writing was the 600 to 1,000 scrolls that were covered by the falling cloud as it travelled at 100 kilometres per hour and around 400 degrees Celsius over a vast library in a villa in Herculaneum. The villa was rediscovered by well diggers in 1750. Since then, the finest scholars of every era have tried to read its scrolls and largely failed, though some were read. In the 1820s, Humphrey Davy, a British chemist, tried a mixture of force, iodine, chlorine and heat to get to them. The papyrus was smoked, wrote Davy. Most were bibliographic Gordian knots. To open them was to destroy them. Until now. On June 25th, the Vesuvius Challenge, a scholarly collaboration, announced that all of P. Herc.1667, 1.5 metres of scroll, had been virtually unwrapped, using a combination of a particle accelerator to scan the script and AI to decipher it. If the remaining 400 closed scrolls, and pieces of scrolls, as some are in bits, are read, then perhaps 3 million new classical words might appear. It is a dazzling achievement, and could, hopes Brent Seals, the co-founder of the challenge, create a renaissance in this area. To understand why new works matter so much, it is necessary to understand how many old ones were lost. This is hard, from Christopher Nolan's film of the Odyssey to Emma Thompson's forthcoming Iliad, based on Pat Barker's feminist retelling. The ancient world feels so noisily present that it is easy to forget how much has gone. But it has. Only an estimated 10% of all classical literature has survived, and only 1% of all Latin. Worse, it was not lost evenly. Christian copyists did not like any ancient writings that were rude, lewd, sceptical, sexual, drunken, or queer, which is to say most of them, so the modern sense of the ancient world has been skewed through censorship. Whenever a cache of ancient writings appears, it thus not only offers writing, but a potential rewriting of history. The graffiti in nearby Pompeii revolutionized classics by showing that the Romans were rather filthy. The Dead Sea Scrolls revolutionized early Christian history by showing that the Christian claims were not as unique as all that. The cracking of Linear B, a script, revolutionized the public's understanding of Bronze Age Greece by showing that the Mycenaeans kept obsessive records of their goats. Whether Herculaneum will be as revolutionary is not clear. There are promising signs. So far, every text the scholars have found is completely new, says Federica Nicoladi, an assistant professor of papyrology at the University of Naples. Every classicist has their wish list of what might yet turn up: a poem by Sappho, a lost tragedy by Aeschylus, a lost book by Livy. They are, alas, unlikely to have their wishes granted. The library, which is thought to have belonged to Piso, Julius Caesar's father-in-law, was evidently magnificent. Its breadth was perhaps less so. Most of what has appeared so far is Greek philosophy. One virtually unwrapped scroll was entitled On Vices, which sounded promising, but it was by Philodemus, a classical philosopher whom even classical philosophers are not all that interested in. James Warren, a professor of classical philosophy at Cambridge, thinks people have got a bit carried away. They are, he says, stoically, unlikely to get the texts many are thirsting for.
Culture.
Backstory. Management lessons from Messi and Mbappe. Superstars sometimes fade at World Cups. This time they own it. Why?
They freeze, they see red, they quail in the face of history and sky a penalty kick. Sometimes the best footballers flop at World Cups. On the grandest stage, they can turn out not to be the best after all, champions of hype rather than talent. Not in 2026. This competition has been dominated by the sport's titans. Their performance offers lessons for the management of superstars and a glimmer of cosmic justice. Lionel Messi, Argentina's idol, scored 6 times in 3 games to claim the record for lifetime goals in World Cups. By July 1st, graceful Kylian Mbappe of France had netted 6 too. Norway's rampaging Erling Haaland had struck 5 and Vinicius Jr., a Brazilian livewire, 4. At 41, Cristiano Ronaldo of Portugal became the only man ever to score in 6 tournaments. By no means is such a showing inevitable. For one thing, some leading players never get to the World Cup because their nations fail to qualify for it. This was the fate of George Best of Northern Ireland, who became a notorious playboy, and George Weah, who became president of Liberia. Or the luminaries may be eclipsed by unsung journeymen who reach heights not touched before or again, or by breakout tyros. Age 17 Pelé was unknown outside Brazil before the World Cup of 1958. In the final, he flicked the ball over a Swede's head and sweetly volleyed it home. Pelé also exemplifies a nastier reason why stars can sputter, because they are violently nobbled. In 1966 he was scythed down by a defender, rose gamely but was floored again. He hobbled around pitifully on one leg for the rest of the match. In 1986 opponents tried to do a number on Diego Maradona, fouling the Argentine more than any player in World Cup history. It didn't work. More relevantly to other businesses, sometimes even megastars crumble under the event's pressure. Indeed, the burden of megastardom may be why they do so. A few commit rush of blood transgressions, like Frank Rijkaard, a Dutchman, who in 1990 spat in a German striker's perm. In 1998, the original Ronaldo, a Brazilian prodigy, came unstuck in a scarier way, suffering a convulsive fit before the final. Pressure is most personal and acute in penalty shootouts. In 2009, Geir Jora of the Norwegian School of Sports Sciences found that star players were more likely to miss than less glitzy ones, presumably because of the weight of expectation. That effect seems to have waned since, the big egos having apparently worked on their penalty routines. Entire teams can suffer these celebratory yips. English squads are cheered off to World Cups like knights errant, bound to recover a lost glory. For 60 years they have reached for the sword in the stone, tripped and banged their heads. Why this time have so many marquee names given box office turns? A lesson for managers of all kinds of teams is that these ones are engineered to optimize their chief assets. This does not always happen. Heroes of club football can flounder in national sides that have not been drilled to make the most of their skills. At this World Cup, Argentina's strategy is to thread the ball to Mr. Messi in the vicinity of the goal. Cristiano Ronaldo has spells trundling around the field like a footballing El Cid, but is still the focal point of Portugal's attack. Another transferable tip is that the aces are free to concentrate on what they do best, i.e. score goals. Just as wise corporate executives exempt rainmakers from paperwork, these players are mostly not expected to do much defending. Less illustrious but extremely proficient colleagues handle that. The maestros thrive because their teams are good too. Next, their coaches are conspicuously loyal to the main men. For instance, Didier Deschamps, France's manager, has rebuffed criticism of Mr. Mbappe over his perceived reluctance to sprint backwards in games as well as forwards. Having such stalwart backup from the boss as well as colleagues on the pitch ameliorates the strain of embodying a country's hopes. If you want your stars to shine, runs the take-home, do your utmost to make them feel like stars. Those are the action points, but the feats of Messrs. Mbappe, Messi and the rest are also edifying in a moral sense, a common view of stardom not
by invitation.
The bigger short. If you thought the global financial crisis was bad, when the crash comes, stabilizing markets will be easy compared with reordering society for AI, writes short seller Carson Block. Carson Block is the founder and chief executive of Muddy Waters Research.
Carson Block is the founder and chief executive of Muddy Waters Research. Within a few years, artificial intelligence will displace a significant portion of the world's highly paid knowledge workers. Aggregate demand will suffer, but flows into retirement investment accounts will turn net negative. Workers won't just stop paying in, they'll need to withdraw funds. These outflows will come largely from passive investment funds, particularly S&P 500 index trackers. Although such redemptions sell every constituent in proportion to its index weight, the price impact will not be evenly distributed. The AI megacaps that have powered the index higher, such as Nvidia, Microsoft and Amazon, are also the names whose valuations have been most dependent on mechanical passive inflows as the marginal buyer. The result, ironically, is that the companies powering the AI revolution are likely to suffer the largest price drops. AI is at the inflection point at which large language models are improving at a rate that is non-linear and will soon become exponential because they are themselves coding their successors. The most sophisticated users of AI are in tech companies. Using the current generation of models, they have in many cases reduced teams that previously had half a dozen workers or more to just one. It is reasonable to believe that within 3 to 4 years, AI will have replaced 15% of jobs in America's broader knowledge economy. The two counterarguments are the Jevons paradox, the historical experience that new technology that increases efficiency also increases demand, thereby creating new jobs that offset losses, and skepticism about the slope of the adoption curve. Both will be proved wrong. Humanity's ability to innovate and invent clearly outpaces its ability to adapt to its innovations and inventions. AI models are doubling in power roughly every 6 months. This means that workers made obsolete will not be able to develop the skills to use AI as a tool rather than to compete with it. Even if demand for services and products increases because of falling costs and prices, many displaced workers will still be obsolete, with more workers made so by successor model generations. AI will have such a profound impact on businesses' cost and pricing structures that failure to adopt rapidly will prove existential for a large swathe of the economy. The job displacement will fall disproportionately on highly educated, well-paid workers whose retirement savings drive America's stock markets. Michael Green of Simplify Asset Management has shown how passive investing has resulted in broken equity markets that are largely driven at an index level by flows into retirement accounts. His and others' research shows how passive investing has led to multipliers on the aggregate market and individual stocks that cause the net inflow or outflow of $1 to have a much larger impact on the equities in which it is invested, possibly as high as a multiple of 75 to 100 for the largest companies. The S&P 500 has become an index that creates its own momentum for its largest constituents. Because the top 10 companies now represent an unprecedented share of the market's value, the index is no longer a diversified basket but a concentrated volatility trap. When the professional class begins to draw down its accounts to service mortgages, the resulting market impact will be sudden and violent, as passive funds are forced to sell the index to meet the redemption demands of the displaced losers. Ironically, the companies with the highest multiples, which present the greatest risk from net outflows, are largely those that make up the AI stack. When the labour displacement thesis plays out, it will be the stock prices of these new world stars that get clobbered the hardest. The resulting crash in equity prices, particularly combined with decreasing aggregate demand, will itself be enough to cause a financial crisis on the scale of the global one of 2007-9, if not larger. Problems in private credit and insurance companies' balance sheets may well make things worse. A reduction in liquidity globally will impact all asset values. Deflationary pressures will mount. The good news is that the crisis of almost 20 years ago has given policymakers a well-tested playbook to restore liquidity and reflate assets. The bad news is that stabilizing the financial markets will be the easy bit for governments. They will struggle far more to manage the reordering of society that will result from the mass displacement of highly productive labour. Ultimately, in another irony, the AI revolution will lead to a world in which many consumers
By invitation.
Slaughter. The argument against. America's Supreme Court turns "we the people" on its head. The court has overextended presidential power, writes Victoria Nurse. Victoria Nurse is the Whitworth Professor of Law at Georgetown Law Center. For an opposing view on Trump versus Slaughter, read the guest essay by Sai Prakash.
Just before America's 250th birthday, the Supreme Court handed Donald Trump a power no other president has possessed in almost a century: the ability to fire every independent commissioner in the executive branch at will. The decision in Trump versus Slaughter may not have been as revolutionary as American independence from Britain, but it ushers in momentous changes in the powers of the presidency, and with it, the potential for abuse of presidential power. This is no mere personnel dispute. Federal commissioners perform dozens of other functions that Congress deliberately shielded from partisan control, regulating securities markets, overseeing nuclear safety, policing commodities trading. In all, over 24 agencies could be affected by the ruling. Congress may have charged these commissioners to act on a bipartisan basis, but the president now has the power to remove any commissioner who is not an ally, potentially rendering these agencies more partisan or inoperable. Courtesy of the Supreme Court, future Republican and Democratic presidents now have a powerful new tool to bully otherwise bipartisan commissions, toe the party line, or the president will remove you. Whether this ruling threatens American democracy depends on how future presidents use it. One can easily imagine that the current president's instinct for bold, headline-grabbing moves would tempt him to issue an executive order firing all independent commissioners with ties to the Democratic Party. There are reasons to think that might not happen. First, Mr. Trump has believed he had this power all along, and he has not yet wielded it to that extent. And although he dismissed some regulators, he did not fire hordes of nuclear or financial regulators, perhaps because the political and market consequences would have been too severe. Americans should still worry that this ruling invites presidential abuse. In 2024, the Supreme Court immunized the president from indictment based on his actions related to the attack on America's Capitol on January 6, 2021. In that case, the court said a lot more about presidential power than necessary, announcing broad, conclusive and preclusive powers on pardons and prosecutions. Since then, those powers have been abused. We have seen vindictive prosecutions, threats to remove Jerome Powell, the former chair of the Federal Reserve, and billion-dollar pay-to-play pardon schemes. Now we have to wonder whether the slaughter power will invite similar corruption and abuse. Imagine a president determined to dismantle financial regulation. He could remove the leadership of the Securities and Exchange Commission, SEC, or the Commodity Futures Trading Commission, CFTC, and replace them with ideological allies. Imagine a president who seeks campaign contributions for not removing a well-heeled commissioner. Or perhaps the president never fires a commissioner at all. The threat may be enough. Independent agencies were designed to make decisions free from partisan pressure. After slaughter, every commissioner knows that independence lasts only so long as the president permits it. Similarly troubling is what this ruling means for elections. An autocratic president need not purge every independent agency. He need only target those that affect his ability to remain in power. The Federal Election Commission and the Election Assistance Commission, both created by Congress to operate independently, are potentially covered by this ruling. Although the Constitution leaves elections largely to the states and Congress, this ruling allows Mr. Trump to remove commissioners from both agencies. If he does, will he replace them with loyalists who deny that he lost the 2020 election, as he has done elsewhere in government? In a separate case decided on June the 29th, the court exempted the Federal Reserve on originalist grounds, reasoning, as Chief Justice John Roberts did in his majority opinion, that because the first Congress created the Bank of the United States in 1789, Congress may shield the Federal Reserve from direct presidential control. In a 5-4 ruling, the court blocked Mr. Trump from removing Lisa Cook from the Fed's Board of Governors. Some will welcome that decision, but the Fed exception raises its own questions. Historians may differ on whether the court got the history right. The justices have often assumed that independent commissions emerged late in the 19th century. Yet newly digitized records reveal several multi-member federal commissions in the Republic's earliest years. Congress charged them with setting Revolutionary War debts and managing the country's finances. Their members took oaths of impartiality, and Alexander Hamilton himself described them as independent. Only the dissenters were moved by this history. Others will question whether the Fed exception makes practical sense. Slaughter allows the president to remove commissioners of the SEC and CFTC, even though many financial experts see little institutional difference between those agencies and the Federal Reserve. The statutes governing them use different language, but those distinctions seem difficult to reconcile with the court's broad view of presidential removal power. The Supreme Court justified slaughter in the name of democracy. By concentrating power in the elected president, the majority argued the government becomes more accountable to the people. Yet that rationale turns
Obituary.
A23A. The world's biggest and oldest iceberg has finally melted away, aged 40.
Nothing would remain but water. That is the way of ice. Fresh water poured into salt water, and each absorbed the other. Some observers thought they saw a bluer tinge in the ocean round about. In its dying months, A23A carried parallel blue lines of meltwater on its scarred surface. Each represented a crack that would soon gape wider. It drifted at about 30 kilometres a day in runnels of its own blood. Intermittently, as others grew or decayed, it was the biggest iceberg in the world. It took up 3,500 to 3,900 square kilometres, more than 2 Greater Londons, Rhode Island or St. Petersburg, depending on your vantage point. It weighed, at a brave estimate, about 1 trillion tons. 40 metres of it stood above the surface, around 400 below, where its keel had a habit of dragging on the seabed. It was not a towering, jagged monster, but a table of snow. Its great flat whiteness filled the horizon from east to west. Magnificence and majesty could be horizontal too. It was not only, on and off, the biggest iceberg, but also the oldest with the most eventful history. It calved in 1986 from the Filchner ice shelf along with 2 siblings, A22A and A24A. They were born ancient, full of the leavings of the glaciers that had carved out the Antarctic continent. All three, huge as they were, sank at once to the bottom of the Weddell Sea. A23A was struck so fast that it did not move for more than 30 years. The siblings escaped, went north, and died in the tepid South Atlantic. A23A stayed where it was, in safely near freezing waters. It was not until it began to wobble, melting very slightly, loosening the grip of the bottom muds, that its further adventures began. That happened in 2020. Unlike its siblings, it took its time going northeast towards South Georgia, where the shallow continental shelf was a graveyard for its kind. Yet the usual route, Iceberg Alley, used in 1916 by Ernest Shackleton, escaping the sea ice that had crushed Endurance, inexorably led that way, prodding A23A on with fierce west winds and currents. By April 2024, the iceberg had entered the Antarctic circumpolar current, but there it got stuck again, seized by a vortex of swirling water, a Taylor column where the ocean currents smashed up against an underwater mountain. Every day for 8 months, anti-clockwise, its immense mass was turned through 15 degrees. It escaped, more battered than ever, with huge cracks and arches along its edges, like cloisters, and with caverns in which whole ships could disappear. Almost every wave that hit in those tumultuous seas brought down crashing cascades of its own crumbling ice. By then, being the most famous iceberg of its time, it had long been regularly visited and spied on. There was nothing quiet or isolated about its birth in the Southern Ocean. By accident, when it calved, it had taken with it Druzhnaya 1, a Soviet summer field station that had sprawled like a city at the edge of the ice sheet, with 170 people housed in prefab buildings. They were off the site at the time, but their stuff was inside: scientific equipment, food supplies, their skis. The station was abandoned and soon buried deep in snow, but in one spot along A23A's perimeter, rusty fuel tanks still oozed their kerosene down the pure white cliffs. Later, visitors were less obtrusive, but no less curious. While A23A was still in the Weddell Sea, not going anywhere, its daily drift was measured by microwave radiometers. In 2023, the research ship RRS Sir David Attenborough chanced by, not especially meaning to, and took samples of meltwater to test them for nutrients and chemicals. By 2025, the Copernicus Sentinel-3 ocean and land colour instrument was taking daily images of it, and the sea and land surface temperature radiometer was making regular readings, as if it was a hospital patient. In response, it vexed researchers with its own homemade weather, cloud and fog. They were not put off. Alerted by reports of its beauty, especially the intense and mortal blue of its melt pools, more drones flew over, and NASA's Terra satellite kept a close watch. They confirmed that A23A was still keeping its distinct shape, like a tooth, but it was now only half its size at calving. What would its dissolution mean? Opinion was divided. On the one hand, far smaller icebergs, breaking up near South Georgia, had threatened ships. They had blocked fishermen's access to their fishing grounds and the feeding grounds of fur seals and penguins. So much fresh water spilling out into the sea reduced the krill and plankton that liked things saltier. A vast mass of ice and rock, grinding to land on the shore, could destroy a host of small creatures, sea slugs, coral, sponges. The whole Antarctic food chain could be disrupted. On the other hand, disasters predicted in the past had not occurred. The fur seals and penguins had suffered sharp declines, but temporarily. Iceberg deaths were simply part of a polar life cycle that had been going on for generations. Besides, A23A was so vast, so prone to scrape the seabed, and so packed with long-frozen nutrients that its breakup would be like a bomb of nourishment exploding in the Southern Ocean. The nutrient release would even be visible as a green cloud of blooming phytoplankton staining the sea around it. Far from depriving local creatures, this broken iceberg would bring life to them. It might even fertilize the seas of the wider world. There were mixed feelings, therefore, about its disappearance. Although it had calved long ago, in iceberg terms, it was still an emblem of the warming seas of climate change. It was